It's got just like, it's keeping you supported, but it's not more like, it's like
not locked
everything
in.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you're a little heavier chested, you need a little bit more support. I didn't realize you could buy one that looks almost like a bra.
Yeah, so this is called an encapsulated bra. There's different versus a more compression bra, or because we don't have one here, but kind of what we would think of the uniboob look. This one is if you like to kind of keep your cups separate. It's got some styles in the back where you can make it into a racer back. But style is really important when you are searching for a bra because there are so many different types out there that it's it can be hard to find the right fit for you.
Okay.
And I think what's important about shopping for a bra is to always put it on, try it, see how it feels. Where does it fit on your rib cage? Is it hard to breathe? Is it easy to breathe? Is it too constricting? All of those things are really important.
I put on and I just jump.
Yeah, you gotta
jump.
Yeah, exactly.
I see how it goes.
Exactly.
All right, so last but not least, full disclosure, I told her, I'm like, do I want a corset vibe? But you brought up a really good point, though.
Sometimes vibes going on, right?
Yes, but sometimes they're hard to get off. So this takes that away.
Exactly. So a lot of people, after a workout, you're really sweaty. You don't actually, the idea of just going like this is not so great. So a lot of people really like front zippers, front clasps, some back clasps. This is a good example of that. And this one is actually really great for people with larger chests. It's a high impact bra. It keeps everything in. You can jump around. You can do a lot of movement.
Yeah, like as it goes all the way up.
Exactly.
You're in there. The girls are in there.
Yeah.
Really quickly, how often should you replace it and washing with some of your sports bras?
You know what? I'm not sure how much you should wash it. Probably every single time you wear it.
But as far as the care, hand wash, probably.
Hand wash. Put it in a garment bag. As long as you are feeling comfortable in your bra, there's no breast pain. I think you can keep your bra as long as you like it.
Okay. Lita, thank you. Good things to keep in mind. All right, coming up, a registered dietitian breaks down what you should eat to fuel your best workout. And later, a new kind of movement platform that inspires so much more than just a good sweat. Right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Wellness Today, Women on the Move. Here to teach us a few ways we can use food as our fuel to add a boost to our workouts is registered dietitian Vanessa Rossetto. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. So excited.
So let's dig in a little bit. First of all, let's talk about 3 factors that we should all consider when we're planning our meals during the day.
Yeah, so 3 factors we want to consider are the duration, the intensity, and the time of day.
Okay.
So if you're going to exercise at 5 o'clock in the morning, a lot of people don't really feel very great eating right away, right?
Absolutely.
It's hard, right? Because if you're getting up at 5, you're
Yeah.
probably going to work out at like 5:15. So you want to think about, what did you eat the night before? If you're properly fueled from the night before, then you should be fine to sustain your workout. And then after you eat, you probably want to wait about 20 minutes, and you should just have a regular breakfast: protein, fat, carbohydrate. So if we look over here, we can see, right? We have a slice of toast. That's a carb.
So this right here would be before a workout. One or the other?
You could have after the workout, and you could also probably have before if you so choose. But I would suggest waiting 30 to 60 minutes, just because it might not make your stomach feel really great. So you want to pay attention to that. But you could have this slice of toast, peanut butter, you've got protein, you have fat, you have carbohydrate. You could also have oatmeal. It has the exact same thing. You just want to think, if you want to have that extra protein in the oatmeal and you're making the oatmeal with water, then you would add a peanut butter or maybe
So it seems like you need the carbs, protein, and a little bit of fat.
Totally.
You need it all.
Yes.
And I think in our minds, a lot of us think, okay, no fat. Or no carbs.
Right.
You know, we constantly try to figure it out.
Right, but if we had them all together, it helps to slow down that digestion and helps keep you full until the next meal. So you're not constantly looking for the next meal because you're properly fueled.
And then 30 to 60 minutes, would you say, before you work out?
Yeah, because, you know, moving around, jumping around, it might make you not feel well. If you're somebody who you're not affected, by all means, have at it, but it just depends on who you are.
So let's talk about staying hydrated during a workout. Is just good old-fashioned water not enough, or do you need a little extra oomph?
Well, it just depends, right? If I'm training for the New York City Marathon in August, New York City in August is very warm, right? So I would need more than just water.
But what about just the average Joe watching this morning? Or not Joe, or well, you can be a Joe too.
Yeah.
Or Julia.
So how hydrated are you? Are you somebody who drinks alcohol at night? You might be more dehydrated. Did you have coffee? So you want to be paying attention to that.
What are these things?
Right, so we've got water here is fine. You could also have powdered electrolyte water or just a Noon tablet. And
What's that? I don't even know what that is.
A Noon tablet is electrolyte, so it's just going to help you stay more hydrated. And if you don't want to spend money or have these things in your house, good old-fashioned table salt will do the same trick.
Really?
Yes.
What, in your water?
Yeah, in your water.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit, just a pinch. It's going to help you with hydration. It's going to help your muscles, so you don't have to go through this exercise of spending extra cash on electrolyte water.
Learn something every day. All right, let's talk about after your workout. I asked her, full disclosure, if it's true after you work out, if you eat a meal, like your body's like burning it. And she said, no, that's not true. So talk about what we should eat after a workout.
Yeah, so okay, here's the thing. When you exercise, your muscles are depleted of glycogen, which is their energy store. So you want to make sure that you definitely have eaten something so that you're not using all the muscles that you've been building. So that makes sense. But how are ways for you to replenish and recover? So we have blueberries here. That's like the best recovery. And also,
why is that?
It's just because the antioxidants help with the muscles. So runners do this, cyclists. And then you want to add some cheese to it because there's protein there. So it's going to help spare your muscles. And then also a really good recovery drink, the best recovery drink, is chocolate milk. It has electrolytes. It has calcium. It has magnesium. It has phosphorus. So again, it helps with your hydration. It helps keep your muscles boosted. And also it's going to help you feel full.
You know what? It's so funny because we've been trained, and it's not right, but to think chocolate milk or cheese, like some of these things are bad, but it just goes to show.
Yeah. No, we don't have to omit any food, and we don't need to vilify these foods. If they work for you, you should definitely have them, and it also makes things like different and exciting. So think about if you had worked out maybe in the middle of the day and it's not quite ready for lunch, you could have a chocolate milk as a snack, and that's going to feel good, and you're not going to feel so hungry and peckish maybe later on at night.
What's your thought on counting calories, or calories in versus calories out?
Not all calories are created equal. Sure. If you want to think about 96 calories of beer versus 96 calories of chicken are going to be digested entirely different way. So calories in, calories out is very old, but nutrition is a new science. We only started studying it maybe 80 years ago, so we're still always learning. And that was something that we thought was true, in the mid-50s, 60s, 70s, but now we know that's not entirely the story. So I don't think counting calories is the way, but really making sure that you have protein, fat, and carb at every meal is going to help you stay full, and then you don't have to be so hyper-focused on the calorie. But what does the makeup of the plate look like? Do you have fiber? Do you have fat? Are you enjoying your food? Those are things things that are going to help you in the long run, not overeat or binge later on in the day.
It almost too sounds like this whole show is about health and wellness. Just being mindful of what you're putting in, even with these things, like even before you work out, like all of these things, it's well thought out. But you see all of the groups here.
Totally. And also, like, what's right for you is not right for me.
Yeah.
There's so many factors.
Vanessa Rossetto, thank you so much. All right, when we come back, actor Allison Stoner's new fitness platform that will inspire all of us to get moving right here on Wellness Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Welcome back to Women on the Move. You may recognize Allison Stoner from her roles in Step Up and Cheaper by the Dozen. Now her latest project with her sister Corey O'Neill is disrupting the wellness space with movement classes to help improve not only physical health, but emotional and mental well-being too. I got a chance to sit down with them to learn more about Movement Genius and an inclusive and empowering platform. Take a look.
And starting with your feet, go ahead and tighten the muscles in your feet by curling your toes downward. And now exhale and suddenly release all the tension completely.
So we are currently at the annual Youth Wellness Summit with the Society for the Prevention of Teen Suicide. And Movement Genius is teaching students some different stress relief techniques that they can use to support their mental health.
We first built Movement Genius thinking this would be for young people. But really, this is for everyone with a body.
Historically, wellness has been built by and for a very narrow set of bodies. So right off the bat, we wanted to make sure that we're collaborating with practitioners and experts who embody all lived experiences, all kinds of body types, preferences, needs, so that you can see wellness for everyone. Just like your mind, your body is remembering all of your experiences every day. The high moments, the low moments.
It's interesting though, because when I think about mental health, I don't know if I connect it with the body. You think neck up.
Where is stress, anxiety, and even trauma stored? In the body, in the muscles, in your cells, in these learned behaviors and responses to different situations. So mindful movement allows you to reconnect your mind and body, learn how your body needs to relax and release tension.
This isn't a new practice per se, but it's never been presented in an entertaining format.
If you're releasing a bunch of stress hormones and adrenaline, shaking it out actually helps you release that adrenaline, and then you can come down to a state of calmness. So you've heard of fight, flight, or freeze?
Absolutely.
Or stress and threat response. Now, what happens after that threat is done? What do you normally do?
I don't really run. Maybe I freeze? I don't know.
So once we freeze, have you ever seen an animal in a moment of threat? Do you recognize what they do after that threat has passed?
No, I've never really thought about it.
After a moment of threat, we'll kind of just shake it off and then keep moving forward and shake out some of the stress.
So it's not just fun, there's science behind it.
There is science behind it. We're just reminding you of the intelligence that your body has to cope with stress and feel better.
You'll see me doing this tomorrow before the show and you're like, what is she doing?
Exactly.
Movement Genius is committed to making their wellness classes accessible to everybody. Most memberships cost no more than $10 a month. Thank you for joining me to celebrate how women have transformed their lives through exercise. We've seen how breaking a sweat is essential for our mental, physical, and emotional well-being at all stages of our lives. I am feeling ready, and I hope you are too, to find the fitness routine that makes you feel your best every single day. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
How are you?
Good.
You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, oh gosh, I'm just remembering now. Like, I had such a fear of heights. And growing up in Australia, everyone seems to be jumping off something, going rock climbing. Everyone's doing something to do with heights, roller coasters. And it was a nightmare because I had all older brothers and sisters. So I was trying to keep up with them. And I'll never forget, we went on a school trip. I was probably 12, and it was the first time I'd rock climbed.
Oh, geez.
And so my group were there, and I was the first one up. So I'm halfway up this rock climb, and I freeze. I'm actually just thinking about it. I absolutely froze, and the guy's trying to encourage me, and I can hear snickering from the other 15 kids. And it just got worse and worse. I'm shaking. The guy said, "You're going to have to come down." I said, no, I'm not coming. No, I'm going to get there. And he goes, no, you're coming down. So he lowers me down, and I can just hear the laughter. And I started to cry, and I turned to them and I said, well, you just wait till you try it. You just wait. You wait. It's really hard. So I come down. They're all like snickering, and one by one, they all
went
just
to the top?
No problem. They just flew up. And for the next 3 years, it literally became. That was the catchphrase. So anything I did in school, and people would be like, well, you just wait till you have to try it. Like, all right, let's do this math test. Well, you wait till you have to try it. And I'm like, never lived it down. So I actually went to the diving board at our school, and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it. And now I love it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to like look it in the eye?
Totally.
And do it?
I was a fearful kid, fearful of heights, fearful of the dark. I never liked being in a house on my own. And then when people say what's your biggest fear, it's fear itself for me, because it just stops you living. It stops you enjoying so many things. And so I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Wait, you would do that without?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So why, have you got one set up?
There's no way
we are 101 floors up. Could be.
I know.
Could
Well,
be a first.
you're like an action guy too, so you have to
No,
kind of
that's
do. you don't really do any of that stuff. How do you teach your kids to overcome fear? Like, what's the way to teach?
That's a really good question. The first thing I teach them now, which I didn't, is to admit it. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to say you're scared. It's not embarrassing to be scared. It's normal. And by the way, sometimes it's a really smart thing to be scared, right? Mm-hmm. As a parent, I think the amount of things I should have been more scared of, you know, but just admit it and don't be harsh on yourself. I think my main message to them now is no good comes out of being harsh. Harshness doesn't really achieve anything. Even with yourself, you can be firm with yourself, you can push yourself a little bit, but do it with more loving ways. So, you know, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Because we all know that there are hurdles in life, and you have to kind of push through them, whether it be the first date, the SAT, whatever that first test, you do have to push through it, but my philosophy is to be kinder about it to yourself.
They were right.
What about you?
Well, you know what though? I want to tell you one thing. They were right. We have a woman who works with me who does hair and a woman who works with me who does makeup. And they said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. And I just want to say that they were right.
Oh, thank you.
They were right. They were right. They're not here.
They're not here. No.
They're not here.
Long
But
time.
they were right. They were right.
Thank you.
So that's such a great trait. Wow. I mean, because it's in this business, it's hard to keep that, I think.
Yeah, well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, I'll give you the opposite point of view.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah, the laughter, there
oh.
it is. Yeah, listen, I think for me, my first job in anything as an actor, I was 26. So I think it's really hard. I really feel for the kids who become very famous and successful early on in life. I mean, I didn't know. I would say 25 is when I started to get a little bit of a handle on who I was, where I was going. By 26, I mean, X-Men was my first real movie in America. I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, sexiest man alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down at every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy, you know.
Guy.
So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All
day.
This is a long way of
man,
asking
yeah,
who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay. Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I was just thinking about the projects you choose and why you choose them, because you choose so many, you're like such a Renaissance guy. I mean, I see you on Broadway. I saw your one-man show. I thought that was incredible.
Thank you.
See, in X-Men, you do all kinds of things. You're about to do The Music Man. You've got this movie that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
So when you're choosing a project, does it have to check a box, or do you go on gut, or what is it?
Gut, more and more. And if there's a box to be checked, I have to be a little bit nervous about it. I have to feel there's a challenge to it. That brings out the best in me. And also it means I know that I'm going to have to grow. You know, if I go, I've done that, I know how to do that, I probably wouldn't say yes. Director and script. So the story, director, the people you're working with are key. And then gut. More and more I trust my gut. And if I look back, the times I've trusted my gut, against all reason, it almost always works out.
All you have to do is follow my voice.
Tell me about Reminiscence. So when this project came to you, I know the director sought you out. I mean, came for you, literally came for you, said, this is for you. What appealed to you about this movie?
Well, first of all, Lisa Joy, who's one of the creators of Westworld, which I was a fan of and I think is amazing. I already knew of her work, so I was already very, very intrigued. She's an incredibly original, smart voice in our business. And so when she came to me, she did tell me, she said, you know, I wrote this 5 years ago. I wrote this before Westworld, but I knew I wouldn't get the money for it until I had a success behind me. But you were always the one in my mind. Now, whenever someone says that, I presume that Brad's turned it down, but that's fine. But actually, I do believe her. She did say it more than once, even after we'd finished the film. So, and it's incredibly humbling in a way to think that someone is thinking that they know your work or they think they know you. But for me, there was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that. At the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing like a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off, and I'm like, I have no idea where this is going. And that's such a rare thing when you watch a movie or when you read a script, you think, I have no idea where this is going. And I actually rang my agent 20 pages in, and I said, I'm doing this movie. I haven't even finished yet, I'm doing it. Gut.
Well, you play such a broken man. Like in the beginning, you're kind of fooled by you, and then you watch as your character just kind of unravels. How do you get into that head?
It's the real me. I do a lot of work in creating the character. So the thing I ask myself is, if someone had to play me, or if I had to play you, what would I need to know to play Hoda? And as soon as you ask yourself that question, you think, well, there's a hell of a lot more someone would need to know than what I present. You need to know a lot of the stuff that I cover up, that I don't want you to see, the things I'm embarrassed by, all the background. So I do all that work. And I really try to give each character that respect, because for me, that's the fun. That's the creation. That's the digging, the archaeology of acting and getting into humanity. So I do all that work, particularly around he's a decorated war veteran with obvious PTSD. So I did a lot of work on that and what that means and what the reality of that is. And there's a lot of research about it. And then try to imagine that character in this situation. Even though it's set in the future, it's very relevant to today.
Well, I saw the love story is very dark too, and twisted, and like you're always leaning in, what's happening, what's going on with those two, and it's electric. And I was looking back, because I said, I wonder, it struck me just about your real life love. And I said, wow, look at Hugh, married 25 years.
Yeah, 25.
Like, is it like that?
No. We're not twisted and dark. You know Deb. Deb is the lightest, most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Like, you know, honestly, if you ever want to play the game, who's the happiest person in the room, Deb wins. Just know Deb wins. She literally, and I'll probably too much information and she'll say, please don't, but anyway, this is Deb. When she goes to bed, she's like one of those dolls that when their eyes are open, as soon as they're horizontal, the eyes close, and then as soon as you tip them up, she wakes up in the morning like this. She's like, hey, morning, hi, what are we doing today? Oh, it's going to be so great. I'm just like, whoa, back it up, slow it down, give me some coffee, give me a second. She's like, all right.
She's ready. She's ready to go.
She just makes the most of everything. Cut to Reminiscence, even though played by the incredible Rebecca Ferguson, who plays May, who I was with in The Greatest Showman and who I love. That's a love story that borders on obsession.
Yes.
When you fall so hard and fast in love with someone, and the question becomes, when you're in love with someone in those early throes of love, is it really the person you're seeing or what you want to see? And then in our story, that person disappears very quickly in the middle of that height of that romance. And then it becomes this obsession to find her and what's going on. And that leads me into the dark world. So yeah, that's very different with Deb.
I got chills. I don't know why.
Chills?
I don't know why. I got it. I'm not sure why.
World?
I think it's that. Something about it just creeped me out a little bit.
Deb is, anyway.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, when you and Deb met, did you, was it was just,
I knew her before
it was instant.
her.
Yeah.
I knew
you
her before her.
Yeah.
She will often say, I had a New Year's resolution that year, I'm not going to date any more actors and none under 30. Meet my husband. Like, so I knew early on, and I don't know why, I'm very indecisive by nature. I am not the kind of person, I don't go to dinner with me, it's a nightmare. I don't know, what do you think? I like the chicken, but what do you think? This looks good. And Deb was like, let's go. But with a few times in my life, Deb being one, I knew 100%. I just knew off the bat. Well, 2 weeks in. Off the bat would be a little crazy.
But 100% though, after a couple of weeks is amazing.
100%. Yeah. Deb actually tried to break up with me about 3 weeks into our relationship. This is the second time I'm sharing too much. Sorry, Deb. And it was obvious to me that she was getting ready. And normally, my playbook for that situation is, hey, I'm breaking up with you before you break up with me. I'm out, right? Yeah. And I just turned to her. We were driving back in the car, and I said, are you trying to work up the courage to break up with me? Are you trying to, in your head? And she goes, yes. I said, you just better get over it. It's not going to happen. I know it. And she went, okay. And that was it.
And 25
and as
years
those
later,
words came out of my mouth, I was like, who's that guy talking? That's not me. But it was just, people often say, oh my God, marriage is so much work. And I just, there are some things you've got to live by, but it hasn't felt like that. It's been one of the best things.
By the way, eyes are a giveaway in life, man. Eyes are a giveaway. Yeah. And whenever you say it, or just saying her name, like, it's just, it's cool to see true love 25 years later.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I love this movie for a bunch of reasons, but it's also about memory.
Right.
And it's funny, as I was watching it too, I was actually thinking of a story you told a while ago. And it struck me, and I've retold it, and I've probably retold it wrong, and I've told it at speeches because I just loved it so much.
Right.
And it was the story of your first time at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm getting chills again. But I think because it defined something, I'm not sure why that spoke to me so, but sometimes I'll say it in a speech or whatever because it moved me. For people who don't know it, I know it's just a little short story, but will you tell that again for me?
Misting up a little bit?
Yeah.
I am too, I have to tell you. So, my dad never missed a day of work in his life. He worked for Pricewaterhouse his whole life, literally one company. Never missed a day, except for 3. And that was when I was offered to sing at Carnegie Hall. He's so sweet. And it was a big moment for me, obviously. I'd never sung in America before at the time. And I rang my dad, who's always very supportive, no matter what I'm doing, no matter what. Hugh, when you played Van Helsing, that was just so great work. He had no interest in that movie at all. Yeah. So when I told him about Carnegie Hall, he was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be there. I'm totally coming. So he did. It was 3 days. It was a 24-hour flight from Sydney. Mm-hmm. He was there for 24 hours and then a 24-hour flight back, straight to the office. And I rang him and I said, Dad, it's black tie. As soon as you arrive, I'll be in touch with you and we'll arrange everything. So he arrived on the day of the performance. And so I found out while he was in the air that it wasn't black tie. And I was it was business casual or something. I was freaking out because I thought, well, maybe Dad is, maybe that's all he's brought. Maybe he's coming in playing gear and a black tie, right? So the moment he landed, I said, Dad, I'm so sorry, it's not black tie, it's business casual. And he goes, don't worry, Hugh, it's okay. It's fine, I've got all day, I'll sort it out. And then he said, do me a favor, if it's all right with you, I would really love to walk with you, pick you up at the hotel, and walk with you to the stage door at Carnegie Hall. I said, fine, meet me at 6 o'clock, we'll walk over together. So 6 o'clock on the dot, he's an accountant, very punctual. Knock on the door and I open it up and there is my father in full black tie, standing in the hallway. And I'm like, no, Dad, it's not black tie. I'm sorry, no. No one's wearing black tie except for the choir, the conductor, that's it. And he said, Hugh, my son is singing at Carnegie Hall. It's black tie for me. And so we walked over together and I'll never forget, he's a beautiful man. And I never forget seeing him because Carnegie Hall is quite lit up. And I'd sung my songs and I'm sitting down because it was like a concert and I could see him up there. Hoda, you've done it to me, now I'm getting emotional. He was just sitting up there crying. Yeah, it was a good moment. Oh, and then when the one-man show, I told that story and my dad came from Australia to see it and he was staying with me for a week. I told that story and I thought, I'm going to go out and my dad's here tonight. So I walk out and unbeknownst to me, Deb had told him that he said he's going to tell the story at Carnegie Hall, bring your black tie. So as I put the light on him, there he stood up in full black tie.
Oh,
it was like, I'm like, oh, there's a bit of showbiz in my old man.
Look at that.
There goes the accountant.
How's he doing, by the way?
He's good.
He's okay?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he's doing good. And, and I luckily just had some time with him.
Oh, thank God,
because the pandemic was hard, not seeing my family for so long. And I'd been down there in Australia.
Yeah.
We arrived 4 days before the lockdown. And I was in Melbourne and we had to come straight back. So I hadn't seen my family for 2.5 years, which is way too long.
I know you've been practicing for the Music Man. We've seen you tap. I didn't know it was such a sweaty exercise. I had no idea. You're drenched.
It is the greatest workout ever. And it's so much fun. It's like drumming just without the drums.
Yeah.
It's probably just as annoying for everybody else in the house, unfortunately. But I tell you, if you want to work out for your legs, it is the best. And your core.
That's the one.
But I've been practicing right throughout the pandemic, but either in my home or as things lifted out with Warren, my choreographer, and Sarah. And I just thought, let's just keep going. I can't just not do anything for 1.5 years. And also remember, we didn't know how long it was going to last. So oh my gosh, I was meant to have started 1 year ago. Wow. And then we thought, it'll be September. I thought, we'll go. And then, it's going to be January. And then it just sort of extended. And I thought, I'll just keep going.
So are you pumped for Broadway? Can you believe it's opening? It's really happening. This is a real thing.
I just can't believe it's been closed this long.
Yeah.
That is that just keeps hitting me.
Yeah.
And I wish I'd been in the audience for some of these first. Like some of these, it must have been incredible. And I can't believe it, but I'm so excited to be part of it. To be there as Broadway opens up again, and also to bring back a musical, which is the first musical I ever did, by the way, The Music Man.
Is that
at high
right?
school. Yeah, I was in year 9, so what does that make me, 15? I was salesman number 2. Gutted I didn't get the lead part, so no, I'm kidding, no. I knew I was that whole opening, and I was in, and I loved that musical. So in my head, I was like, one day. So here it is. So to be coming back in The Music Man on Broadway, and I've been lucky. I've done London, West End. Obviously, I've done theatre in Australia. There's nothing like Broadway, particularly for a musical. That's the pinnacle.
Whenever I can see it, I'm going to come see you because I'm dying to see it with you. When I saw you tapping, because you know every kid who's ever taken tap for 5 seconds, which we all have, step, shuffle, hop, step, step. You're like, oh my gosh, that's how it's done. I'm ready.
So how much tap did you do?
Not much, man. Not
Oh.
much. No.
I wish I'd known that earlier.
I've done
Where's
like,
my research?
I did tap in like, it was bad news, but
Really?
but there is a joy to it that I understood when I was watching you. I mean, when you're in love with it.
It's just fun.
Yeah, it's a blast. How are your backgammon skills, by the way? Are
So
you
good.
Still?
Like got so much better.
Are you sure?
Oh. Are we laying down the gauntlet?
No.
Deb and I play 20 games a day. 20. That's the secret. And it gets heated. She is competitive.
She is?
Oh, yeah.
So how does
If you want to see a little bit of the darkness, you throw a double 6 to win it right at the last minute, and then you'll see a little bit of the dark edge of Deb. But my backgammon skills got very good, I think, over the pandemic. So, yeah, beware. I'll take it on. Bring it on. All comers.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
I have 2 children.
I know. And by the way, I wanted to say to you, I said it off air, but I wanted to say on air how happy Deb and I are for you and for Joel and just your family, because it's been so beautiful to watch and how you've shared that journey so far. It's beautiful. And I'm actually saying that on behalf of Australia and the world.
Well, I mean, I think...
And if you need a babysitter, my daughter says she's in.
She is. Well, it's so funny because I've made a couple of really great decisions in my life, and probably 3 real great ones. And they were picking Joel and adopting Healing and Hope.
Yeah. I'm gonna match you on that. Same. That's
3 best decisions in your life.
That's it.
And how are the kids? How is that?
I'm just going to cry through this whole interview. It's so amazing to me, the journey. So I have a 21-year-old now, and as of last Saturday, a 16-year-old, and I'm so proud of them how they handled the pandemic, because if I try to think what that would have been like for me at that age, where your parents, not only do they mean nothing, you want them so far away from you at that age as possible. And then all of a sudden, not only are you not seeing your friends, you're stuck with them indefinitely. It's like a horror movie. So, but regardless, with school and everything that went on, I was just so proud of them. And they are the greatest gift ever to come into my life. And it's just such a blessing, truly a blessing. So when I see you talking about it and when you shared with it, and literally Deb and I in the morning we were crying along with you.
Well, that means a lot. Well, I'm glad we have something cool like that in common.
Yeah.
Very cool.
With threes.
Ah, yes. Threes. All right.
Not to be confused with the threes.
Oh, what about that?
What about that?
What's going on with Wolverine?
Oh, I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
That's it?
Yeah, but it was one of the greatest working things of my life. But
I don't know. You know how everybody buzzes.
All right. Yeah.
He's back. He's out. He's
You're
in.
like,
He's out.
fine.
Okay.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to your Tuesday Popstar Plus, and we have a great one for you today. We're going to explore the gripping new series Anatomy of a Scandal with its talented stars Sienna Miller and Michelle Dockery. Plus, Chanel was up late last night. She had a big night over at the Met Gala and was going to recap all the wild looks and excitement from that red carpet. And then later, we're marking the original release of one of our favorite comedies, Bridesmaids. We got a fun blast from the past with that cast. But first, here's today's Popstart headlines. This trailer for this movie, Olivia Wilde's new movie, looks awesome. I watched it this morning. It's called Don't Worry, Darling. And the first trailer is out for the highly anticipated movie that stars Little Women's Florence Pugh, Harry Styles, Chris Pine, and Olivia Wilde, who doubles as director on the project, is also in it. It's a psychological thriller. Follows a group of couples who live in a utopian 1950s community where the wives are expected to never question what their husbands actually do for a living. But it all starts to crumble when Pugh's character, Alice, would like to know a little more. Take a look.
The one thing they ask of us is to stay here, where it's safe.
Do you even know what the Victory Project actually is? Have you ever asked?
Do you? Stop it, Alice.
What if this place is dangerous? What if...
No. Jack, it's okay. I'm curious to hear where she's going with this.
Oh. It looks so good. It's got like WandaVision vibes. It's got like Mad Men, Stepford Wives. It's, it looks so good. This is Harry Styles is in it. It's not the first time he's been in a movie. 2017, you might recall the Grammy winner was in the World War II film Dunkirk. He was also in The Eternals, but this is much more of heavy lifting for Harry, who seems excellent in it. The movie looks great. It's slated to hit theaters this
the title.
fall.
Don't worry, darling.
Right. Next up, George Carlin, HBO giving the legendary comedian the documentary treatment. The project called George Carlin's American Dream is going to feature interviews from some of comedy's biggest names: Jerry Seinfeld, Jon Stewart, Bill Burr, and Chris Rock, just to name a few. The film's going to explore the ups and downs of George Carlin's personal life and his career, as well as his most memorable moments, including, yes, those 7 words you can never say on television. Here's a peek.
He was funny, he was smart, he was opinionated.
I wanted to be just like him.
He was just so cool.
Here's the list of words you can't say all the time. Stand-up's the hardest thing. He did the hardest thing for the longest time.
He was challenging society to be better.
Life is sacred? Who said so? God? Hey, if you read history, you realize that God is one of the leading causes of death.
George Carlin's American Dream is going to stream on HBO Max in 2 parts. It's okay to laugh.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming.
In 2 parts. That starts on May 20th.
Okay.
All right, and finally, Lady Gaga, the Grammy winner, is soaring for the high notes on a new ballad off the Top Gun Maverick soundtrack. She just released a song overnight. It's called Hold My Hand. And then she shared the sort of message behind the lyrics. It was written specifically for the film. Gaga wrote, "Life taught me through hard times to have faith in humanity when it's hard to have faith in yourself. When you feel lonely, sad, removed from the world, far away from yourself and others, hold my hand." Here's a little bit of that song. That sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's for a blockbuster.
Good.
Too.
Yeah,
Gaga and Top Gun, good duo there. Earlier this week, she even hung out with Maverick himself, writing on this picture of them. "Thank you for coming to my show last night. I love you, my friend." That movie, by the way, looks awesome too. That was supposed to come out July 12th, 2019.
Oh, wow.
Several push dates later, and they say it's like the perfect film.
We've been waiting our whole lives for Top Gun.
Yes. And now to the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus. A few more headlines for you, starting with Ellen DeGeneres. It's the final month of the talk show host's long-running daytime program. Ellen's bringing back some of her biggest guests to close it all out. Today, her wife, Portia de Rossi, is going to be stopping by with some suggestions for Ellen's next chapter.
I want to make sure that you continue being a teacher, because that's really what you've been for everybody. And, you know, I just feel like more than ever, we need love and light and laughter. And so I hope that you continue to do something like that, like stand up, for example, or...
Yeah, maybe a little more stand-up. Sounds like the audience agrees with that. Until then, she's going to continue hosting the Ellen DeGeneres show until the finale. That'll be on May 26th. Next up, Josh Brolin. Fair warning to all the girl dads out there. This one's a tearjerker. On Monday, the proud papa posted this photo, riding in the car with his daughter Eden from her wedding over the weekend. Brolin captioning the photo with a sweet tribute that reads, in part, "When your daughter gets married, it all shows up. The memories, the life lived or not, and how certain relationships resonate. My son and my daughters are happy, contented. All the greatest gifts have no form and sit there waiting to be acknowledged." That wasn't a poignant post on Instagram. Can you imagine what the father of the bride's speech must have been like? Big congratulations going out to Eden and her new husband, Cameron. All right, we've covered your headlines for you. Next up, the cast of Anatomy of a Scandal delves into what makes that show just so bingeable.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Anatomy of a Scandal follows a British politician and his wife as they navigate a very public scandal and court case. The drama features a star-studded cast that includes Sienna Miller, Michelle Dockery, and Rupert Friend. They told us what makes the show just so riveting and what could be in store for a second season.
So, Anatomy of a Scandal is a 6-part binge-worthy thriller which is centered around a politician and his wife who get embroiled in a sex scandal which threatens to bring their lives crashing down around them.
And the British government.
And the British government.
The story tells each narrative from the perspective of the women who are caught up in its wake.
Making this right is all I care about.
Didn't question little things when I should have.
Won't your wife be wondering where you are?
She trusts me.
But little things add up, don't they?
Well, I think where our director was pretty genius. I mean, a story like this you could very much cast in a different way. You could have somebody who read as a villain very clearly, and it would be much more black and white. What S.J. Clarkson did was spend time in the grey, which I think is essential in a story like this, and show many different people's memories of the same event and how recall is really unreliable often. And everybody's version can be different. And so in some ways, the audience are left to make up their own minds in the end. And I think that there will be polarizing opinions about what actually happened, and that should hopefully lead to some arguing, healthy argument, and hopefully thought-provoking material.
She wouldn't give you what you wanted, and that is why you had to force yourself on her.
I didn't force myself on her.
And that's why she's accused you of rape.
I am not a rapist. I did not rape her. The word rape and my name have nothing to do with each other.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I do not think my character gets what she deserves. I think that's also the sad reality of a lot of these cases. Yeah, hopefully, again, creates, with those court case scenes, I just hope it kind of creates conversation around how we feel about what we're seeing, like the audience members, whether they lean one way or another, like asking ourselves why, and why something, makes a witness more unreliable, when really that's, when you step away from it, that shouldn't make, a witness more unreliable. And what are those things in society that are there that kind of add to that for whatever reason?
Well, I feel like for Kate, I feel that she reaches a point of peace. I feel that she isn't, for the majority of what you see of her in the show, she's not at peace with who she is as a person, her past. She needs some sort of closure on it. And, through this journey and this big risk that she takes in prosecuting someone that she knows and her attacker, she actually sort of, by the end, becomes closer to who she really is.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen to James, but the idea that he has to be accountable for his actions, I think that's right and proper, and that he has to effectively have a moral code, which he claims to have had, but clearly his actions and his words have not lined up in the past. So to me, that was there's a sense of justice, at least the beginning of a sense of justice there.
Yeah, and I think Sophie's taken the first few steps towards some form of self-analysis and independence from the life that she was raised to want, which was to be the perfect wife of the perfect man with the perfect children and the perfect house. She's really questioning what she's compromised for that and discovering who she might be had she made different decisions. And I think she's on a good path towards something better, or at least more truthful.
I liked that this felt like something that was playing out in real time. It wasn't like there was a buried treasure that then comes to light. It comes to light in front of our eyes, and we watch these people dealing with the blows that are dealt them before our eyes. And so that gave it, to me, a sense of kind of urgency, like emotional urgency, which was exciting.
I think the series does end with a door slightly ajar, certainly for Michelle Dockery's part. She's so brilliant in this, and what's that next case that she will be prosecuting? I'm not sure. We'll have to see, but it's good that you're left wondering, for sure.
Well, I think this show certainly is left on a kind of note of, what's to come, because of course it's the beginning of another story at the end, but it definitely feels like there is a momentum at the end that could potentially lead into something else. Who knows? I mean, I don't often kind of, unless there is an idea that the writers have, and you've been told a rumor that something's actually going to continue, then I'd be curious to know. But Yeah, I leave that up to the experts, the writers, to see where the characters go.
We should mention you can catch Anatomy of a Scandal, of course, on Netflix. Coming up next, who did Chanel encounter? Who was Chanel hanging out with over at the Met Gala? Stick around. All the big names and all the fashions from last night's big event coming up.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And welcome back. Chanel Jones had a very fun assignment last night. She took to the Met Gala red carpet to chat with some of the biggest names in fashion, Hollywood, sports, and more. Take a look at this.
The biggest stars stepped out in their finest here in New York City last night, and our very own Chanel had a front row seat to all the action. You're slumming with us
Good
this
morning,
morning.
Jeff. Please, I'm awake. Okay, there was no shortage of glitz and glamour. All of the stars dressed to the nines for this year's theme honoring the lavish Gilded Age. The party of the year returning to the Met in a big way with show-stopping looks that have people talking this morning. Over-the-top glamour on full display.
Can you just tell us who you're wearing tonight?
I'm wearing Versace.
Tell me who you're wearing.
Oscar de la Renta.
Alicia, who are you wearing? Who are you wearing, Chloe?
I'm wearing John Battista Valli.
At the hottest ticket in town, the star-studded Met Gala.
This is one of the largest crowds I've seen here in a few years. What do you think it is?
I think everybody's ready to come back and be together.
Back and bigger than ever on the first Monday of May.
This is the fashion event of the year. The theme this year is Gilded Glamour. So, of course, everyone puts their spin on it. They come up these steps and strike a pose.
This year's theme, an ode to the lavish Gilded Age of the late 19th century.
What were you saying about the future?
Gilded glamour from the future.
With crystals, crowns, and feathers galore.
Tell me who you're wearing.
I'm wearing Chanel.
Yes. Wow, fitting because my name is Chanel. What do you make of the Met Gala? Why is it so delightful?
I think it's a celebration of fashion, and I think it's a celebration of New York.
This year's gala co-chairs, including Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and Lin-Manuel Miranda, leading the charge on the museum's iconic steps. Lively, stunning in Versace, serving two looks in one.
Now that's what you called gilded glamour.
Drawing inspiration from the Big Apple, including Lady Liberty herself.
Before she did this costume change, I thought it was the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. Now she just dropped the mic.
It feels very heavy and very beautiful. It's like a workout.
Alicia Keys also channeling an Empire state of mind.
We asked Alicia what was in her hair. Her response, discs. How fantastic is this?
I mean, it's amazing to be here. My dress is sustainable and beautiful and...
The night featuring fresh faces.
It's my first time. I've never been here before.
As well as some fan favorites.
Sarah Jessica Parker was behind me, and I was like, I love your dress, and she was like, I love yours, and I'm lucky I didn't faint, but I did inside.
Sarah Jessica Parker is the belle of the ball. That hat. From the hats all the way down to the nails. Hey, can we see your nails? Let me see your nails. Always killing it with the nails. Oh my goodness. Stars pulling out all the stops at this year's gala. Is that comfortable?
It's heavy, but nothing's heavy when it comes to bags.
Who are you with? I mean, you're not with your hubby, but...
Not with my hubby tonight, but I'm gonna run inside and try to find all my friends.
The special night also turning into a family affair. Billionaire Elon Musk arriving to the party with his model mom in his first appearance since buying Twitter. And some of the most famous sisters glittering down the red carpet, including Kourtney Kardashian in a coordinated ensemble with her new fiancé, rocker Travis Barker. But it was undoubtedly Kim Kardashian who stole the show. There's no question about it. People have been waiting all night long for Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson. Kim Kardashian wearing the actual dress worn by Marilyn Monroe when she sang to President Kennedy. Between the show-stopping looks and some of the jaw-dropping moments. Can we just do a selfie real quick? We also made sure to save time for plenty of fun. What are we doing tonight? We're turning up! Making for another unforgettable night at the Met.
I think everybody's really happy that we're back. It's magic. It's like a fairy tale.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was the largest crowd I have seen in years. I mean, as far as the eye could see, people are lined up across Fifth Avenue here in New York City just to get a glimpse of whatever this is. Like, we recognize there's a lot of things happening in the world, but everybody seemed to say, you know what, last night, let's just push the pause button for a moment and just.
But it's more than that for people watching this show, and they think it's just that.
Yeah, it's
a
not
night,
that.
right? It's a charity night.
It's a charity night. It's a fundraiser, and they definitely raise a lot of money. I mean, money that will go, to students.
And everybody pretends to eat. They don't actually.
I don't think they eat. And they always say, and they don't. I should say this: while cameras are all over the red carpet, guests are actually asked to put away their phones once they're inside. Oh. But we can tell you, Vogue magazine, which organizes the annual event, says the gala featured surprise performances by Casey Musgraves and Lenny Kravitz. Oh. They always do the bathroom selfie. Yeah. What's fun is to ask people who they're most looking forward, to seeing. So they're all together, and it's a range of celebs. I mean, you have musicians, you have artists, you have Glenn Close, and then you have, Meg the Stallion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Was there someone you enjoyed most?
That's a really good question. I was just telling you guys, in person, Blake Lively's dress. Stunning.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Yeah.
It was absolutely gorgeous.
You know who else was stunning?
Who?
You, my
Yes, you are.
You look great.
Deb Weber in our wardrobe department.
Yeah.
She's our fairy godmother, right? And
Great.
Bianca and Debbie Bell's thank you guys.
You look beautiful.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And my friend Gwen Stefani looked beautiful.
Gwen Stefani. They look like works of art, Carson, when they come down the carpet.
What a fun night. I think Chanel looked better than all of them. Still to come, the cast of Bridesmaids and how they got into their hilarious characters. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. We want to take you back to the year 2011. That's when one of our favorite movies came out, Bridesmaids. It hit theaters. And with this month marking 11 years since its release, we dug up our very first interview with the cast.
Some women love it and some hate it. Either way, being a bridesmaid is an honor. Despite having to buy the all too often tacky dress you might consider turning into a tablecloth or something worse one day.
Well, now there is a movie that feels your pain as well as the pleasure. It's called Bridesmaids, and it stars Saturday Night Live's Kristen Wiig as the maid of honor whose life unravels as she leads a group of colorful bridesmaids. Take a look.
I don't know what to say. You look... Megan, are you okay?
I think my dress was probably just tight.
Oh my God. You got food poisoning from that restaurant, didn't you?
No, I had the same thing that she had, and I feel fine.
Oh my, okay.
Oh no.
What is happening? Nothing's happening.
Oh my God. You know, I don't really care which dress we get. It doesn't matter to me. I just need to get off this white carpet.
No. Get off the white carpet. Oh, and they try to get you out of that shop really quickly.
All right. They're all with us today, the bridesmaids. Rose Byrne, Ellie Kemper, and Wendy McClendon Covey. Hello, ladies.
Nice to see you all. You must have had a ball making this movie.
Such fun.
Okay, it was really fun today, opening USA Today. And
there you are.
Look at you.
You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
We are having so much fun.
Yeah, you guys are.
We are having a lot of fun.
Here comes the raunch. Here comes the raunch. They're saying that this is like the female raunchy version of The Hangover. Do you agree?
Is that a compliment? It is a compliment.
I see what they're saying.
Yeah?
Yes. Well, it's going to make billions of dollars. So it is exactly like it in that respect.
Yeah. And isn't Judd one of the? No, who's one of the producers? Of it?
Judd Apatow.
So he is. So he knows raunch.
He knows it well.
But this was co-written by Kristen and a friend of hers as well. So it's raunch from a lady's standpoint. Well, from a slut standpoint.
It's lady raunch. It's lady slut.
And we like that each of your characters is so distinctively different. You're sort of this type A one that people don't fall in love with right away.
Yes,
am I right?
She's kind of the villainess of the film, but I think at the end she sort of gets her redemption, and so she's not. I think we all have dimension. It's
well, she's the one with a little history with the.
Yes, Well, she's very competitive with Kristen and kind of winds her up and everything. But we had a lot of fun. It was very hard for me not to laugh because we did a lot of improvising, and these girls are so brilliant at it.
And you're so good at losing your British accent, by the way. I had no idea. I just wow. I didn't know. Australian. Sorry.
Close. They're somehow in the kingdom, although miles and miles apart.
Your character's interesting too. Very naive and sort of. I mean, we love you from The Office,
yes,
but
yes, wide-eyed, innocent, a very set view of marriage. Thinks anyone who isn't married is doomed for life.
Yes, over. And a lot of people still feel that way.
A lot of people still do. Yes, yes. It gets a little tutorial from this one.
Yes, because you're the raunchy. You're the raunchy one.
I'm the oldest bridesmaid, the cousin of the bride, the one who needs a bachelorette party the most. Because it's got to get me through the rest of my marriage. So I'm really banking on having a good time at this.
I think a lot of us can relate to your character.
I think a lot of people can. Yeah.
And your character has 3 young kids, is that right?
3 brat kids that hate me and I hate them. And I think that in the beginning of my marriage, I was like this one, and I thought, oh, this is the best it's ever going to get. Years down the line, I'm like, get me out of here. So.
Were you guys bridesmaids in real life, and did you have any similar experiences?
These ladies have both.
You both have been?
I've been a bridesmaid 7 times.
Oh my!
I've been a bridesmaid 8 times. See, they don't do that in Australia. They're very sensible.
You don't have people that stand up with you at weddings?
Well, no, I don't think it's as big a deal as it is in America. Everything's kind of larger than life. I think in Australia it's probably not.
You have to tell us about the locket. Your director gave all of you this locket?
Director Paul Feig, the last true gentleman, gave us. Look at this. I don't know where. Am I?
Yes,
there we are. Now look. Now
that's us. That's the bridesmaids.
I can't do it for you.
You're right there. We see it.
God, that was such a funny movie. Who doesn't love Bridesmaids? Well, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much for taking the time to enjoy this episode of Popstar Plus. We hope you did, and we hope you'll come back tomorrow for a little bit more. Tomorrow, by the way, get ready for a new season of Girls 5 Eva. You're welcome. That's tomorrow. See you then.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day.
Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold Cuts.
Cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hello, hello. Here you are, Today All Day, and our digital show, Today in 30.
We have got a big show for you today, including Savannah's exclusive sit-down with Bill Gates. It happened right here in Studio 1A.
Yeah, I had a lot to say about the global response to COVID, how we can prevent the next pandemic, which he highlights in a new book, and also some personal news in his life as well. Our wide-ranging conversation just ahead.
Plus, it is Teacher Appreciation Day, so we know you're celebrating. We're going to introduce you to a remarkable chemistry teacher, making learning fun in both the classroom and also on TikTok.
And last night was fashion's biggest and most exclusive party of the year, the Met Gala. We're covering the glitz, the gowns, the gilded glamour you might have missed. That and more coming up on
Today in 30. We've got it all covered. We're going to start with NBC's Justice correspondent Pete Williams. He's at the Supreme Court this morning. Pete, good morning.
Hoda, good morning to you. There is no way to confirm this leak, and the court isn't commenting, but it's almost certainly authentic. It was apparent back in December when the court heard this case that it was preparing to overturn Roe v. Wade. And it's also, as far as anyone can tell, unprecedented for a draft Supreme Court opinion to be leaked. The blockbuster story broke overnight on the Politico website, reporting that a draft of the Supreme Court's opinion shows the court overturning Roe v. Wade in a blistering ruling. Politico says the draft was written by Justice Samuel Alito and says, quote, "The inescapable conclusion is that the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions." And it quotes him as writing, "It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's representatives." A big reason to believe the authenticity of the Politico story is that when the case was argued in December, it was apparent there were at least 5 votes on the court to overturn Roe. Alito himself repeatedly made his position clear during the courtroom argument.
Can it be said that the right to abortion is deeply rooted in the history and traditions of the American people?
One of the reporters who wrote the Politico story told Rachel Maddow Monday night that he's convinced the draft is genuine.
Well, we're very confident in the authenticity of this draft majority opinion, Rachel, both in the way that we obtained it and other information that we got that supports its authenticity.
The court is considering the fate of a Mississippi law passed in 2018, but so far blocked by a lawsuit that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lower court said it would violate the Supreme Court's abortion precedents, beginning with Roe in 1973, that say states cannot ban abortion before the age of fetal viability. That's around 23 weeks into the pregnancy. If the Supreme Court does end up overruling Roe, that would not make abortion illegal, but it would leave it up to each individual state to decide whether to ban it. And about half the states have already signaled that they would. The Politico story is remarkable for another reason. No one can remember any leak like this, and certainly not in one of the most high-profile cases in modern history.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Bill Gates co-founded Microsoft nearly 50 years ago at the forefront of the computer age that changed the world. And since then, he's been using the fortune that earned him to change the world. The Gates Foundation giving away tens of billions of dollars over the past decade. He also famously predicted the world was unprepared for a pandemic in a 2015 TED Talk that was unfortunately accurate and has been viewed now 43 million times. Well, he's sounding the alarm again this morning. His new book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, is out today. It's also been a year of upheaval in his own life after he and Melinda, his wife of 27 years, announced their divorce 1 year ago today. So, Bill, we have so much to catch up on. It's good to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Well, I think this is the definition of what they call a hard sell. You're out here promoting a book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, and you know people are sick and tired of hearing about the pandemic. They have COVID fatigue. Why is this the moment to have this conversation?
Well, I don't want us to wait until we forget about how awful this has been. I mean, we've had tens of millions of deaths, trillions of dollars of economic loss, education loss, mental depression. And with a few key steps, we can make sure this won't happen again.
There's something strangely optimistic about this book. You've got a whole bunch of ideas on how to actually prevent the next pandemic. One idea, you compare it to firefighters. We need kind of a global firefighting team that's ready to find the next pandemic and respond to it. How would it work?
Well, in firefighting, we're all trained to know that, there's the exit. The U.S. alone has over 300,000 full-time firefighters. So we take it seriously because if one house burns down, it can, affect an entire community. Pandemics are even worse, and we didn't practice. We weren't ready to go. A few countries that were more ready, like Australia, have 10% the deaths that we have. So the debate about exactly how to invest in that preparedness now is the right time, even though we're still trying to get out of this one.
Yeah, you've argued that basically pandemics, disease is inevitable, but pandemics are not. And if you spend billions now, you save trillions later. Is that a pretty good summary of the book?
Yeah, big return.
Tell me about, you have this germ team that you propose. We have the World Health Organization. Why isn't that enough?
Well, they're not funded, actually, to go to countries and practice. They're not funded to fly in when there's an outbreak. So they need about $1 billion a year, 3,000 more people that would stay dedicated to pandemics. Pandemics don't come very often, so it's easy to take your personnel and go work on other things. And here, we'd make sure that this team had those skills and was always practicing.
By the way, in some ways, we were lucky with this pandemic. It certainly could have been a more contagious virus, and it could have been more lethal.
Yeah, the lethality, ends up being about 0.3%. Smallpox is 30%. So this is not the worst case, all the more reason to make these investments in preparedness.
When you look at how the U.S. and the world responded to COVID-19, whether it's masks or vaccines or shutdowns, closures, it's become so political. I wonder if it happened again, if it was March 2020 all over again with COVID-19, would we even be able to mount as effective a response as we did last time around? It's been so politicized.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't get trusted voices in both parties talking about the benefit of masks and vaccines so that it wasn't a political issue. I think everybody does support the health workers who are heroes. I think they support the innovation where we got the vaccine out faster than ever before, and that has saved millions of lives. Even that vaccine, we can make a better one where you never get infected. So, you know, innovation, like in many areas, is where I see a potential for a consensus and for avoiding most of the damage.
Yeah, the book, if you want to geek out on some of the innovations and where the technology is, a vaccine you can inhale, a pan vaccine, it's in there. But let's talk about misinformation, because that has been a hallmark, unfortunately, of this pandemic. President Biden rather famously said last July that misinformation on social media is killing people. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It's been weird that, you know, vaccines have been attacked as, you know, being overall net negative, or there's some conspiracy here. It's terrible.
Well, some of it affects you. You're part of these conspiracy theories.
That is a very weird thing, that just because I support vaccines to save millions of lives, people are saying, no, I make money from vaccines, or that I'm trying to, you know, cause death or track, or a lot of strange stuff. Hard to understand why that is.
Well, you know, misinformation is obviously a big issue that a lot of folks like you are worried about. Elon Musk just recently announced moves to acquire Twitter. I wonder if you are concerned about the proliferation of misinformation, given some of his views about expanding what he refers to as free speech on Twitter, and what you think of the acquisition.
Well, the digital realm has facilitated, you know, kind of interesting but wrong ideas spreading very quickly. And we need to innovate so that digital realm is more of a positive thing of getting the truth out, and that people are seeing, hey, this is false.
Do you worry about Elon Musk?
Well, Elon, you wouldn't want to underestimate Elon. What he did at Tesla is amazing, helping with climate change. What he did at SpaceX, you know, will he this time make that improvement? You know, should there be laws that strike a better balance of free speech versus, you know, conspiracy theories confusing people? You know, Elon thinks he can improve Twitter. Well, I don't know specifically what he'll do, but you know, it is, there's an opportunity, and we need innovation in that space.
Well, let's talk about you personally. It's been a period of transition. It was actually 1 year ago today that you and your wife, Melinda, filed for divorce. How have you been coming to terms with this?
Well, the divorce is definitely a sad thing. You know, I have responsibility for causing a lot of pain to my family. You know, it was a tough year. I feel good that all of us are moving forward now. You know, my oldest got married. Melinda and I are, you know, continuing to work together. So, you know, it was sad and tragic, but, you know, now we're moving together.
Yeah, she did an interview recently, and she talked about times in her marriage. She said she was lying on the floor crying. What was it like for you to hear that and to hear it publicly?
Well, this was a very tough thing. We had a lot of amazing things in our marriage, the kids, the foundation, the enjoyment we had. And so it's a very hard adjustment. You know, I know divorces are different, but, you know, just a complete change. You know, we were partners. We kind of grew up together. And now that's different. We're not married.
Frankly, there were allegations of extramarital affairs, and when she was asked about that in the interview, she said that is a question that Bill needs to answer. So here you are now. Did that happen? Were you unfaithful in your marriage? Is that one of the reasons there was a divorce?
I certainly made mistakes, and I take responsibility. I don't think delving into the particulars at this point is constructive, but yes, I caused pain, and I feel terrible about that.
What have you learned from that? I mean, you were someone who has this voracious appetite for knowledge, and divorce is an experience that can be a journey into learning something about yourself and change, hopefully. What have you learned about yourself?
There's areas like climate or, health where I have expertise, and on personal matters like this, I don't think of myself as an expert. I should be very humble about, success, has a tricky aspect to it. So, I don't have great advice for other people.
Yeah. I have to ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. Melinda mentioned that was one of the strains, your relationship with him. And, why? I guess the question is real simple. I mean, why did you continue to meet with him? When you met him, he was already a convicted sex offender. And do you regret that?
I certainly made a huge mistake, not only meeting him in the first place, but I met with him a number of times. I had a goal of raising money for global health. I didn't realize that meeting with him almost downplayed the incredibly awful things he did. I learned more about that over time, but I'd add that to the list of big mistakes, including where Melinda's advice was sound, and I should have followed it sooner than I did.
And you never saw anything where you thought, this doesn't feel right? Melinda kind of had a visceral reaction the first time she met him.
No, he was a bad person, and I had a reason that I thought those meetings would lead to something good, but I shouldn't have done them.
And finally, on this topic, you recently gave an interview. You said you'd marry Melinda all over again. She says you guys are friendly, not necessarily friends, but friendly. How do you see the relationship moving forward?
Well, one of the things we built together is the Gates Foundation, and we love that work. We've got all the resources I was lucky enough to get. We've got Warren Buffett committed massive resources. And so making sure that is spent well, saves lives. Melinda and I love doing that work together. So I feel very lucky that I still have that with her, as well as, we've got these three incredible kids.
I know. And I heard they're all moving out of the house. So you're an empty nester for sure now.
I've got a big empty nest.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. And again, the book is called How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, chock full of ideas. It's out today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me.
That's
what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As you know, today is Teacher Appreciation Day, and this morning we are shining a light on a chemistry teacher who is making science fun.
A lot of folks appreciate him. His students at Culver Academies in Indiana enjoyed his lessons so much, they told him he should try TikTok, and the reaction has been overwhelming.
Perfect time to make a ketchup-powered rocket. Let's go.
Just 3 years ago, chemistry teacher Phil Cook didn't even know what TikTok was. Least of all, making a video for the site.
One of the first demonstrations that I show them involves taking a chemical that is very, very reactive when you melt it and adding a gummy bear to it. Lots of smoke, lots of fire.
With help from a student, he posted the experiment on TikTok, and it blew up in one weekend.
The video had gotten so many thousand views. I'm like, holy cow. People really are interested in seeing science through this particular application.
He goes by Chem Teacher Phil, where he demonstrates to over 3 million followers on how to separate molecules, simulate a nuclear fission reaction, and even make paper out of grass.
That's science for the win. I love the aspect, just selfishly, of not limiting the curiosity to the kids that are in my classroom right now, but being able to kind of put it out there and see how other people respond to it and whether or not they feel like they learned something from it.
Understanding the social media platform was the biggest challenge. It now takes Phil 4 to 10 hours to make a 30-second video. These days, he jots all his thoughts in a notepad and enlists his wife's unfiltered opinion.
She finds good ideas, she sends them to me as well. And she gives me feedback on videos. She is like my partner in crime 100% with creating all this content.
Phil's enthusiasm for science was sparked in high school by his own chemistry teacher, who encouraged him to help set up lab experiments. And now, in his 22nd year as a teacher, this mad scientist is still trying to ignite that same reaction in his students.
I think the biggest thing for me that gets kids excited is when they get to experience it themselves. So getting them back in the lab, getting them where they're putting their hands on the science. What do you think will happen when I do that? Talk to your neighbor. If you are super excited about what you do, even the kids who come into class saying, Mr. Cook, I'm not a science person. And so many kids come in saying that, and that gets them interested and curious.
As for what his students think about his TikTok fame,
the word that they would say is, it's a flex, right? It's a flex that they have me as their chemistry teacher, right? To sound horrible as a Gen Xer using a word like that.
I definitely think it's a flex to have him as a teacher. I've never had like a teacher that is like so into what he's doing.
It was the first day of class and we were already doing outrageous experiments. So I knew after the first day, like, this is going to be a good course.
Kate McIntosh had him as a teacher in 2006 after dropping out of chemistry the year before.
More valuable than getting the A with Mr. Cook was just the confidence that came from learning from a really good teacher.
Phil got into his element with a lime experiment for us.
You guys ever heard of limelight before? It's calcium oxide. And strangest thing happens when you heat it really, really hot. It becomes incandescent. And the way that they used to do this in the theaters, they would have a huge stick of it. I'm using MAP gas, which burns just as hot as a hydrogen torch and gives you the same effect. It's getting too bright. We just got it for a moment. Just for a moment where it actually got hot enough. Is it any surprise that there were a lot of theater fires?
Taking on teaching and TikTok is a balancing act only a true chemist can compute.
Whoa! I hope they learn something. And I hope what they see makes them more curious about the world around. How cool is that?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Carlin, good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Forget the runway shows. There's no bigger runway than New York City's Met Gala.
Yep, and the theme was gilded glamour. And with us now with the best and boldest looks of the night is style host Xana Roberts-Rossi.
Hello, ladies. Okay, overall, give us big picture first. It seemed like a wow. Those dresses were out there, man.
Gilded glamour, ostentatious excess. It was everything you need from the Met Gala.
People said Blake Lively hit a home run. She was one of the what do they call it?
The co-hosts.
Co-hosts.
Yes,
yeah.
She arrived in the night in the most exceptional Versace look.
Baby.
So this dress was actually inspired by New York architecture, our favorite landmark. So it started as this copper-toned dress with the giant bow.
What are they doing?
And then you see the unveil on the steps, and it turns into this green color, which is basically representing the oxidization of the Statue of Liberty.
Wait, what?
Yes, and this train, guys, is based upon the Grand Central Station ceiling and the constellation of all 12 zodiac signs.
Okay, I had no idea.
So exquisitely done and so well considered. Beautiful.
Wow.
A dress with a statement. I love it.
Always. That's what you expect at the Met, right?
We got Cardi B up next.
Cardi B. I mean, always brings the most. Her arrival was my favorite of the night. She arrived in a muscle car with Donatella herself. Oh my gosh. She brought the most incredible gold gown. Now, this gown took 20 members of the Versace atelier 1,300 hours. That's 54 days, guys, to create, and it contained half a mile of golden metal chains, and basically the Medusa medallions here are representing the wealth and the coins of the era, because obviously it was an abundance of wealth.
What does it mean if Donatella is standing next to you? What does that mean?
It means you're the queen.
Okay.
It means you're dating with the queen.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite the date to get.
All right. Who else do we have?
We have Sarah
Jessica Parker.
Yeah. She wore this incredible Christopher John Rogers dress. Now, this is a very special story to it. So this was based upon, inspired by Elizabeth Hobbs Keckley, who was a seamstress born into slavery in 1818, but she purchased her freedom from her earnings as a seamstress. And now Christopher John Rogers is a very prominent black designer here in New York City, who we love very much, and they made this incredible ball gown. It had almost a gingham, oversized gingham with this great corset. Obviously, SJP wore SJP shoes and this incredible, look at this, Philip Tracy plume out of her amazing hair as well.
That hair looks
She is
amazing.
the theme queen. She never does any wrong.
That is wow. But Lizzo also brought the heat. She also brought her flute to the red carpet.
She brought her flute.
Yes.
Guys, this flute apparently cost $55,000.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no one said the Met Gala was cheap, Pence. So she was played the flute. She came in this incredible Tom Brown cape coat with corset dress. Now, this took 22,000 hours to create. 1,000. This is hand embroidered, every little bit ornate of the gold. These nails, she laughs, saying she could basically open people's drinks with them, they're like corkscrews. And the choker, which was a major trend of the night across the board.
Now, you were a big fan of Vanessa Hudgens. She was all flowy and
sheer, but still the most risque look I've ever seen for someone who's completely covered up, by the way. So this is, she was wearing this gorgeous Moschino dress. You can't see an inch of skin apart from her hands, but it's a very risque number. The lace at the back is almost reminiscent of a bustle of the era, but done in a very modern way. She looked smoldering.
Yeah, she did.
Big fan of this dress and those jewels.
Wow.
My favorite, one of my favorites, Gigi Hadid. She went big.
She did?
Bubble.
I didn't see that.
I love your reaction. Ruby, great way to describe it. So this was another Versace look. She wore this cat suit with this incredible, this is called an opera coat. Basically, it's a giant puffer coat. Gigi told us that it's the heaviest thing she's ever worn.
I want it.
Isn't it incredible? I could totally see you in this, Yvonne. We need this. And the cat suit is obviously latex, and it's molded to her body. And I think she just looks so modern, so fresh, so cool.
Oh my God, why do you love it? What is it about it?
My only question is, does one go to the restroom in that? At all? No, I love it because I'm like streetwear, but I also like men's stuff. I just love a bubble, and it's like feminist. With like the big. It's also like if I get tired, I can just take it off and just snap
it. Duvets were a big thing of the night. Actually, I had one myself.
All right, there was a mystery man wandering around. What was this about?
Oh gosh,
what was this
mystery
about?
man? So there was some confusion that this was actually Jared Leto.
Yeah, I thought it was.
All over the internet, everyone was saying Jared Leto's coming, Iris Van Herpen. It actually was not Jared Leto. It was kind of his doppelganger, Frederick. Frederick is a creative director. So basically, he wore this amazing gown. Look, and we were all talking about it like it was Jared. But then Jared actually showed up with
a twin.
With Alessandro Michele, the designer of Gucci, in exactly the same look as each other.
I got confused when I saw those two. Everything was confusing to me.
It was very confusing.
I was confused.
And then I actually saw Jared later at the after parties at Boom Boom, and I was like, is this the real Jared Leto? I'm not sure. Okay, here it is. It was definitely the real Jared Leto.
Wow. And we should point out, this whole Met Gala is really a fundraiser, too. It does raise money. It's a lot of fun, I think, if you're in New York, and I think sometimes you need a little break from the tough life so you can have a little fun.
It's a glimmer of light.
It is. And you can catch Xana on Daily Pop weekdays at 11 Eastern on our sister network E! And as a fashion correspondent for the Kentucky Derby. Wait, what? You got promoted again on NBC Sports this Saturday. Well, congratulations.
That is awesome.
What a great assignment.
The best. We're going to be tats galore.
Be sure to join us again tomorrow on Today when the cast of Company joins us. It's our Best of Broadway week.
Okay, then we're going to see you in just a few, 24 hours.
Count them down.
Yeah.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pecan Noodle Parlor.
The Pecan first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pecan Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So, talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pecan Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pecan Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pecan Noodle Parlor remains open.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Jerry Tam runs the Pecan Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pecan's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pecan together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pecan Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pecan? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50-something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age, and if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Pecan ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
Dining out is an essential part of life, right? What more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays, at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese The mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. We are inching towards summer, and that means it's time to start planning that summer getaway. And you won't be alone. The TSA says airline passenger numbers are soaring, almost back to pre-pandemic levels, with more than 2 million flyers on most days. But be prepared to pay up. The surge in demand and rising oil prices have pushed airfares up 40% since January. According to AAA, the average cost for a regular gallon of gas is $4.12. Compare that to a year ago when it was $2.89 for a gallon. And rising food costs are also taking a piece out of our budgets. The average household now spends about $327 more per month to cover the soaring costs of everyday necessities, from gas to groceries. But no need to let inflation stop your family vacation, according to financial expert Winnie Sun.
You know, you want to look at, there's still areas where you can go to, drive to, and perhaps just don't get on a plane since, you know, airline prices continue to get higher. But do you know, if you do a little smart planning with points and miles, there's a lot that you can do without really breaking your budget.
That's why for the next 25 minutes, we're going to help you get through it. From amusement park hacks to whether you should fly or drive. We'll even talk about what it's like to take a cruise these days. But first, to guide us through the state of travel, Samantha Brown. She has traversed the world for decades. She joins us now with what we need to know about traveling. It is such a pleasure to have you here.
It is great to be here. Let's talk travel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something you know a lot about. So after 2 years of us being cooped up, I know I'm absolutely ready to get out, see some sights. You're on the road all the time. Let's start just with masking. What are you seeing from that perspective? What's the latest on the guidelines? Planes, trains, buses?
So planes, obviously we know in public transportation, even planes, a mask mandate has ended for passengers as well as crew, but not airports. Airports get to dictate what they want. So right now we're even seeing like JFK, New York, LAX, Los Angeles, they're not dropping their mask mandates. Even stores, you'll see signs up, we prefer that you wear a mask. So my advice is bring masks. You may need them, you may want them.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the idea that there's just so many places in the world to go? Where are you seeing people gravitating to the most?
Gosh, the United States of America. You know, we began it in 2020 and people just continually dial down on our amazing country, especially, of course, Americans. So the entire eastern seaboard, the West Coast, Colorado is a massive hot destination. Really, the only destinations that aren't hot right now, Vicki, are major cities. You know, for the leisure traveler, they just haven't come back. Major cities get international travelers, a lot of business travelers, and that travel has not yet returned.
Okay, we know every good trip starts with planning, right? So what's the best way to set a destination and sort of plan out an itinerary so you can have a successful trip and a good time?
So I love this because I talk to a lot of moms out there. We're the travel planners, right? Right now, what's dictating where people are going is simply, can we afford it, right? The affordability. And these walls are now closing in, especially for summer. So a great tactic is to sign up for cheap fare alerts. I love websites like airfarewatchdog.com, skyscanner.com. I sign up for an alert, I plug in my departing airport, and then every single week, and sometimes 3 weeks, every three times a week, sorry, I am sent the cheapest departures leaving from my airport. So now I have a whole list, Vicki, that I can work from that is
on budget
and available.
Oh, I love that. Okay, that's a really great hack. I want to say, full disclosure, my parents and I, we are Samantha Brown super fans. Like, my mom actually owns your luggage, the bag with the little carry-on attached together.
It's my system.
We have loved you and followed you for years, and you're such an expert here. So let's talk about what are your hacks for packing and making sure you don't leave anything behind and that it's hassle-free.
Okay, so my best travel packing hack right now, bring old shoes. All your old sneakers, never throw those away or even donate. Bring them, pack them, use them, then leave them at your destination.
Oh my gosh.
Shoes take up way too much room in your luggage. Now you've got space back to bring things from your travel. So that's my #1 packing hack. For being prepared for the airport or any type of travel, food. Okay, I know road trips, everyone brings food, but even for the airport, I'm seeing very, very long lines for restaurants, for food. Maybe you can't sit down and get a meal, and that plane doesn't feed you anymore.
Right.
We know that if our kids don't eat and if moms don't eat, it's over.
Everybody's
right?
super hangry. It's not fun.
Bring a picnic lunch is what I say to the airport. Pack food.
That is so smart. The old shoes, fascinating.
Old shoes.
Just don't take pictures from, like, you know,
Exactly.
don't
No
show the
one
old shoes
cares
in the
about
photos.
your shoes. Exactly.
I love it. Okay, well, we know the airlines have been struggling sort of to get back to normal. Staffing levels are low. We're seeing a lot of cancellations. You add on the crazy weather, and people are getting stranded at airports. Are there things that we can do ahead of our trip so that we don't end up in that kind of situation?
Well, you can't really avoid canceled flights. No one has that crystal ball, but there are flights that tend to leave better than others, and that is your first flight out.
Okay.
That 6 a.m. flight, 6:30 a.m. flight, it is so painful getting up at 3:30 and 4 a.m., but it is absolutely worth it. Those planes leave. Why? Because that plane has come in the night before, so you already have your plane, you hopefully have the crew, and you depart before all the weather, all the other delays, all delays happening on the East Coast or the West Coast meets the East Coast happen. You are en route. And those are now still the cheapest flights to get. They may still have availability on those 6 a.m. flights. So you're doing well. If you get a first flight out and direct, you're doing good with travel.
You just got to wake up the kids and get them on board.
My kids would always go in their pajamas. They loved it. Just roll out of bed, put on the shoes, the old sneakers.
The old sneakers that we're going to leave behind.
We're going to leave behind and have, replacements. But yeah, exactly.
Genius. Okay, so with so much happening right now, do you think people should invest extra in travel insurance? I mean, it's so expensive to travel to begin with, but is it worth it to get that extra insurance?
Well, it depends. I think if you're spending a lot of money and people are making these really big once-in-a-lifetime trips because they haven't been able to travel for years, they're bringing their parents, their kids, that's a lot of money. So the way I look at it as, this is an investment, and travel insurance protects that investment if it's a lot of money. If you are going overseas, absolutely, especially get medical coverage. Understand that our own health insurance here in the United States provides little to no coverage overseas. You will want that. And so it's just, again, protecting your investment, looking forward to the trip, and knowing you're in good hands if something goes wrong.
I could talk to you forever.
I know. Let's do it.
Only Samantha Brown, thank you so much. Well, now that we've gotten all those great tips for how to plan and carry out a vacation, what about whether you should fly or drive? Questions you want to ask before you head out. Plus, RVing is more popular than ever. But trust me, it is definitely not like driving a regular car. Hit the road with me as I go to RV school for a driving lesson, and later on, amusement parks. Big time hot destination right now. The secrets to saving money and packing it all in. Much more when Consumer Confidential returns.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If you're planning on hitting the road this summer, finding ways to save some money is always welcome news, especially with record high gas prices. As we talked about earlier, AAA says the average cost for a regular gallon of gas is $4.12. That's actually up more than 40% from just a year ago. Joining us now is Paula Twydale. She's a senior vice president for travel at AAA. She's going to help us navigate our summer road trip. Paula, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. So gas prices at these record levels, we haven't seen them like this before. It's really hurting all of us in our pocketbook. What are some ways that you can save if you're planning to do a road trip this summer?
Well, anyone that's planning a road trip or wherever they're going, we say plan early. Planning is critical, knowing the distances you're going, look at times, tolls if you're on the road, stops that you may want to make, and certainly what you're going to spend.
And AAA has talked about filling up at the beginning of the week. It can be cheaper in different locations, like you want to find in town versus right off the freeway. That can be a way to save money as well. What about if you are on the fence between flying and driving? You know, you're not just thinking about the price of the plane ticket, right? What are some other things to consider and factor into your budget?
Sure, great question. Really, it's about doing the math. You have to figure out what is the distance I'm going to travel, how much discretionary time do I have to plan my vacation. So do you want to be spending your time on the road at the front end of your vacation, the back end driving, if it's maybe 8 or 12 hours of the day? So the distance comes into play, and really how many people are traveling. So if 2 people, yourself and a significant other, are going to travel, you may want to fly because you can afford that plane ticket when you're planning early to get the best rate. However, if you're going to drive, you might be losing those 12 or 15 hours in the car, and then you're going to plan on stops and any ancillary costs that you may incur if you're going to overnight in a hotel. And understanding too, there are parking fees that come into play. So what's happening when you get to that hotel and you incur parking fees?
Let's talk about rentals and car rentals, because there's major sticker shock out there. We were planning a trip to the West Coast and thought we would just rent a car, and instead decided, you know what, it makes more sense to take a rideshare like an Uber or a Lyft from the airport to our destination because we don't really need a car for the whole time that we're traveling. So what do people need to know on different ways to save on car rentals or maybe not even renting a car?
Well, first of all, knowing the personal circumstances, right? If you're in a resort area or with family, you may not need a rental car when you get to your destination. But if you do, you would want to really consider the off-airport locations as well in the local area and the community. They're usually less expensive, number one, because they're not paying those airport taxes. Right. So that's first.
So you get to the airport and then you take a rideshare to an off-airport location to pick up a car.
And sometimes the locations have pickup services too. So weigh those differences out, and maybe you're going to rent a car. But in the case of yourself, where you're going to be stationary and attractions or restaurants or things are all in walking distance, you're not going to really need to rent a car. A rideshare is a good option. But if you do need to rent a car, do it ahead of time. Plan so that you have the inventory available, making sure you have the selection of the price. And if you have an option, pay in advance because you can save about 20% off your bill. I've seen a $100 difference between pay now at time of booking versus pay at the counter. So you have more choice because there will be shortages this year. More people are traveling this summer. 52% of Americans have already made their plans for the summer.
Great advice. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us, Paula.
Thank you so much.
Well, speaking of hitting the road, RVing really became popular during the pandemic. And if you are thinking about going on your own cross-country adventure, just remember, driving an RV, it is not like driving a car. They are big, they're heavy, and if you don't know what you're doing, they can be dangerous. To show you what to expect, I went to driving school.
Time to hit the open road. And with a recreational vehicle, it's a comfortable and even luxurious way to see the country. RVs are so popular right now, one major rental company reports sales are up 38% from the previous year. But some RVs are more than 40 feet long, 13 feet tall, and weigh more than 40,000 pounds, making them even bigger and heavier than a school bus.
And that's why they say before you drive one of these recreational vehicles, you need some specialty training. That's what I'm doing here in Texas in this parking lot where they've set up these orange cones and a little driving course. And you know what? I'm going to crush it.
My instructor, Tim Armstrong, with the RV Driving School. He has 25 years of experience as a professional semi-truck driver and RV instructor. Our vehicle, this massive motorhome that sleeps 4, has a full kitchen, bathroom, and even a washer and dryer. A true home away from home, loaned to us by the National Indoor RV Centers.
So before we get behind the wheel, what do we have to do?
We're going to do a safety check.
Okay.
We're going to walk around, make sure all our hatches are closed. We have air in the tires. There's nothing underneath that could cause us a problem. And check the front and the back to make sure those areas are clear.
Time to get into the driver's seat. But first, a minor wardrobe change.
You had me change out of my flip-flops to wear these shoes. Why was that important?
We always want a solid shoe to drive because I want you to have a firm control of the brake and the gas.
Okay, here we go.
Next, I get situated.
Before we can drive, we have to have everything set up for you.
That means adjust the seat so you can reach the pedals and see above the dashboard. Make sure you can reach the steering wheel and your arms are relaxed. And fine-tune the all-important mirrors so you can see what's beside you while you're turning.
Mirrors and these size coaches, that's your very best friend.
We are all adjusted. How do I put this thing into gear?
First off, put your foot on the brake.
Got it.
On the left side, there's a little panel that says DNR. Press D for drive. That yellow knob up on the dash, that is your parking brake.
Push the brake?
Yep.
Ooh, that's satisfying.
Finally, we're ready to roll.
I'm just gonna move a couple inches and then grab on with the brakes.
That's air brakes, so
okay.
they tend to grab a little quicker.
Yeah, they do.
Tim says those brakes are sensitive for a reason. Vehicles this size need 450 feet to come to a full stop from highway speeds.
A lot of weight you're trying to bring to a stop.
Now that I know how to stop it, I learned how to park it, which was harder than I thought.
Whoops. We're going backwards and we should be going forwards. I've drifted way over. I feel like I'm gonna run over that cone.
Fortunately, I only took out a few parking cones.
Then run over those front ones?
Oh yeah, they're gone.
But soon I straighten it out.
Look at that, right down the cone.
Bam! Oh yeah.
Relying on my mirrors and backup camera to ease into my parking spaces.
Getting the hang of it. Boom. Done.
Tim says most crashes occur at less than 5 miles an hour while parking, which is why you should leave a buffer from the curb. And he says beginners should get out of the vehicle to double check.
So we look here, we've got 3 feet of clearance yet. The way yours is set up, you're perfect.
Now for the real test, the driving course.
Boy, this thing is very different from driving a car. Holy smokes.
And on my very first turn, I hopped the curb.
Gotta watch out.
What was
Watch
that?
Little mirror.
Now watch from our GoPro mounted on the RV. Oops. While I did hit a few bumps,
Found the curb again.
I found that curve.
I finally turned a corner.
There you go. Turn it quickly. You got it.
Oh, yeah.
I learned my lesson. Cruising in an RV can be a great way to see the country, but only with the proper training.
Oops. All right, well, driving the RV was fun, but it was exhausting. It really took total concentration. The RV driving school charges $590 for individual 2-day lessons. What you just watched was mostly what's covered in the first day. Some of the lessons we didn't go over: how to enter and exit an off-ramp, how to stop at high speeds, how to get through those toll booths, and also, don't forget, pumping your gas. That's even different with an RV, and it certainly emphasizes why this kind of training is important if you're going to get behind the wheel of a large, heavy vehicle. All right, so are you ready to go cruising? A look at what you need to know before you hit the high seas, and later, learn the tricks of the trade to make the most out of your next visit to an amusement park. From the must-do rides and foods to try, corn dog and Dole Whip abdi, to tips to save you money, you are watching Consumer Confidential.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If you wanted to set sail over the past 2 years, you know it was nearly impossible. The cruise industry was hit hard by COVID challenges. But get your flip-flops and swimsuits ready. Cruise lines are making a big comeback. They're promising a safe experience for travelers, and demand is through the roof. Here to tell us what to expect is Carlin McDaniel. She's the editor-in-chief of Cruise Critic. Carlin, welcome. Thanks so much. First, let's talk about what do people need to know about cruise travel right now in the pandemic? What are the safety precautions that are being taken?
You bet. So really over the past 2 years, the cruise industry has made a slow comeback. In the first year, there wasn't really a whole lot in the way of cruising. But since about a year ago, it's really made the comeback. There isn't really a general protocol in place that all the cruise lines share, but you can count on the fact that they're all going to be really similar because they were worked on with the CDC. One thing that is a real commonality among all the cruise lines is vaccination. So any adult who is eligible to be vaccinated will need to be vaccinated, and all crew on board cruise ships are vaccinated. Likewise, we're seeing testing across the board. So in order to get on a cruise ship, you do have to produce a negative COVID test. Now, masking has been one of those things that's a little bit back and forth. We've seen the same thing on land. Sometimes you need them, Sometimes you don't. Some cruise lines still require them. Most cruise lines still require them for crew. And then we also have medical facilities on board in case there is a COVID breakout or COVID cases on board. And we're also seeing some contact tracing. So all these things are really designed to keep passengers, the crew, and even the people in the destinations that the cruise lines visit safe.
Testing, vaccination, of course, quarantine if people do get sick on board the cruise. So where are people going? What are some of the great destinations we should keep an eye on?
Well, right now, Alaska is so hot. Alaska is one of those destinations that for a lot of people, it's really a dream vacation. Over the last 2 years, people weren't really able to visit. There was a partial cruise season to Alaska last year, but this is really going to be the first year that it's kicking off full steam. As a matter of fact, the first ships are just getting there now, and you can get there on those big cruise ships, on a luxury ship, or even an expedition ship. Also, we're seeing a lot of interest in those expedition routes. So places like the Galapagos and Antarctica are super hot. As a matter of fact, this Antarctica season, which really begins in that November time period, is looking to be the biggest Antarctica season ever. Also, if you can believe it, people are loving world cruises, which they started about 120 days and beyond. This is lots of time at sea, but the cool thing is you really see the whole world on these world cruises. We've been hearing that they've been selling out within 24 hours, so people are really anxious. That pent-up demand is there, and they're ready to get out on the road.
Yeah, after being in your house, now you're ready to see the world and be on the water for 120 days. Last question for you, quickly, talk to us about how do we find deals? Because obviously things cost so much more right now.
Yeah, and I talked about high demand. That is actually the case with cruising right now. We are not seeing a lot in the way of deals because the demand is so high. Now, that said, you always can look for a last minute deal, and that's really a deal under 90 days or so out. You might find a little bit of a discount on your cruise. The caveat is you might not get the cabin you want on the ship you want, and maybe not even exactly the destination that you want to visit. So do be aware of that. Instead, what you might want to look for are additional perks. And this is fairly common from the cruise lines, where they give you things like free Wi-Fi, free beverage packages, even included gratuities. So it's a great way, and ultimately, it might actually save you more than a discount off your fare.
Okay, fantastic tips. Colleen McDaniel, thank you so much. Well, families love amusement parks, but they can be pricey. Next up, ways to save and how to maximize your next outing. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Amusement parks are a big attraction, and while COVID slowed down business and even closed some of the parks, they are looking to bounce back. In 2019, the top 20 theme parks in North America combined saw more than 151 million visitors. And while the parks are fun, they can certainly be pricey. The average American spent about $700 on admissions and fees in 2019. So to make the most out of your next visit, theme park expert Nikita Metellus is here with helpful hacks and ways to save you some money. Nikita, thanks for joining us. These are important questions, especially for families. Let's start with the big ticket item, pun intended, park tickets. They're so expensive. Between that and the hotel room, it feels like you've already spent a fortune before you get to the park. So how do people save on these basic costs?
Well, the first thing I always recommend is just to set a realistic budget. And once you have that budget, then go to the discounted theme park ticket websites. They usually have a partnership with some of the theme parks. Also, authorized vacation planners where you can scoop up that theme park ticket with your hotels all into one package. And they can also find deals for you directly from the parks with their relationships with the park at no additional cost to you.
What about the theme park affiliated hotels? Usually they're pricier than the other options that are nearby, but are they worth it?
They can be worth it if you are staying with a theme park hotel that's owned and operated by the theme park. Then definitely the perks of getting into the park early to start your day, getting free transportation can help. But if you are more of a budget-friendly family, then I recommend using some of the affiliate hotels that also offer free shuttle, but you may not be able to get into the park early, but you'll be able to still get your transportation. Sometimes they offer free breakfast, so definitely do not forget about those offerings.
Okay, yeah, those are good perks. So we spent the money on the tickets, we've picked our hotel. How do we make the most of our time when we're at the park?
Before you even get there, listen to me. You have to plan. You have to know what your must-do rides and attractions are. And then many of the theme parks have things like apps that you can download to get familiar with all of the offerings there. You can book your reservations through there. You can see the wait times. And do not be that person who gets the app right at the park. You don't want to do that. You want to get familiar with the app before you get there, but definitely get there early. Know what you want to ride. That way, once you get all your rides done, you can go watch a parade, watch a show, or go back on some of your must-do attractions.
I love that. So download the app, spend time getting familiar with it, and you have to kind of have a game plan, right? What do you think about the ideal amount of time to spend at a theme park? Whether you're traveling like as a group of adults, it might be different than if you've got little ones.
Yes, if you have little ones, then you know that they have to have their nap time. They have to stay on their schedule. So if you do have little ones, I do recommend that you get there still early and then go back to your hotel room to kind of take a break, make sure they can fuel up, and then come back. And then if you are an adult going with a group of adults or a solo traveler and you love theme parks, then I could say that about 6 to 10 hours is good for an adult going to the parks. If you are a big family and this is your big vacation, then you might as well do the whole day. Most of the parks are open for 12 hours. You get there in the morning, like I said, take a break at your hotel, come back in the evening and catch all the evening shows and just close out the park.
Yeah, I love that. Maximize your time. Okay, before I let you go, tell me about the hottest attractions for visitors this summer and the food. What do people need to know about, like, trying to get like the foods that are so good?
Well, I'll start with the food because I love the food part. Well, when I go to resorts or theme parks like Universal Orlando Resort, I like to first stop off at the Voodoo Donut. That's kind of like my little thing I like to do. But when I'm in the park, I love to get a crepe from the Central Park Creperie. And if you are a Harry Potter fan, and even if you're not, you still have to get that famous butterbeer, no matter how you want to take it. I like mine hot and sometimes ice cream, but if you are a true classic person, then you have to get that butterbeer. When I'm at Epcot, I'm getting the avocado margarita. That's just my adult take. As far as rides, Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure at Universal and Star Wars Rise of the Resistance at Disney. Absolutely incredible attractions.
You're making us want to go. Nikita, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We should also mention NBC News and Universal are owned by the same parent company. All right, everyone, that is our time for now. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. Until next time, happy travels.
Lynn, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks for doing this.
It's my pleasure.
I told you I just finished Tick, Tick, Boom, and I have days worth of questions. But I'll try to condense it for you a little bit. I think we should first just start talking about Jonathan Larson and this story, the basis for it. People know Rent. Yeah. They may not know the story of Jonathan Larson. So where do we pick up his story with Tick, Tick, Boom, and why did you view it as something that you wanted to dive into?
Just the existence of Tick, Tick, Boom is a really curious thing. Not a lot of people write their own autobiographies at age 29. But Jonathan Larson was an aspiring composer, lyricist. He spent his 20s, the 80s, trying to get this musical, this dystopian sci-fi musical called Superbia off the ground. He had applied for the rights to 1984. He couldn't get them for the Orwell estate. He made his own dystopia. And despite grants and despite the mentorship of Stephen Sondheim and folks really in the know in the theater, no one wanted to make this thing. And his way of processing that loss and the time he'd spent writing this thing no one would ever see was to write a musical about it. So he writes this show called Tick, Tick, Boom about a young singer, songwriter, composer turning 30 and questioning everything. And it's a snapshot of him as a young man and a young artist. It's a snapshot of the AIDS crisis unfolding at that time and the beginning of losing a generation of talent. And it's also about doubling down on your passion even when the world is telling you no, as it was very clearly telling him no. He died tragically of an aortic dissection, which was an undiagnosed Marfan syndrome. He died just before the first preview of Rent off Broadway. And Rent is so much about life, and it is so much about appreciating life while it's here that, you know, that thing took off like a rocket.
Can you explain for people why Rent was so revolutionary?
I saw it for my 17th birthday. My high school girlfriend, Meredith Somerville, took me to the last row of the mezzanine of the Nederlander Theater, and I'll always be in her debt for that. It was the most contemporary feeling show I'd ever seen. It incorporated pop music and rock music and techno, and it just sounded like today. It was the most diverse cast I'd ever seen on Broadway. That beautiful, like, mosaic of humanity that comes downstage for Seasons of Love at the top of Act 2 made me feel like I could have I mean, it's echoed exactly in the opening line of Hamilton, right? When they're all singing Time. And it just made me feel like I could have a place up here one day. It felt like he was writing about his community, and it was a community trying to stay alive during the AIDS epidemic and trying to hang on to the village they knew in the face of gentrification. And it was the show that gave me permission to write a musical because it felt like he was writing about his friends. And I was like, oh, I could write one day. And no other musical made me feel like that. I admired them and I loved being in the school play, but they always just felt like they were in some other time and some other place. And this felt like here and now and accessible.
And opened a door, I guess, to In the Heights. I can make a show about where I live.
It's a very short walk. It's just 200 blocks uptown. and to, yeah, you know, and then like, you know, 2 years later, I'm writing, you know, about my neighborhood and the challenges it's facing and bringing in the music that I know and advancing that thesis Jonathan Larson had, that like, musical theater should be in touch with the rest of the world. That was something he felt really passionately about and in conversation with the world.
I read a quote from you that really struck me where you said, if they let me direct one movie, let it be this one.
It had been living in my heart for so long, and it's the show that clarified my resolve. I remember saying to myself, I will do this even if the world doesn't notice. I understood Jonathan's struggle, I knew a lot about it, and I also, you know a little bit about what it is to be a songwriter for theater, where the gulf between what's in your head and anyone seeing it is so wide. Right. It's not like we're novelists and we can self-publish. We need other people to realize the thing that's in our head, and it's an enormous pressure.
I think the reason this movie is going to resonate with so many people is not just because it reflects your story, but it reflects everyone's story in some way. Not that they're a playwright or that they dream of writing the great musical, but they've been in a position like he was, like you were, where you're like, I think I'm good at this. I'm working really hard at it and no one's noticing. How do I get over that wall?
This is a movie about someone who spent 10 years making something no one wanted to see and no one has seen. And I think we've all been in that position of, I've been putting everything, all of my eggs into this basket and nothing's happening. And like, what do I do from here? What are the other roads besides the thing I always wanted to do? And we all have we have many moments like that through our lives. And so I hope this movie hits people the way it hit me, the story hit me when I was 21 years old, where it just like, it clarified my resolve.
And we all have that in us. We all have some version of that story.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess it's not going to happen. Maybe I should go do this. Maybe I should go do that.
And, you know, it was important for us too, because, you know, Jonathan's version is very much from his perspective to like understand that there are a great many roads to happiness in this life. Most of us aren't lucky enough to do what we love for a living. Most of us find a way to carve out the space for that so that we still have a lovely and fulfilling life. And that's, I think, important.
What were those moments for you in your life, Lynn, where you were like, maybe this isn't going to happen. Maybe this In the Heights that I've been working on since college isn't going to get made. Were there moments where you said, okay, I'm going to go work at the advertising firm like we see in the movie or do something else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, it's a pretty short line from seeing Rent at 17 to starting to write In the Heights at 19, my sophomore year, because the things that Jonathan did with Rent are all things I believed in. I believe musical theater should be in communication with pop music and popular culture. And my early attempts at writing musicals were all Larson knockoffs. I was trying to sound like him. And then In the Heights was the first time I started to sound like myself, because I did what Jonathan did. I brought in the Latin music I grew up with, the hip hop music I grew up with, into my work. Everybody's got a job, everybody's got a dream. You know, within the Heights, it was a 6-year journey. It was my 20s, and the advantage I had, or I guess the head start I had, was that I found amazing collaborators that made my work better sooner.
Speaking of Jonathan Larson and finding somebody to fill those shoes, Andrew Garfield is extraordinary in this. What did you see in him that you thought he's the guy?
Yeah, well, I knew I needed a theater beast. I knew that you can't just like cast a movie star as Jonathan Larson, because Jonathan Larson lived and breathed the theater, and in my conception of the movie, he would be playing piano and singing for half the film. And I was lucky enough to see Andrew Garfield in a play prior in Angels in America, Tony Kushner's masterpiece at the National in London before it came to Broadway. And you know, it's a 6.5, 7 hour show. It's in 2 parts. You see the matinee, you eat dinner, you see part 2.
I did it, yeah.
And I remember just taking the cab home being like, that guy can do anything. That guy can do anything. And he, you know, he became Jonathan Larson in my head in that moment.
Does he remind you in any way of Jonathan, based on what you know about Jonathan 100%. Larson?
Well, they're both incredibly deep thinkers about their craft, and they think about why they do what they do so intensely.
And he can sing.
And
Andrew Garfield can sing.
He can really sing. As soon as he told me, you know, it's something I have not done, but it's a thing I've always wanted to explore, I knew we were good, because I knew he would go all the way in on doing what he needed to do, and I just needed to give him the resources and the time to get where he needed to get.
What does it take to wake up the generation?
And we had about 1.5 years between that first conversation and really starting to pick up steam with the project, so it was, you know, I wasn't worried.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As you look back on your own story pre-Jonathan Larson, when did you start to discover that you maybe had a talent or at least a passion for making music, writing songs, performance?
Yeah.
When was that moment?
Well, I was a film baby first. So I was, you know, my dad had an early camcorder and I was making movies since I was 7 years old. And in the summers, my grandfather owned a video store in Puerto Rico called Miranda Video. And he would lend me, he was a bank manager at the local town bank, and he would lend me the camcorder that they used for surveillance footage that was mounted up in the corner. And I would film movies, and you can see I have like old stop motion videos of G.I. Joes hitting each other, and in between them you see footage of people online at the bank. And, but again, like it was an amazing, there were amazing summers. I would just watch any movie that I felt like taking home, and some of them very age inappropriate. But I just watched anything and everything, and then was like making little movies just sort of at my grandparents' house. And so that was my first love. And then I fell in love with theater because of my elementary school music teacher, Barbara Ames, and our shop teacher, Robert Sherman. They would always direct the 6th grade play. And, you know, the whole school sees the 6th grade play. So by the time you're in 5th grade, you're like, what are we gonna do for our 6th grade play? And for our 6th grade play, we did like 20-minute versions of the previous 6 years worth of productions.
Wow.
So it was this 4-hour, I shudder as a parent to think, 4-hour like medley where I got to play a farmer in Oklahoma, a son in Fiddler, Bernardo in West Side Story, Captain Hook, and Ada Pearl back up in The Wiz, and then the most important, Conrad Birdie in Bye Bye Birdie. And when you play Conrad Birdie and you're 12 and you're 3 feet tall, and every time you sing, everyone is supposed to faint and gasp, Conrad! I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. Like, there was no other choice. And so I really sort of fell in love with school theater as a result, and just started auditioning for the school play, and then graduated to directing the school play, because it was all student run at Hunter High School. And yeah, that was my path. But I always wanted to do both things. So I've sort of come a long way to come back around to my first love of, you know, stealing my grandpa's bank camcorder.
That's incredible. That's incredible. I didn't even know those came off the ceiling. That's very impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't the smaller ones that they have now. It was the like, take out the cassette.
I think also an important part of your story that leads you to In the Heights and Hamilton as well is music, hip hop of that time.
Yeah.
We were both late 80s, early 90s fans
100%.
of everything that was happening. And man, for me, who grew up on that, to sit in that theater and listen to Hamilton, to hear all those sometimes obscure references, it was amazing. So how important was that education in hip hop to the style that you created for your shows?
Sure. Well, listen, I'm a little younger than hip hop itself, and I grew up one neighborhood south of the Bronx. As you know, like having a cooler older sibling is always going to be an advantage in terms of your taste. So I remember stealing her De La Soul CDs and her Ice Cube cassettes and Tribe Called Quest. You know, everyone thinks the music they listened to when they were a teenager is the best, but we're right. Because I think there was so much diversity in the genre of hip hop right at that time. It was like you had PM Dawn next to Grave Diggers, next to Tribe Called Quest, next to, you know, Dre and Snoop. It's all in there.
There's a moment in your life, again, the parallels of Larson, where your father writes you a letter where you're at this crossroads, right? And you're thinking, okay, I don't know if it's going to happen, the same way Jonathan Larson taught. What did he say in that letter, and what did it mean to you?
Well, what was scary to me was that my first job out of college was teaching English at my old high school, and I loved it. Like, it's very exciting to watch kids fall in love with writing and fall in love with poetry and fall in love with literature, and being able to help spark that connection that, you know, will feed you your whole life if it happens early. And so they had offered me a full-time position, and I could see the Mr. Holland's Opus version of my life, where I just kind of teach kids and hopefully am fondly remembered and never finish my play, never finish my symphony in Mr. Holland's case. And I wrote my dad and said, like, what do I do? Like, I could also just like quit and sub, and I may not make my rent month to month, but I'll have time to work on this thing. And he said, I really want to tell you to take the full-time job. I really want to tell you. But I would be betraying, you know, the memory of my own mother, who, when I told her I have to go to Puerto Rico to go to school, didn't blink. And you have to do the thing that matters the most to you, and follow your gut.
What a blessing.
An absolute blessing, because that guy was also saying be a lawyer the entire time I was in high school and college, and so something switched, and the way in which he kind of gave me the right advice right when I needed it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So when did In the Heights click? You finished it. This is your great work. You've hung in. You put in all these years to get it done. What was the moment where you got a phone call or talked to somebody and said, "Oh, this is gonna go. This is gonna work"?
Honestly, I felt so much lighter the moment we did our first performance on stage, and I was able to experience that because I've already been able to cross that distance that Jonathan never got to cross.
Yeah.
You know, because that was my yardstick and that was my inspiration. It was like, oh my gosh, this thing is going to be on stage, and I've done it. I've gotten it across the finish line. Forget how long it runs. Forget it exists. Other people know it. It is on sheet music. It is no longer just in my head. It's out in the world.
So many people in the country, around the world, picked you up after Hamilton exploded. But you have to look back at In the Heights, where you won 4 Tony Awards. You were Best Musical.
I thought it did everything a show can do. We did it. We won the big prize.
Yeah.
We made back our investors' money. And we had suddenly all these incredible roles for Latino performers, which was an incredible, is the incredible legacy that kind of keeps on giving as I meet more and more artists for whom Heights was their first show, or Nina first spoke to them as a character.
Yeah, then you go on vacation, read
Yeah,
Ron
2008.
Chernow's book.
Yeah, it's a good book.
It's a very good book. And you come up with a preposterous idea. You're going to tell the story of the Founding Fathers with Black and Latin cast through hip hop. The earliest pitch of that idea, how was it received?
Luckily, it was to people who'd been with me before, so they're like, all right, But it was, it's a terrible pitch. It's a terrible elevator pitch. But it's funny. The first time I ever performed anything from it was at the White House. It was 2009.
Right.
I'd been invited to perform something from In the Heights. It was the White House's first evening of poetry and spoken word, and they said, unless you have something about the American experience. And I was like, I got 16 bars on Hamilton. I don't really have a chorus yet. I'll write it for this occasion. And I just thought, if it doesn't work in this room, it's probably as bad as everyone says it is. But if anyone's gonna get it, it's this White House and this, this group of folks who are well-versed in hip hop and in the history of the room in which we find ourselves in. And I've never been more nervous in my life.
I'm sure.
In a lot of ways, it was insane and foolhardy to perform such an unfinished piece on such a, national visible stage. On the other hand, it gave me resolve for, and strengthened my resolve that this is a good idea because I saw how it played in that room.
Right.
Alexander Hamilton, we were waiting in the weeds
for you.
What was the moment where you and everybody in the cast said, there's something happening?
It was
here?
when your mom called you and said, we have to see this play, because
she did.
She saw it at the public.
She did. That's a true story.
That's the moment. Well, there was a lot of little moments. I remember thinking, if nothing else, this will have a healthy life, because school groups, if they can get over the 3 uses of the F word, will bring their kids. You know, I knew enough about the business that, like, if you can get the school group crowd, like, you can fill a Wednesday matinee.
Field trips.
Field trips are the lifeblood of our industry. And I knew that we had overlap with AP US History. So that was my pragmatic thought.
Right.
We can run a couple of years on school trips alone. And then I think when we announced our second extension and the tickets went on sale, I remember Oscar Eustis came into the theater and said, the phones are broken. We've had the website go down due to ticket sale demand. We've never had someone break the phones. Like, this is another thing. That's when I knew we were in a weird other place, that somehow we'd gotten the thing that no one can buy, which is everyone who left the show told 5 people you have to see the show.
Right.
And you can't buy that, and you can't fake that. It happens or it doesn't. And it has, we just celebrated our 2000th performance on Broadway yesterday.
That's amazing.
And I never in a million years would have imagined it.
I know it's hard to have any perspective on something you're so close to, but are you able, with a little distance now, to articulate why it caught fire the way it did, beyond the originality of it and how great the music is and the acting, the performances, but what was it about that was so different from anything else we'd seen?
Well, I think the things that it's quote unquote are about are not really what it's about. It's not really about American history, although it details American history. It's not really about politics, although it is in a way about the birth of our American politics and how everything that was present at the founding, good and bad, is still present in our present day. It's really about what are we doing with our time. It's the same thing Tick, Tick, Boom's about. How do we respond to the fact that we don't know how long we have here? And so you can't leave that show without thinking, what am I doing with my life? I always tell folks, like, I didn't get like, thank you for the tickets text. I would get like 3 a.m., what am I doing with my life emails in those early days when people saw the show for the first time. And so I think that's the secret sauce of it.
Can you speak to what it's done to your life? Forget the professional side of it, but to go from a highly regarded Broadway composer and actor within the Heights to something completely else around the world.
Yeah, I kept waiting for my life to come back to normal, and it still hasn't happened. You know, and in a way I feel lucky that I had 35 years of a very normal life before it happened, because I already knew who I was when the success happened. I was still doing the show. I was in 7 shows a week. I couldn't go to all the things that were being thrown at me, all the invites. I was like, no, I have 2 shows tomorrow. I can't go out. And I also, I was very well settled, and I have a family and a wife that really keeps my head on straight. But in terms of the show itself, there's a point at which you have to think of it as separate from you. I remember when it only lived in my arms, but now it belongs to the world in a very real way, and you have to then figure out, all right, what else can I do? What else am I making?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You've also got the animated film Encanto,
Yes.
which is about to come out. What is that story? And again, as you looked at the menu of possibilities, what grabbed you about that?
Yeah, well, I had such a great time working on Moana. I was working on it at the same time as Hamilton, often writing in my dressing room in between shows. And I just said, I want to be in there from the beginning on the next one, because I was hired several years into the development process on Moana. And if it's Latino themed, like, I'm there, like, you just have to call me. And so I was able to be there from the beginning of the process. We knew we wanted to set in Latin America, and the team was really inspired by the literature and culture of magical realism that came out of Colombia. And then the fun part was we really wanted to write a thing about family. Like, that's what kind of kept coming up in our conversations. So often in the movie making process, it becomes about your main character and their quest, and anything that isn't to do with that quest and the stakes, like, gets pared away. When I got hired for Moana, Moana had 8 brothers. Moana had more important stuff to do. Goodbye, 8 brothers, like, let's go save the world. And so we really kind of started with the thesis of, can we make the relationships between our family members the actual meat of the story, and how those relationships shift and change and grow, or the distance between how you see yourself versus the role you play in your family. And sometimes that's really short, and sometimes it's a gulf.
In time, every member of our family,
Cecilia, up top!
was given their own magical gift.
To then explore that in Colombia through the sort of amazing prism of Colombian music and culture has been just this joyous 5 years. And again, working at the same time as I'm editing Tick Tick Boom. But when I do have more than one project, something that I kind of do that is, it's like a helpful, like, trick I play on myself, is I just pretend I'm back in school. And I go, these aren't projects, these aren't responsibilities, they're classes. I'm auditing Jonathan Larson Intensive. I'm auditing this Disney songwriting process. And if I think of it that way, because college sets you up to think this way, I think about the ways in which they feed each other. I don't think about, like, oh God, I've got all this to do, and oh God, I've got all this to do. Right. I think, oh, this informs this, and I can take what I'm learning from this and apply it here. It's a silly, and it's only a game I play in my own mind, but it's really helpful in terms of changing your mindset from I have to do this to I get to do this.
Right.
And that's all the difference in the world.
We were talking about John Leguizamo, and in our interview, he said the phone rang one day, and he said it was the great Lin-Manuel Miranda. He said, I couldn't believe he was calling me. And I suspect you feel just the opposite. I can't believe I live in a world where I get to call John Leguizamo.
I can't believe he's in the movie.
So as a first-time director, Tick Tick Boom is over, credits come up, directed by Lin-Manuel Miranda. What did that feel like?
Oh man, you're trying to make me cry with this question, and you're going to succeed. It felt amazing. It's such a dream come true for me. There were challenges to this film. We made this film in the midst of a pandemic because we all took it so seriously, and there were so many times when I thought this movie would never get made, and so to be on this side of it is it's an enormous relief. And what I'm most proud of is the fact that the people in Jonathan's life are so proud of the film. You know, that community that I first met when I met them all in 2014, and Julie Larson and Vicky Leacock and Jonathan Burkhart and Matt O'Grady and all of the people who truly were there for Jonathan's journey see him in the film, and that means I've done my job.
Boy, if you didn't have enough pressure directing your first film, you want to get it right for all them, right?
Yeah.
Amen.
But in a way, it's liberating because your ego is totally out of the process. It's how do I do right by this artist, and I'm just so proud.
You should be. It's amazing. Congrats. Well, good for you. I could talk to you all day, but I know you have other places to be. It's so great to talk to you. Thank you for everything you've put into the culture, man.
Oh, thank you so much. This is good.
Well, hello there, friends. Thanks for tuning in to our midweek edition of Popstar Plus. On the show today, we're going to catch up with Olympic gold medalist and model Eileen Gu. Plus, the cast of Girls 5 Eva joined us to talk about their show's latest season. And later, it is National Pet Month, so we're going to share some stories of celebs and their pets. This time around, Lance Bass is going to weigh in. But first, here's today's Popstar headlines.
Pop star, guys. Hate to cut off all the dream talk here, but we're going to start with Rita Moreno. We've got a sneak peek of Hoda's interview with the Hollywood and Broadway legend who happens to be one of this year's honorees of Inspiring America, the 2022 Inspiration List.
Carson, lucky me, man. I got to sit down with her. She's 90 years young. She made history in 62, the first Latina to win an Oscar for her role as Anita in West Side Story. And she told me what that moment meant, not only to her, but to her whole community. And you know what I loved about that moment? I mean, it was your moment, but it was not just your moment.
Oh, I love you for saying that.
It was not just your moment.
It was my people.
Oh, my God, they cheered in Harlem.
People yelling out the windows, she did it, she did it. And, you know, as a friend of mine said, what they were really saying was, we did it. We did it.
I had chills. I had chills from everything that she's been through and everything. She just exemplifies. She's an icon.
Well, you can see Hoda's interview with Rita and hear many more incredible individuals on our primetime special. We had Lester here last week talking about this as well. Some other names on that list, some great ones. Inspiring America, the 2022 Inspiration List. It airs Saturday. You cannot miss it. It's on NBC, MSNBC, CNBC, and you can also catch it Sunday over on Telemundo and streaming as well. That is not all. Monday, Hoda's interview with Rita that you just saw a clip of is going to be out in a special bonus podcast episode of Making Space. All right, next up, Red Table Talk. We've got an exclusive first look at today's new episode featuring the mom and stepdad of 2019 Miss USA, Chesley Christ, who tragically died by suicide earlier this year. Speaking out for the first time, April Simpkins opens up about the day she found out her daughter was gone.
When I finally made it home and got to my husband, he was trying to understand what I was saying. So that was when we reached out to the police. Like, we got this message, get paramedic there. So immediately I'm thinking, okay, this must be like the first attempt. Let's get on a plane, get up there, meet her at the hospital. Yeah. Let's see what we can do. We're texting the family. We don't live in New York. We made it to the airport. We got on the plane, which is now taxiing, when the police confirmed that she was no longer with us.
Oh, this is so tough. You can catch the new episode of Red Table Talk streaming today at 12 p.m. Eastern on Facebook Watch. All right, next up, Keith Morrison, the man with the golden voice, is at it again. This time, Keith's lending his buttery smooth narration to the latest sleep story over on the
Oh, yes.
It's called The Curious Case of the Overnight Oats. By the way, Dateline fans apparently have been asking for this for years. We found 2 years ago on Twitter, somebody wrote, I wish Keith Morrison was my dad. Can you imagine the bedtime stories? Another asking, does Keith Morrison narrate anything other that is not about murder? Because I like his voice before I go to bed, but I could do without the nightmares. Well, yesterday, Dateline hopped on Twitter to announce the wait is over. Take a listen.
It's a story about a bear. The bear who didn't know what to do and didn't have many options.
Is that a 6-hour story? That was the intro to the bear. We're going to be here a while.
It's nice to see how he sits when he
Yes,
talks.
it is. You can hear the full sleep story on the Calm app. It is streaming.
What's great about Keith is when we saw him last week, like he talks like that in real person.
Yes, he does.
It's not like it's not an act.
Yeah.
Would
He
you like to
answers the
take
phone.
my mic?
Hello. Hi, Savannah.
Next up, Daniel Radcliffe. Showed you a little bit of this earlier. The Harry Potter star is completely transformed in the first teaser for Weird, the Al Yankovic story. Radcliffe stepping into the shoes of the song parody hit maker for Roku's upcoming biopic, which, by the way, is co-written by Yankovic himself. Here's a little bit of that trailer.
Hope you guys are ready for this.
Like a surgeon, catching for the very first time. Like a surgeon.
Anyone got an accordion?
There's so much about that is just how I'm dying to see. Weird is set to start streaming this fall.
That's a good one. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Weird outfit.
Yeah. Oh, and finally, we've been teasing this one for a while. The class of 2022 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. All right, so here we go. In the performing category, congratulations to Dolly Parton.
I thought she said she didn't.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
By the way, congratulations to Savannah's high school dreamy crush,
Duran.
and the boys of Duran Duran, Eminem, The Rhythmics, Carly Simon.
Oh, that's gonna be so good.
Lionel Richie.
What?
And lastly, Pat Benatar. For 5 artists, this was their first time on the ballot. What are your reactions?
So does that mean they're in?
They're in. They are in.
They'll all perform. They have a big show.
Yes.
I went one year. It's so cool.
the show's coming up, and this is, by the way, another side note that's great. This is the first time that 6 female acts are being inducted into one class, including Dolly Parton, who there was a little bit of confusion back in March because she had asked to be withdrawn from consideration. Then she recently came back and said she would accept the honor. She still want to take somebody else's spot, et cetera, et cetera. But we love Dolly, and she's in. Dolly, 6 decades in the music business. She recorded more than 50 studio albums. That's 50, written thousands of songs. Well deserved. That induction ceremony is great. It's November 5th. It's going to air at a later date on HBO, so it's not live, but it's on HBO Max. Also, it'll be on Sirius XM. You can find more about the inductees over at today.com. Big congratulations to all the Hall of Famers.
It's a heck of a list.
That was really cool.
Especially Eminem. I'm happy for Eminem.
Wow, cool.
A few more items for you. First up, Pistols. The new trailer here is by one of my favorite directors, Danny Boyle. He's in charge of the upcoming series about the legendary punk rockers who made up Sex Pistols. So the show's based off of guitarist Steve Jonesy. His 2017 memoir, Lonely Boy, is going to track the fast rise to fame for the Pistols that they had before the band dissolved just 3 years later. Here's a bit of the trailer.
Whether you can play is not the criteria. It's whether you've got something to say.
Come see us play, we're awful. We're creating a revolution. I don't want musicians, I want saboteurs, assassins. What do you want to say with your music? Actually, we're not into music. We're into chaos.
That it looks good. Chaos, to say the least. The 6-episode limited series is going to start streaming on Hulu May 31st. Looking forward to that. Finally, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Play the music. The iconic rock band's getting the documentary treatment in a new movie titled Traveling Band, CCR, at the Royal Albert Hall. The film is set to feature newly restored performance footage that had been gathering dust, sitting in a vault in London for the past 5 decades. Director Bob Smeaton's going to be at the helm of this project. Bob's done documentaries for a lot of other music greats. Beatles, Jimi Hendrix come to mind. And the cherry on top for this particular project is Academy Award winner and longtime Creedence fan Jeff Bridges will narrate this documentary. And those, my friends, are your Pop Start headlines for today. Coming up next, very impressive young woman, Olympic champ Eileen Gu. She's in the house. She'll tell us what's up next on Pop Start Plus.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. I love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What goes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. California-born freestyle skier Eileen Gu made waves when she competed for China at this year's Winter Olympics. She took home 3 medals. 2 of them happened to be gold. And then this week, after strutting her stuff at the Met Gala in New York, she joined us in Studio 1A to update us on everything that's happening in her life.
The breakout star of the Winter Olympics, her name is Eileen Gu. The teen phenom racked up several gold medals on the slopes. She's been juggling her newfound fame with competitions, college on the horizon, and a stunning appearance at this week's Fashion's Biggest Night. Take a look.
Eileen Gu.
This is what February looked like for 18-year-old freestyle skier Eileen Gu. Golden. The American-born teen who grew up in California won not one, not two, but 3 Olympic medals for Team China, honoring her mother's home country on the international stage. The golds in big air and half pipe make Eileen the youngest freestyle skiing champion in Olympic history and the first freestyle skier to win 3 medals at a single Winter Olympics. She used her podium finishes as a platform to cheer on the next generation of young women in her sport.
It's always been about encouraging girls. It's always been about showing people what's possible.
A mission Eileen has been on since she was in 7th grade.
I encourage you all to step out of your comfort zone to show the boys that girls are just as powerful as they are.
Since Beijing, Eileen's gone from smashing records in historic fashion to becoming a fashion icon, making a name for herself as one of the faces of luxury brands Louis Vuitton and Tiffany's, rocking both on the red carpet at fashion's famous first Monday in May, the Met Gala. Eileen, it's so good to have you in studio. By the way, you really are the whole package. I mean, Savannah and I were just talking about you. You, first of all, an Olympic gold medalist. You're everything in fashion. What did you get on your SATs?
I got a 1580 on my SAT.
Okay, did you study? Do you study all the time? Are you a hard worker, or do things just come easy for you?
I did take every single available online test for the SAT, so I'm not gonna sit back and be like, oh, it was easy. But yeah, it was just standardized tests, and you can study for them.
Well, hard work seems to be your theme. When you got those medals in Beijing, was it a pinch me moment, or was it like lots and lots of practice that happened to work out perfectly on that day?
I think it was both. The really standout moment for me was when I landed that 1620 in big air, which was my first event. And I've always said, you know, my message is about inspiring young girls and inspiring more people to hear about the sport and to use it as a force to create interconnection and cross-cultural communication. And I knew that it was such a big moment and there were so many people watching and it was my time to live up to that standard that I've set. And so in that sense, I was like, no matter what, there is no failure, because if I don't land, the worst failure is to not try. So I just wanted to try it, and I'd never done it before. I'd never even tried it on airbag or anything, and landed it, got that gold medal, and I was on top of the world.
Well, your mom taught you well. You can tell that she's always supporting you. She's actually here in studio. And you did make a decision to compete for China. And I was just wondering the thought process, because I know that wasn't an easy decision. I know it came with backlash. So tell me about that piece.
Yeah, so for me, it's always been about using sport as a force of communication. And especially in a sport like free skiing, it's so free, it's so personal. You use it and it's creative, there's style. And a lot of people in China had never even heard of it. And so kind of introducing that sport culture to younger girls especially it changed my life, you know, and so to be able to have that kind of contact with the sport. And now there are 300 million people in China who've gone on snow after the Winter Olympics, and that impact is absolutely insane.
Did you feel like you needed to have a thick skin for what came at you after that?
Absolutely. I mean, people always have their own opinions, but for me, what I try to stick to is I know that there's no wrong or right. There's only intention. And I'm trying to make the world a better place in my own way. And if people disagree with that, that's okay. And I just encourage them to make the world better in their way, right? We can approach this situation from different standpoints. So, yeah, teach their own.
So you're going to Stanford. Is that next on your list?
I'm going to college in the fall, yes.
Oh my God. So you're going to college in the fall. You're a model. You do all that stuff. Are we going to see you at the Olympics again? Is that going to happen, do you think?
Who knows? I mean, honestly, I really love skiing still. It is a very personal and expressive part of me, and I think it makes me who I am. It's taught me resilience. It's taught me that cross-cultural communication. And so in that sense, yeah, I think why not? But yeah, let's see how school goes first.
You are a lovely and delightful person. And again, your mom's here cheering you on. No one's beaming bigger than she is. I don't know if we did get a shot of her, because we did. Oh, good. I just want to make sure that she gets her airtime too. I know she doesn't love to be on camera, but we had to show her. Eileen, thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming to see us. Congrats on all of your success.
Thank you so much, Hoda.
That is an impressive human right there. So great to hear from Eileen. Shout out to her mom, who was with her, who was just so sweet. All right, next up, they're going to be famous. Eva. Our raucous visit with the ladies from the Peacock hit next.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. The hit show Girls 5 Eva is back for season 2. We couldn't help but enjoy having the stars with us.
We got the cast of Girls 5 Eva.
We love it. Emmy-nominated Peacock original comedy is back for a new season. It follows a one-hit wonder girl group from the 90s, giving their dreams another shot. Take a look.
Right now, our best play is to cross-pollinate with people who already have a huge following.
Yes.
Who do we know? Is anyone not blocked by Carson Daly? No. Is anyone willing to unblock Fred Durst?
No. Absolutely not.
I already like it.
So good.
Come on.
Sorry, Fred Durst. We brought him here. Okay, guys. Sarah Bareilles, Renee Elise Goldsberry, Paula Pell, Busy Phillips. It is so good to see you guys. You know we are your super fans.
We know, and we appreciate that.
This show is so fun. I mean, for it to come back for a second season, Sarah, were you just like, yes?
Oh, I think it was like before we were done filming the first episode of the first season, we were like, please, can we have a season 2? We love each other so much, and it's just, it's such a joy to work on the show.
You know what
truly.
what I forgot that we've not talked about in any interview? What we gave as our crew gift at the wrap of season 1 were those prayer candles, but with our faces on it.
Who are you people?
so that people could just light them to like
pray for season 2.
And
it worked.
Oh my God, it did. The music always makes me laugh so hard. We were talking about the Tiny Butt song. Sarah, do you come up like, I love that. Yeah.
Vanessa Williams singing that.
Yeah. So how do you guys come up with you write some of the music, right?
I write very little of the music, but Jeff Richmond and Meredith Scardino is, and there's a whole music team, but Jeff Richmond is sort of like the music guru, and Meredith writes a lot of the lyrics.
So can you give us a preview a little bit of what's happening in season 2? Because now you guys are like, you were fake friends in the girl band back in the day.
Yes.
Now you're kind of like, hey, we're actually really going to be friends.
We desperately need each other.
Yeah,
we desperately need friends.
So now what happens? Like, where are you on the journey?
And all our filters have fallen off.
Right.
So all the bull is gone. So now we're like, we really look at each other and we're ourselves. So we kind of fall in love with each other again, or for the first time maybe. And then
Well,
basically, we're making an album.
Season 2 is album mode.
Yeah.
Yes. So this entire season we have a record deal.
You do?
Yes. A very small label signs us.
Property Records.
It's
Property Records.
Property Brothers. Have a record label, and we are desperately trying to be their big horse.
What's your song? Like, do you have a hit? Do you have a single from the album?
Can we have a little taste? How's it go?
Momentum, it's our moment. We're contenders,
but we can be tender, unstoppable. This ain't toppable. Courageous, don't care what our age is. We can keep going.
We can go in.
we could do more. That is
intense.
And I'm singing in the alto line, courageous, don't care what our age is. I'm always on the bottom there. You can hear me.
Does Paula just crack everybody up?
Yes.
No, wait. How do you stand it? Like, how do you not break up?
Well, everyone cracks everyone up. That's why it's such
Paula,
a freaking love
but
fest.
Paula, you're kind of by yourself a little bit. Is she not?
She's by herself.
She's
I'm trying to be good because the first time I was on the Today Show for Wine Country, I immediately said a swear word. You did. And Tina turned to me and went, "You can't do that."
Now, you know, guys, Savannah's kind of bumming.
Yeah.
Tell them why.
Well, all morning long, let me just set this up for y'all, because you know we're big fans of the show.
Huge.
Us together. And I said, you know, Hoda, we have a season 2. How is it with us loving this show so much? They never asked us for a cameo. We could be like, we could do something, you know? And Hoda's like, yeah. She's like, totally.
Well,
so then I say to the
feel
ladies
bad.
before the commercial, guys, maybe we could do a cameo. And they say,
you. I was like, yeah, next year.
Hoda did it. Hoda by herself. Guys, can you give Hoda some news about female bonding and sticking by your girlfriends?
And sometimes
Hoda, you're the wiki.
She went out solo.
She wikied you. I didn't think you'd mention it. It's so tiny. It's 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So maybe can you guys have us both back on?
Yes, for sure. It's kind of like when you're in high school and a teacher has some special barbecue and only invites some people, and then they're like, "Oh, that was so fun at Mr. Gersh's house."
But then that friend pretends
And then
they
you're
weren't at
sitting
the
there like,
barbecue.
"What was at Mr. Gersh's
So it's actually even more than that.
Hi, Mr. Gersh.
I'm so mad.
You know what?
Okay.
We could do like a musical. Maybe the girls could be on the show doing a musical performance.
Yes.
I thought we were going to get to sing.
And something, one of us could go down and you could take our place.
Oh my gosh, yes!
Is that amazing?
Can I take your place?
Yes! I volunteer as tribute. I'll go down.
They're raps.
Okay, they're telling us to rap.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They said it.
Girls forever.
All right.
See, we're right on.
Yes.
Rap before I
Wait,
swear.
no.
Renee, you should be the one that licks at the end.
Oh, yes.
All right. Don't forget, you can stream the brand new season of Girls 5 Eva on Peacock. So good.
Don't watch unless you want to laugh, smile, and feel joy.
Feel great.
Okay? But if you want those things, this is your show.
Not exactly sure why those characters have some sort of beef with me, but I'm okay with it. Big fan. Still coming up, Lance Bass shares how much he loves his dog and how much that dog has made Lance's life better.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, friends. This month marks National Pet Month, and we spoke with a guy that I've known for a long, long time now, formerly of NSYNC, my buddy Lance Bass. So he told us how his furry friends have literally shaped his life. Take a look.
Yeah, we do always have little voices for them. And they kind of talk like this. Okay, Dad. And then we think Dale has a slight Australian accent just because we have these backstories for them that he secretly wants to be a movie star dog and he really wants to be Australian. And so we have like little Aussie voices coming out of him. All right, these are my puppies, Chip and Dale, which is very fitting because they're little rascals and they act like Chip and Dale from Disney. And they're mixed breed rescues, so we don't know exactly what they are, but we're assuming they're Chihuahua Terrier. And Dale might even have a little schnauzer in him because he's got that beard. But the sweetest dogs ever. The way we got Chip and Dale was definitely different from our other rescues. We weren't really in the market for another dog. We already had one, at the house, and we were fostering others. So these came to us in the most Hollywood way. It's gaggy, but Kate Beckinsale found these dogs, this litter, and rescued them, and she didn't know what to do with them. So she called me and said, I have a litter of dogs, they need help. And so I took them, I gave them to Lisa Vanderpump for her new shelter that wasn't even open yet. So they went and lived there, and all of them got adopted immediately except Chip and Dale. And they were the last two in the litter. I walked into Vanderpump Dogs and just fell in love with them. Like, okay, we'll take them home. We'll find them a good home. We'll foster them until we find them a great home. And they have not left the house yet. It's so weird because when I'm naming dogs, they just come to me easily. Every rescue I've ever had, I've named them kind of on the spot. Chip and Dale, when I saw them at Vanderpump Dogs, all they were doing was, fighting like this, just like a dust ball of just wrestling the whole time. And it reminded me of, Chip and Dale, chipmunks. So immediately was like, it's Chip and Dale, and it just stuck. And they really live up to their names. Well, it's funny because, they're twins. My dogs are twins, but they have completely different personalities. The one that's a little smaller, Chip, he's the boss. Like, he came, he was number one in the litter, controlled everything. Although he's probably the runt of it too, because he was the smallest of all the dogs, which is probably why he has such an attitude. But definitely he controls the house and puts Dale in his place. Loves attention, just human attention. He just needs it. He'll crawl inside you and he gives the best hugs. But if Dale tries to get the hugs, he will usher him away, which is like so mean. So we give Dale his own quality time. But yeah, Chip's the boss, and Dale is just a little teddy bear that sometimes feels a little abused by his brother. It'll be very interesting to see how Chip and Dale are with the twins. I'm guessing they're going to be really great because they are fun little gentle dogs and super sweet. But you just never know. And of course, we're going to be very careful at the beginning of introducing them. I hear it's a better to bring in maybe the baby blanket first, let them sleep with it one night to get used to the smell, and then just kind of a slow introduction. Let them sniff them a good bit, and we'll cuddle a little bit, and then hopefully they'll become the best brother and sister ever. It is so strange how dogs can really pick up on your energy and your mood. And there's several times in the last 4 years that you'll have bad days and some disasters happen in your life, and it's like they just know. And the way that they kind of like curl up to you and kind of give you that look of like, I'm here for you. It always comes at the best time. There's nothing better than a puppy hug. My pets have made my life so much better. I do. I mean, there's studies on this saying that dogs extend your life, and I can feel that. The love that you give and the love that you receive, you can't match it anywhere. It's the only unconditional love you'll ever receive, and it's just a beautiful thing. And they're there for every life moment, and I'm glad that we get to share that.
Good to see Lance there. That's a great story. He's a great guy, too. Hey, that's going to do it for today's Pop Start Plus. I'm sorry it's over, but tomorrow there's more, so come on back. We're going to be hearing from the star of Jurassic World, the man, Chris Pratt, tomorrow right here on Pop Start Plus. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends out there watching Today All Day. So glad you tuned into our digital show Today in 30 on this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, we're going to start the show off with more on the growing fallout and demonstrations surrounding that leaked Supreme Court draft opinion, which would overturn Roe versus Wade. Kristen Welker's at the White House for us with the latest.
Then, with interest rates on the rise to control inflation, Vicki Wynn will be along to share a few ways you can bring in some extra cash for your family.
All that. Plus, we're in the kitchen with Anne Burrell. She's got some delicious ideas to impress the moms on Sunday, because Sunday, of course, Mother's Day.
Mother's Day, breakfast in bed awaits. And if you are looking for fun things to do now that summer's approaching, you've come to the right place. We've got a lineup of all the hot events happening that you don't want to miss out on. It's all coming up right now on Today in 30. We'll start with NBC's Kristen Welker at the White House. Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Hoda. Good morning to both of you. The fallout is intensifying this morning after that unprecedented leak of a Supreme Court draft suggesting the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. In a blistering statement, as you say, Chief Justice John Roberts confirmed the authenticity of the draft while calling the leak a betrayal and affront to the court and saying the court-martial will investigate. All of it could upend the midterms, with Democrats fighting to hold on to their majorities and Republicans looking to take back control of Congress. Overnight, that bombshell from the Supreme Court continuing to rock Washington and the country, firing up protesters on both sides. After the High Court authenticated that leaked draft opinion by Justice Samuel Alito, which finds the 1973 Roe v. Wade ruling, which protects a woman's right to an abortion, was, quote, egregiously wrong from the start. Justices can and do change their positions before a final decision. But the draft shows 4 other conservatives joining Alito: Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and Brett Kavanaugh. The 3 Democratic-appointed justices would likely dissent. Chief Justice John Roberts' opinion still unclear. Based on the draft, there are enough votes to overthrow the decision that has established a federal right to abortion since 1973. If that happens, access to abortion would become a patchwork system across the country in the hands of the states, something many opponents of abortion rights have been pushing for.
Every state should have the right to allow consensus in its state to make its way into the law.
Democrats now aiming to energize voters around their message. Roe v. Wade should be codified into law by Congress. But currently, there's not enough support in Congress for such a move. President Biden warning Republicans could try to take away other rights that were granted by the High Court, from contraception to same-sex marriage.
It would mean that every other decision relating to the notion of privacy is thrown into question.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joining a protest yesterday.
I am angry because of who will pay the price for this.
For their part, many Republicans cheered the possibility that Roe could be overturned, but blasted the leak itself.
If it's a conservative, you're a traitor to the cause. If it's a liberal, you're the dumbest person in Washington.
Moderate Republican Senator Susan Collins, who voted to confirm conservative Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, says she feels misled by their responses about Roe v. Wade during their respective confirmation hearings.
Settled as a precedent of the Supreme Court. That's the law of the land. I accept the law of the land.
Now, Senator Collins saying if the draft opinion is the final decision on Roe versus Wade, it would be, quote, completely inconsistent with what Justices Kavanaugh and Gorsuch said in their hearings and in their private meetings with her. As for the case itself, the Supreme Court is expected to issue a final ruling within the next 2 months. Savannah.
All right, Kristen Welker at the White House. Thank you.
And as you just saw, the battle lines are quickly being drawn from coast to coast, with people on both sides of this emotional issue given new fuel for their arguments. So what is next? NBC's Blaine Alexander is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with that part of the story. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Hoda, good morning to you. This abortion clinic here in Baton Rouge is one of 3 in the state of Louisiana, all of which would be immediately impacted if Roe were to be overturned. It's because of what's known as a trigger law, something that nearly a third of the country already has in place.
Abortion is a human right.
From Chicago to San Diego,
Abortion is oppression.
New York to the nation's capital, the fight over abortion rights is spilling into the streets.
I've always supported life. I believe that every child should be born.
I'm afraid for my daughters. I'm afraid for my future granddaughters. I'm afraid for all women.
Even as the nation's highest court says the bombshell leaked draft is not a final ruling, states are already swiftly preparing for action should the court strike down the landmark decision protecting abortion access. If Roe v. Wade is eventually overturned, it will fall to each state to control abortion access. At least 20 would likely ban the procedure outright, 13 of those through so-called trigger laws, automatically outlawing abortions immediately with few exceptions. It comes as some Republican-led states are already enacting a flurry of restrictive abortion laws.
Arkansas is a pro-life state. We have already put a trigger law in place.
In Oklahoma, the governor signed a law Tuesday banning the procedure after 6 weeks. And while 16 states have already passed laws codifying the right to abortion, Connecticut has gone one step further, passing a bill to expand the list of medical professionals who can perform the procedure.
Half of this country, like Connecticut, led by Connecticut, will respect women, patients, doctors.
Nationwide, clinics say their patients will be caught in the middle.
It does make my job harder knowing that women won't be able to access.
Shannon Brewer is director of Mississippi's only abortion clinic, the one at the center of the Supreme Court case.
You're going to see an influx of women doing things that are unsafe because out of being desperate.
And back to that new law in Oklahoma. It's just hours old, but the impact already stretches well beyond Oklahoma's borders to women who have come to the state from other states, including Texas, to get the procedure. Hoda.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us. Blaine, thank you.
Now to that stunning story from Los Angeles overnight. Comedian Dave Chappelle violently attacked while he was on stage at the Hollywood Bowl.
NBC's Miguel Almaguer is in LA with the story. Hey, Miguel, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Yes, scary moments indeed. Dave Chappelle was doing stand-up as part of the Netflix is a Joke festival when a man jumped on stage and on top of the star. This whole incident now under investigation.
Chaotic moments on stage for comedian Dave Chappelle Tuesday night after a man attacked him during his set at the Hollywood Bowl. Los Angeles police confirming Chappelle was attacked during his live show by a male suspect armed with a weapon called a replica gun that, when discharged correctly, ejects a knife blade. In video footage posted to social media, a man is seen running on stage and tackling the 48-year-old comedian during his set at the Netflix is a Joke festival. The LAPD says the suspect was in the audience attending the show. When Chappelle was about to exit, the man jumped on stage, rushing at him, attempting to tackle him. It's another incident with a comedian on stage after that Oscars slap seen around the world.
Will Smith just smacked out of me.
And in an only in Hollywood twist, video posted last night showing Chris Rock joining Chappelle on stage after the attack.
Was that Will Smith?
In recent months, Chappelle has been criticized for including what some have described as transphobic material in last year's Netflix comedy special, The Closer. But there was no immediate details regarding a possible motive. Uniformed security hired for the show intervened, pulling the man off Chappelle, detaining the suspect. Video shows security restraining the suspect backstage at the Hollywood Bowl and show a man on a stretcher being placed in an ambulance. LAPD confirming that the man who rushed the stage was taken to the hospital for injuries and evaluated. Chappelle was not injured in the attack. After the incident, Chappelle seen returning to the stage with actor Jamie Foxx, fans cheering him on. A wild night for the comedian that was no laughing matter.
I can't believe all of that Chris Rock was there and everything. But let's talk about charges, potential charges. What do they look like?
Well, it's currently an active investigation and no one has been charged yet, but we could see that change soon once the suspect is released from the hospital. As for a motive, it's still unclear, but police are expected to interview the suspect as well as Dave Chappelle himself as witnesses begin to unfold the events of what happened there. Hoda, back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you. So many questions.
Yeah.
There. How did they get on stage?
Yes.
Where was security?
Yes.
All
How
that
are folks
stuff.
getting that close to folks performing on stage? It's like the third example we've seen of the last year.
And the fact that Chris Rock happened to be there, I mean, the jokes write themselves at that point.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down.
Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back with today's Consumer This Morning. It is all about inflation busters.
Yeah, as the day-to-day cost of living soars, a lot of Americans, including the 60% now living paycheck to paycheck, are looking for ways to increase their cash flow.
Yes, NBC senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is on it. More ways to make more money. Vic, good morning to you. We're talking about the side hustle.
The side hustle.
So what's your criteria for like a good side hustle? What should people be looking for?
3 things right off the bat. How much cash can you really make? What's the schedule? Is it going to fit in with your regular hustle? And finally, maybe this is a growth potential opportunity. Could you leverage it into a full-time job?
Okay, you've broken it down into a few categories. So first up, hustle from home.
Yes.
Which works for a lot of folks and also moms, you know, who might send the kids off to school and be ready to make some cash.
And thankfully, a lot of us have a decent internet connection. So these are all things you can do as long as you can get online. I'm going to start in order of least lucrative and we'll work our way up. So people like doing those online surveys or maybe watching videos or playing video games. You can actually get
That's a job?
For that. Yes. It's not a high paying job, depending on how fast you can answer questions. Maybe around $5 and up an hour.
Okay.
But just be aware that's available. Branded surveys, Survey Junkie, and Inbox Dollar, some sites to
You're
check
answering
out.
the questions.
Yes.
Okay.
You're answering the questions. This one I like a little bit more. You can go to Upwork or Fiverr and find out about positions where you can be a virtual assistant. You do things like schedule appointments or data entry from your home, and that can sometimes lead to a full-time job. And finally, remember when I was taking fast food orders from New York for a restaurant in Tennessee, $10 to $20 an hour working the virtual drive-through for Bite Ninja.
Amazing.
Yes.
I love it. And it looked fun, too.
It was
It really
fun. I
did
totally
look
enjoyed
fun.
it. Yes.
Okay, I'm spinning you around a hose.
Yes, thank
Hey,
you.
honey, so there are side hustles that you say you can do from home,
Yes.
but there are also side hustles you can actually go somewhere and do it.
What are those? Where I want you to take stock of your talents. What is it that you have a secret skill for? Are you great at math? Maybe you're a great resume writer or essay editor.
Okay.
Maybe you practiced a bunch of language skills when you were younger. These are all things you can leverage into a job. And you have a friends and family network now online, so you can put out the word of mouth. Hey, look, I was trained as a chef. Right. I'm ready to give some cooking lessons. I mean, eventually you, with your thing, Savannah, you could probably do that.
Right.
Eventually.
Let's not get carried away.
Okay. Or interviewing skills. Tutors are paid $30 to $100 and up per hour these days, so that is a good gig that fits into a lot of schedules. The other thing I want you to think about is, do you have a university or a college in your town?
Okay.
They're always doing some kind of research, and I don't mean blood or tissue donation.
Yeah.
I mean answering qualitative questions. This contributes to the greater good. You help society and you learn something.
You can make some money by just filling out those surveys.
Oftentimes, yes, they will compensate you for participating in those studies.
Okay, sounds good.
Hoda could also go and teach at one of those colleges and universities.
Absolutely.
You could be an adjunct professor.
She's an ordained minister.
That's true.
That's right.
But you could charge for that. Okay.
So this next one here, we're talking about free money. Like, this is something that a lot of folks probably aren't even aware of. There may be free money out there for them.
There are hundreds of billions of dollars sitting right now that are unclaimed that belong to American taxpayers. I want you to write down a site, USA.gov. Everything is there to get you to legitimate government sites. And you're wondering, well, how does this money end up unclaimed? Let's say you put down a deposit for an electricity bill or something. You move, they don't know where to forward your deposit back to. Or unclaimed pension checks, an insurance payment you have forgotten about. In some cases, people don't track down their tax refund. So this money is due to you. And I would say take your family members, go online, enter your name, and remember, you never have to pay money to get the money that is owed to you. We used to do this in our local market. We would go and find people who were owed money, knock on their door and say, did you know you had $50 or $100 waiting for you from the water company? And it was like a nice little payday. Sometimes it's a lot more.
I'm glad you added that red flag, though, because if someone's asking you to pay money to get money, that's typically a sign of a scam.
Exactly.
This next one I had not heard about until, again, Hoda told me about it. You can rent your house out.
It's a font of knowledge, this Hoda.
You can rent your house out, you can rent your own car out, and now you can rent out your pool?
Craig, this is for you. You just recently got a pool if you wanted to.
That's why I'm all ears.
$50 an hour up to $250. I'm seeing some pools going for $500. If they've got a cabana, they're really nice. It's the whole Airbnb Verbo concept, right? So swimmy.com and swimply.com are two sites that are letting people advertise their backyard pool. Just remember, there is some liability that goes along with this, so you do want to check with your homeowners association and your homeowner's insurance first.
Check your insurance policy.
Yes.
All right, Vicky win.
Yeah.
Vicky, thank you.
Side hustle.
NBC News, streaming free now. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mother's Day is on Sunday, and this year, why not cook for mom at home and clean up too? Here to make
that wasn't in the prompter.
Sorry. Here to make Dutch baby pancakes and corned beef hash is Ann Burrell, host of Food Network's Worst Cooks in America, Celebrity Edition. That's so 90s. Love this show. I love bringing everybody back from the 90s, and we love having you here. Good morning.
It's so good to be here
Welcome
and in person.
First time in a while.
I know, this is great.
So, and I have to say, it's thrilling to be back just in time for Mother's Day, right?
And it's berry season.
Berry season. So let's get started. I mean, we're making Dutch baby pancakes, which are kind of showstoppers when you see them, but quite easy to make. So we don't really need to tell everyone that. But we start off with a little berry compote. So I have some sugar in my pan. I have about 1 cup of raspberries and blueberries. Now, if you're not a blueberry or raspberry fan, just switch out for whatever kind of berries you like. I have the zest and juice of 1 lemon and a cinnamon stick. The zest is where most of the flavor of a citrus is, and it's just the colored part. So you just mix that around and you let it get bubbly until it cooks down and gets a little syrupy, and voila, finished.
And that's your syrup.
So, and then, we always like things to be beautiful, so we're going to do a little sliced strawberries.
Oh, to add to it.
Yep. And
so you don't have just a clump of compote on top.
Exactly. We like that, fresh bite of the berry.
Yes.
And so we put some sugar on these.
More sugar.
Ooh, we're macerating again.
Hello.
Macerating.
It's for Mom.
Wow,
yes, we're all macerating together.
What is that, macerating? Just mushing?
Well, no, we're not going to mush. We just kind of marinate the strawberries with some sugar, and it kind of makes them soften and start to pull out their natural juices.
It's
amazing.
Is that orange
situation?
zest?
Orange zest.
Okay.
Yes, I love that. Really, citrus zest just brings a beautiful freshness to the whole situation. Now, for the pancake batter, and by the way, these can all be done yesterday.
Oh, okay. I like that. I'll make ahead.
The pancake batter is best if you make it yesterday. So then when you get up to make brunch for Mom, all you have to do is pop these in the oven.
So you just keep the batter in the fridge overnight?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's some eggs, some milk.
Regular milk, that's whole milk, right?
Whole milk, 3 eggs. I mean, these beautiful eggs with the super orange yolks. About a half a cup of flour.
Just all-purpose flour?
Yep, AP flour. 2 tablespoons of melted butter. Some sugar.
More sugar.
I mean, there we go. We got to be sweet for Mom.
Come on.
And a little vanilla extract. And then you just put everything in the blender.
Oh. Yeah, this instead of a mixer.
Right?
Why
Yes,
is
like
this?
Because you really want the mixture to get very, very smooth.
Okay. So it looks kind of like a
no
milkshake.
lumps.
Okay.
And this does it effectively, really quickly.
We got to keep going.
And there we go.
is the batter.
Voila.
Nice. Okay.
And then
it turns
that's
into that.
pretty much done.
Okay.
So you like using a cast iron?
So for this, you can use a cast iron pan. I mean, I have to say, I do love a cast iron pan. It gives me the grandma
Look at how pretty
feels.
this is.
So you preheat the pan in the oven.
Okay.
And then you pull it out and be careful because this pan will be hot. So we don't want to grab it like that.
Oh, wow.
Melt some butter in there.
And that's
Just
good.
Pour the
whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing.
right in there.
That's good,
And by
man.
making the batter the day ahead, it will help your Dutch baby rise up really nice and tall.
We're wasting your time. We're wasting yours.
And then we just finish it.
We want to get to the corned beef
We gotta
hash.
get to the corned beef
All right, we got to get to the big meal. So we just finish this guy up with some berry compote, some strawberries, and some
Beautiful.
whipped cream.
I'll finish it up myself.
There you go.
Perfect.
Gorge.
Can't wait to
So
try
what's in the?
So corned beef hash, I mean, I love a hash. It just makes me think of Sunday mornings when I was a kid. So we saute some onions. We have some Yukon Gold potatoes that we have diced up and then boiled them. And then we're just going to add everybody together.
Okay, so they're already cooked through.
Yep, exactly.
So good.
So you get the sweet and the savory.
Right? I mean, and so this, if you're not a sweet person or you're not a savory person, this is also beautiful, topped with some eggs, fried, poached.
Oh my goodness.
Like however you want.
This is so delicious. So you add in the...
So some potatoes, some onions, some corned beef. And so I like to use hot cherry peppers. If you guys are not, they have a tendency to be very spicy. So if you're not, you can
Just get those
substitute.
at the store?
It adds a nice tang, though.
Right?
Oh my
Roasted
gosh.
red peppers or
this is so
pepper
delicious.
and then you just finish it up like that. Top it
I
with a little
love it.
parsley, and voila. That's brunch for Mom.
Oh my gosh, you have to try these recipes. To get them, head to today.com/food. And of course, be sure to check out this season of Worst Cooks in America Celebrity Edition Sunday night on Food Network.
Well done, Ann Burrell.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Just as the weather's starting to heat up a little bit here, so too are all the big music festivals and summer events this year. You don't want to miss a
I
thing.
think we spent a few years missing out on a lot of things, so we're going to get the party started with SiriusXM Hits 1 morning mashup host Nicole Ryan. We share a studio over there.
Yes, we do.
All right, let's get started. Lady Gaga, she's hitting the road, huh?
She is hitting the road, and this is the first time since her Joanne tour. This is the Chromatica, yes, the Chromatica Ball tour. This is a stadium tour. Super excited about this. You know, she had a residency in Vegas.
Oh, right.
That she was doing for a little while. But, you know, we also had a SiriusXM subscriber event, an exclusive subscriber event that we did at the Apollo here in New York. Yeah. And I'm just saying, seeing Lady Gaga is life-changing.
Is it?
So this is a ticket that you got to see.
Especially in that big stadium vibe, all that.
Absolutely.
How about Alicia Keys, one of the best, most talented people on earth?
Yes, and she has not been on stage in a very long time. This is the world tour. She's going to be taking over Europe, North America. This is going to be one that is for the books.
Watching her on stage, just all she has to do is her and a piano, and then we're all done.
I mean, she sits down at the piano, and we all lose it.
Yeah,
you know?
dying. All right, Kenny Chesney. I mean, we adore him anyway, but what's he going to be doing this summer?
He has not been on stage in 3 years. He's kicking his tour off in Tampa. He's going to be hitting all of the big cities, and it's called the Here and Now Tour. And I mean, the guy rocks out.
Oh my!
It's going to be amazing.
Are tickets tough to get for all these things, by the way?
I don't think they're necessarily tough to get. Maybe tough to afford, depending on the show.
I guess because a lot of people waited so long that now's the time.
Making up for lost time and lost revenue. Okay, Bieber. He's been out on tour for a little bit. What kind of show are we talking about
So
here?
he's touring the Justice album, the latest album, and this is a world tour. We all love Bieber, and this album is really an ode to his wife, Hailey Bieber. So we're all obsessed with this relationship, and I've heard that it just oozes from him when he's on stage during this tour. So I'm very excited about this one.
Wow. Okay, so those are the big music ones that you're looking forward to. Let's move on to comedy. Kevin Hart and Chris Rock are teaming up on tour. Come on.
Could you dream up a better duo?
That's so good.
It's unbelievable. So they're doing 5 shows together. They're going to be joined together. Now, I mean, talk about an expensive show. That one's going to be amazing. And then they're obviously doing their own separate things. Kevin Hart is going to be going on and kicking his own personal tour off in July. And Chris Rock has already hit the road with his Ego Death World Tour. I think we're all wanting to see Chris Rock after what happened recently.
He's got a few things to say.
And we couldn't believe just, when was it, yesterday, the Hollywood Bowl, how Chappelle got hit and he jumped on stage and kind of...
well, he was able to bring some lightness to a really horrible situation and said, was that guy Will Smith?
Yes. Another one of our absolute favorites is Amy Schumer.
Yes.
She's back on the road.
Love her. She's got a 30-date tour called the Whore Tour. I don't know if...
Wait, for real?
Her time.
Yes, it is the Whore Tour, and she has a new show out called Life and Beth, which is on Hulu. I binged it in one day.
You did?
And it reminded me why I need to have a ticket to this show.
What is? Yeah, tell us about Life and Beth.
It's her, and it's a little bit, loosely based on her life with her husband, and Michael Cera's in it, and it's just her. It's so her humor, and it's delicious. You'll laugh, you'll cry. It's great.
She's always funny.
We're talking about music festivals. I am sitting here thinking about one music festival in particular. Jazz Fest is the last weekend in April, first weekend in May in New Orleans. It is this weekend is the final one.
Yeah.
And people have been just dying to get out and have a music festival. What else is going on?
So we've got Gov Ball, Governor's Ball, which is here in New York. Very excited. That's one of my favorites.
And what is that event like?
It really is one of my favorites. This is going to be Kid Cudi, J. Cole, Halsey. Really excited to see Halsey because this will be the first time that she's on the stage since she had a baby. And she always puts on an amazing show.
Is this an outdoor venue?
This is an outdoor venue. Randall's Island. Yeah, it's it's just everything a festival is. Great food, great vendors. It's an awesome event.
Okay.
We also have down in New Orleans, we have Essence.
By the way, Essence Fest is awesome. That's the 4th of July, right?
Chris Rock, obviously very busy. I mean, what is with him? Chris Rock, Janet Jackson, Nicki Minaj, I believe New Edition's going to be there. It's going to be crazy, and that's at the end of June 30th.
June 30th, yeah, it's usually around the 4th of July. What's great about that event, too, is they always have really inspirational speakers. Like, you go and you hear music, and then you go into some big venue, and like Iyanla Van Zandt Samantha's holding you in the palm of your hand, and
Oh, my gosh.
she's lifting people up. She's really cool.
And then one of my favorites is Lollapalooza, obviously in Chicago.
Yeah.
And that's got Machine Gun Kelly and Dua Lipa and Doja Cat. I mean, this is a triple threat right here. I mean, it's just, this is another ticket that I'm going to need to get my hands
see
on.
this summer, Hoda.
What?
We got a lot of concerts
There's
to go
so
to.
much, and by the way, we got a ton of. You left out the ones that we're having on our Plaza, girl. There's a ton of them that are going to.
Oh yeah, those.
If you want a free one, we're going to have a whole bunch that'll be on our website. You can check them all out. You can listen to Nicole on the morning mashup on Sirius XM Hits One. Thanks for joining
Thanks, Nicole.
us.
That was great.
guys.
Good to see ya.
Appreciate it. Why don't you come back tomorrow? We got another big show for you.
Yeah, the cast of Mrs. Doubtfire will be here to close the curtain on our Best of Broadway week. We'll see you soon. Have a great Wednesday.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Now, everybody loves a hearty meal.
But when the cooking is done, nobody loves doing dishes.
So today, we're making 3 delicious recipes that all come together in just one pot.
I'm making a one-pan chicken pot pie with some of my favorite spring veggies.
I'm whipping up Tuscan-style tortellini soup.
And I'm making my flavor-packed, Thai-inspired green curry noodles.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Growing up, it was always a treat for me and my siblings to make frozen chicken pot pies when my parents were out to dinner and we had to fend for ourselves. And today I will be making a more grown-up version of this classic comfort food. This recipe has some of my favorite veggies and I know your whole family will absolutely love it. So the first thing we're gonna do is get our onion going. Look at that stunning dice. Move those onions off to the side to prep the rest of our veg. This is fennel, gorgeous, gorgeous fennel. Bulb, fronds, and the stems, okay? So I really love using fennel in honestly any kind of cooking. I promise you, all of that anise flavor is going to mellow out beautifully once it hits the pan. We have these fronds here. We're gonna just give them a nice rough chop. So we've taken the stem off, and then I'm going to cut it in half, like so. We'll go from the top to the back, like so. And then rock it through from the back to the front. Let's quickly do our celery. And the theme here is green. I don't know if you can tell. All green veggies, that's what we're working with today. Okay, finally our garlic clove. And you also don't have to worry about chopping this too fine. So let's get to sauteing. We are going to add in a nice hunk of unsalted butter. We are also going to add in some olive oil. Once it is all melted and as it starts bubbling like so, that is when we know to add in our veggies. These will all go in at the same time. These veggies are really running away from me here. Okay. We want these veggies to break down, to caramelize a bit, to develop their flavor. And while that is going, we are going to get to work on the rest of our veggies because believe it or not, we are adding even more vegetables to this already full vegetation experience. All right, so next up we have our kale. This is lacinato kale, also known as dinosaur kale. It is flat, it's not as crazy and curly like curly kale. And my favorite way to prepare it is I will take the bottom, right where the stem is, grab either side, and then take my finger and pull that stem right through. And there you go. Okay, so while this is going, we are actually going to add even more flavor with some fresh thyme. And then what we're gonna do is we're just going to bunch it on up in pieces, slice it thin, just like so. How about that? Fabulous. We're gonna get to work on our chicken. A great shortcut that I love to do is I love to use a rotisserie chicken. I am pulling off this skin just because we don't necessarily need it, and we can chop this up. My siblings prefer white meat and I prefer dark meat with chicken, so it's good. We'll have a little for me and then the rest for my sibbies. Okay, looking good. So now that our veggies are ready to rock, it is time to create what I like to call an almost roux. So we are just going to add in this all-purpose flour, but it's really important when you add in flour to a pot pie, to anything as a thickening agent, that you take the time to cook the flour down. So we want to just keep cooking this down for about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, it's time to thicken this up. We're gonna start by doing 1 cup of the stock. We want to make sure that all of this flour breaks down. And now what we want to do is we want to bring this to a simmer to continue thickening it a bit more. Next up, we are going to add in our kale to wilt it and to also thicken up our mixture a bit. And now that this looks nice and thick, we're going to add in our final ingredients, our peas, our fennel fronds, and our chopped up chicken. This is my favorite thing to do with a homemade pot pie. I love using puff pastry, store-bought. I'm taking a little bit of all-purpose flour and just giving it a nice light dusting. Open it on up. This is 1 sheet of puff pastry. We're gonna give this 1 more light dusting of flour. Take your rolling pin. The main thing here is to make sure that you roll it out so that it fits whatever pan you are working with. And we're just going to fold it, bring our pan over, lift it up, and then open it up like a book and dress it right over the top. You're cute, you're gorgeous. I love ya. We wanna make sure that we have about 1 inch around our cast iron. And you can just trim the corners off of that pastry. I have egg wash right here. And the reason why we're popping this onto the top and brushing it over the top of our pastry is because if we don't, what's gonna happen is our pastry is gonna end up looking a little sad. So we're just taking a pastry brush and really delicately brushing that egg wash over the top and the sides of the pastry. Okay, we want to make sure it has some ventilation. You want to make sure that you have at least 3, maybe 4, right in the center of that pie so that steam can escape. And then my favorite little extra layer of pizzazz is to take some flaky salt and sprinkle it over the top of this pot pie. So this is going to go into the oven for about 25 to 30 minutes and just check about halfway through. Oh man, our pot pie has cooled. We want it to cool for about 10 minutes after it comes out of the oven. And now there's only one thing left to do. Slice it up and give it a taste. And then we're gonna give this a nice big scoop. Oh yeah. Look at that. It is unbelievable how food can instantly transport you back to a moment. It is just bursting with spring beauty and energy. I love it. One more bite, because we deserve it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I absolutely love Italian food, just like everybody else. It's so comforting and it always tends to hit the spot. Now with minimal prep, my tortellini soup is just a thing to make at the end of a long day because it's just in one pot. All right, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna fire up the big pot that you have in your kitchen. I'm gonna set it onto a medium-high heat. Next, we're gonna move on to the sausage. This is spicy Italian sausage. I think it adds a lot of flavor. Just remove the casing from the sausage. Well, a sticky little thing, isn't it? Then we're just gonna put this right into the pan right now. Squeeze that sausage right on out, right into that pot. Right now, I'm breaking up the meat so that way it'll be dispersed. We'll cook a little bit faster. Let's move on to chop up our veggies. So I've got some onion here. We're just gonna dice this up, slice it in half. And you can do generous chunks. There we go. Moving on, we got some fresh tomatoes here. Gonna dice these up as well. All right, and you know what? I'm thinking our sausage is about finished. Yeah, it's great. It's got a great color on there. We're gonna take a slotted spoon and we're gonna remove the sausage because we don't wanna take out the oil. We want the oil from that sausage to help out with the flavor. There we go. Now, since there's not a lot of oil left after the sausage, I am gonna add in just a little bit of olive oil. I'm gonna add in my onions and we're gonna saute those. You know I am a garlic lover, and if you love Italian food, you gotta be a garlic lover too. Now, got some carrots here. Because they're so small, I'm not gonna peel them. I'm just gonna begin to dice them up as well. But just make sure you wash your carrots. Give that a nice stir. All right. In goes the garlic. Slide that on in. Give it another stir. And we're gonna cook this for about 1 minute. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna deglaze the bottom of this pot. We're gonna do that with some red wine because we're fancy here in the Today All Day kitchen. So grab your favorite red wine. I'm gonna be using a blend, and we're gonna add about a half a cup. There we go. And if you want to toast yourself doing this recipe, I won't judge you. That's your business. Let this simmer down. And in go the tomatoes. I'm gonna let the tomatoes rest in here with the onions and the red wine and garlic. Let that simmer for a minute. I'm gonna finish preparing the rest of our veggies. Basil. I'm gonna roll them up, stack the leaves. And I'm just gonna, just like this. Beautiful. That should be enough. I'm gonna reserve some too for garnish at the very end. Check back in on our tomatoes and onions and look at this. You can see how thick it is. It's kind of slushy. That's exactly the texture that we want. I think this looks good. What about y'all? Yeah, Kev, it looks real good. Okay, let's start to bring everything else together. I'm gonna add in some oregano. Adding back in the sausage as well. Give this a good stir. And then our stock, pour it in. This is some chicken stock. Another pinch of salt, some black pepper, and lastly, I'm gonna sprinkle in some basil. Boom. Do we want some heat? Yeah, Kev, we want the heat. Bring the heat. All right, some red pepper. Boom. I'm gonna crank up the heat so that it comes to a boil, and then as soon as it starts to boil, you're gonna wanna reduce the heat down to a simmer.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're gonna take some kale. All I'm doing is folding the kale over, and I'm gonna take out the big stem. Take it at the very top, and just drag the knife along the stem. Comes right out. And then just do a chop. Just like this. This is great. Still simmering. Ready, in, go. The kale. Beautiful. And this is some cheese-filled tortellini. I'm gonna cook this for about 5 minutes. You can cover and let this simmer. All right, I think this is done. I'm gonna turn off the heat of our pot, and we're gonna plate this amazing one-pot Tuscan tortellini soup. And this soup deserves the good bowls, okay? I'm just gonna say that. It deserves it. Get a big scoop. Oh yeah. We've got the color from the carrots, color from the kale, and color from the tomatoes. Beautiful. Let's garnish Pepper. A little bit of dried oregano. If you want some, beautiful. Basil. There we go. And look at this. Holy smokes. Cannot wait to devour this soup. Oh my Lord, that is a delicious soup. Now, I'm not team soup only in the wintertime. I'm team soup all year long. You want to come home to a nice warm hug. This is it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I know making a curry from scratch might sound intimidating, but I promise it's actually pretty easy. After trying this recipe, you may never go back to that jarred stuff. I'm gonna kick things off with my curry paste. Traditionally, this is made in a mortar and pestle, but this girl is busy, so we're gonna put everything in a food processor and it comes out just great. So we're gonna first start with some coriander stems. So get those right into the food processor. Then we're gonna use one small shallot or half of this large one here. And I like to quarter it so it's easier to blend up in the food processor. So get that right in. And then we're gonna use 4 cloves of garlic. 1 Thai green chili. You could just take the stem right off like this. And you could cut this in half if you'd like, so it's easier to blend. And then we're gonna use 1-inch piece of fresh ginger. Fresh is key. The traditional ingredient in this is usually galangal, but it's not readily available, so ginger is the next best substitute. And the best way to peel ginger is using a spoon, because if you run your spoon right against the meat of the ginger, the peel comes right off. How cool is that? So pop that right in. Next, we want half a stalk of fresh lemongrass. I'm just gonna give this a rough chop. And we're gonna get that beautiful lemongrass right in. I'm using 1 fresh lime. Let's get that all in. So then we wanna just cut this in half. You can use your hand or a little citrus squeezer and give it a good squeeze. And we have a few more remaining ingredients. We want some toasted cumin seeds and some toasted coriander seeds. Then we want to add a pinch of white pepper. This is deceiving. White pepper is quite spicy, so a pinch is more than enough. And then a pinch of kosher salt. And we're gonna whiz this up. And just keep pulsing. Okay, so I think we're good. So I'm gonna get it out into a bowl and then I'm gonna grab my veggies, tofu, and noodles for the rest of my recipe. So we've had our tofu here sitting in some paper towel. We've pressed it, so you'll notice that it's a little bit drier from when you open the package. So I like small cubes because I want them to be bite-sized and able to fit on my spoon or fork. Plus, if you make them smaller, then they'll cook better and crisp up. Okay, the next step is tossing them in some cornstarch. So you just want to lightly coat them. Great. So let's turn our skillet on. And we're going to want to get this to about a medium-high heat. Coat the bottom with some neutral cooking oil. I'm going to start giving them a flip. This is what you want. This is gonna be flavor packed. These are looking great. You could see the color, the crisp. So I'm gonna get them removed and then start prepping my veg. First, I'm gonna slice my onion. We're just using a medium to large yellow onion. So I'm gonna do a quick slice on each half. So our onion is done. And next we want to do one long red chili. These actually aren't that spicy, but they're going to add a lot of flavor and they're going to look beautiful against the green curry. So we're just going to give a quick slice on this, just basically thin circles. Great. And next we want to slice a green bell pepper. This one's a big one. So cut this in half. And I just like to scoop out the center to clean it up. And then similarly, we're just going to run our knife through it like the way we did for the onion. Great. And lastly, we have some carrot. We're gonna try doing this julienne because I like it to match the onions and the peppers. Okay? And now the one pan or pot magic begins. So we're gonna take the same pan that we used to crisp up our tofu in. While that's heating up, we're gonna coat it with a little bit more of that neutral oil. And now I'm gonna add in all of my veggies. Whew, I always love that sizzle. So we wanna saute it for about 5 minutes or so. And to help with the process, we're gonna add in a bit of salt. The salt is gonna help release all of the moisture in the vegetables. Now that our onions are looking a little bit translucent, it's time for our curry paste. It smells so good. We're gonna let this cook down for about 3 to 4 minutes. Once you notice that the vegetables have softened and it's browning on the bottom, it's time for our liquids. So we're gonna add in about 2 cups of water. And some full-fat coconut milk. And now is when we add our green peas. Stir this all together, and then we wanna bring this to a slow simmer. So while we wait for our curry to come to a slow simmer, I wanna talk about the noodles. So I'm actually using edamame noodles, which are noodles made out of edamame beans. They're super delicious and they're a beautiful green color. Okay, so our curry is simmering. So now it's time to add our noodles. You just wanna make sure all the noodles have some moisture on them. They're all covered with the liquid. Great. Then we're gonna cover it and let it cook for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna clean up some of these bowls and get ready to taste. Okay, so our noodles have been simmering for about 5 minutes, so let's give it a check. These will look so good. Notice that all the liquid has reduced, but it's still nice and saucy, and the veggies are still vibrant in color. All right, let's get it plated. So beautiful. I love the way the carrots look in this because they really add that pop of color. Okay, now for our tofu. We haven't forgotten about that. So they've actually cooled off here, which is great because now they're nice and crispy. And then we're gonna add some of our garnishes. So we have some fresh lime, some fresh coriander, and we reserved some of our fresh red chili. Look at this. Can you believe this was made in only one pan? I just have to give this a taste. Are you kidding me? It's like I'm walking the streets of Bangkok. It's so vibrant, it's so fragrant. You should always eat with your eyes first. And this is certainly a dish that I'm eating with my eyes first.
I'm fashion and beauty editor Chassie Post, and I know trends. So each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll love in Style Finder.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm lifestyle expert Jen Fallick, and I love trying out products and finding the best versions of everyday items and elevated essentials. A curated list of better basics. This is Shop All Day Summer Beauty Refresh. Hi, I'm Chassie Post, contributing editor, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. We're right in the middle of summer, and it's about that time when we want to lighten our makeup routine and take care of our skin while spending time in the sun. We're talking about rollers made with volcanic rock to help oily skin to the latest and innovative ways to apply lip color. So stay with us as we not only show you our fab finds, but tell you why we've chosen these products for your beauty refresh. And see the QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. And we've created a text-to-shop feature. Simply text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. I'm excited to show you some of the hottest beauty products of the season. Let's get started with our skin. And since it is summer, the scent, of course, is watermelon. So first up from Ulta Beauty, we have the Watermelon Sleeping Mask. And I mean, everybody loves a little summer watermelon. Well, turns out, so does our skin. Watermelon beauty products are actually a huge trend right now. And actually, watermelon fruit has been used as a beauty care secret for centuries. I mean, it's super hydrating, thus the name watermelon, right? And it also has loads of vitamin E and it's anti-inflammatory. So we were thrilled when we found this little mask that would bring all the watermelon goodness to our skin very easily. So here's how you use it. You just put it on before you go to sleep and you sleep with it. You wake up in the morning and your skin feels hydrated, it's got a glow, it's revitalized. So this is a great little affordable find. Next, we've got an eye mask that I like to call a little miracle, which you have seen all over social media. Now it's from Wander Beauty and they're called the Baggage Claim Eye Masks. And honestly, you can check your under eye baggage at the door with these. They're a multitasker. And what they're gonna do is not only do they reduce puffiness, they also reduce fine lines and wrinkles, they brighten, they hydrate. There's almost nothing these little guys don't do. I mean, they're gold. How cool is that? And when I use them, they actually make me feel like giving myself a treat. And that's really great because it's affordable. I don't always have to go to a luxurious spa to feel like I'm taking care of myself. 6 come in a pack, and these are truly the next level in eye masks. So next up, we have the Brazilian Boom Boom Cream. I know it looks like it says Bum Bum on the little jar here, but in Brazil, they pronounce it Boom Boom. And trust us, the Boom Boom in Brazil is a national obsession, and it actually inspired this product. So this product is the best-selling body cream at Sephora 5 years in a row, and what people love so much about it is
it tightens and smooths the skin. And it does that using caffeine. Yes, the active ingredient is caffeine found in the guarana. So now that we've got, our skin feeling smooth and tight, how about a little bit of a tan, but a safe glow? And that is Bondi Sands. This self-tanner, to say that it is popular is an understatement. This is a self-tanner that has a social media following. It is TikTok famous, but here is why it's so popular. First of all, it is so easy to apply. You just use this fabulous little mitt. This is also a #1 bestseller. And you use it and you get a flawless finish every time. Also, this product, it is never orange, it's never streaky, and it is just such a natural glow. So we are really loving this for summer because you can get that great glow without damaging your skin. So we've talked about the body, so now let's talk about the brows, which are such a big trend. And I was thrilled to find this product. It's from Wonder 2, and it's called the Wonder Brow Waterproof Eyebrow Gel. And oh my goodness, people are loving it so much because it's so easy to use. Those bigger, fuller brows that everybody's wearing now, that are such a big trend, they are gorgeous. I love them. But what about people like me who were not born with big, gorgeous, full brows? So I was thrilled to find this because I tried it and it actually fills in my sparse brows and it looks totally natural. Plus, it took almost no time. This product is also waterproof and smudge proof. I've tried, with the precision pencils of before to create a brow. I walk outside in the humidity and the heat, and the first chance I see a mirror, my entire eyebrows have melted off. Well, no more. This stuff is not going anywhere. It comes in 5 different shades, and it is a game changer. So, last but not least, you guys are not going to believe the innovations in lip color technology. I could not believe this product. It's called the Wonder Blading Peel and Reveal Lip Color. So let me explain what this is. So it's like a semi-permanent color that transfers onto the top layer of your lip. But listen to how they do it. They use what's called liquid blading technology. So you take a little lip mask, you apply it to the lip, and then you mist it with an activating mist. And so then you wait 30 seconds and you pull the lip mask off, and you've got this gorgeous semi-permanent color. It is smudge proof. It's not going anywhere. Let's run through all the products one more time. And if you saw anything here you're interested in purchasing, simply text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we shared on today's show. So we've got the Ulta Beauty Watermelon Sleeping Mask, the Baggage Claim Eye Masks, the Sol de Janeiro Boom Boom Body Cream, the Bondi Sands Self-Tanning Foam, and Bondi Sands Self-Tanning Mitt, the Wonder Brow Waterproof Eyebrow Gel, and the Wonder Skin Wonder Blading Lip Peel and Reveal Color. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Adriana Brock is talking to entrepreneur and author Dulce Candy about getting that light glowing summer look. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, Shop Today editorial director, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. Our show today is all about the best beauty products for summer, so I'm super excited to talk to someone who is definitely in the know on this topic, entrepreneur and author Dulce Candy. And don't forget, there's the QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it and shop these products right now. Or you can simply text SHOP to the number below to shop everything we're sharing with you today. Hey, Dulce, how are you? It's great to see you.
Hi, I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. So we've known you for like more than a decade right now for doing your makeup tutorials on YouTube. And you have millions of followers, a lot of devoted fans. But before you got into the beauty business, you were actually in the US Army. How do you go from being in the Army to pivoting to the beauty business?
I just feel like I got really lucky because I started at the very conception of YouTube and I discovered this community full of women and a little bit of men at that time who were just so passionate about discussing makeup and anything related to beauty. And I just felt like since I couldn't really express that side of me, being a woman in the military, I always got in trouble for like putting a little bit too much mascara or getting my nails done. I just felt really at home within this community back in 2008.
Wow, so you have a ton of tutorials, like everything from false lashes to bronzer to summer makeup, of course. You must have a most memorable look from all your tutorials. Which one would you say is your favorite?
Honestly, one of my favorites, I was wearing like this really bright orange eyeshadow, which I normally don't do on an everyday basis, of course, but I just love to express myself through makeup and use it as a creative art. So whenever I have the time to really get creative and use really bright colors, those to me are like my favorite moments.
That's so cool. I mean, that's what makeup's all about, right? Like having a little bit of fun. Do you have any beauty regrets? Because I know I've had a few in my day, and I'm sure you have if you've made all this content.
Honestly, I have so many. Like a lot of my, like whenever I look back through my archives, there's so many cringy moments. But I would have to say definitely just over tweezing my eyebrows and having them like really tiny is just not a good look.
I feel like that's so relatable. We've all had like an eyebrow phase where something went wrong. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about summer makeup specifically. So a lot of people, it's hot outside. They want to lighten up their look for the summertime. Do you have any makeup essentials that you swear by for like great, easy summer look?
Yeah, I think for me, like the main focus is definitely the eye makeup. I like to keep it very minimal, so I always love to start off with a nice buildable coverage, something very wearable and something that's not going to look cakey as far as concealers. So this one is by CoverGirl. It's from their Clean Fresh line. And like I said, it's very buildable, very creamy, and you can either just swipe a few dots underneath your eye to look really refreshed and alive, which is something that I really love. And you can also amp it up if you just need a little bit more coverage.
That's a great drugstore find. And I know you have another affordable beauty find. It's the Pixie Mascara.
Yes, this is one of my favorite mascaras by Pixie Beauty. This is the Large Lash Mascara. Especially for me, since becoming a mom, I don't really have a lot of time to do like the strip lash. So this is gonna give you the look of fake lashes because it has a really incredible brush that is really going to give you a lot of volume, length, and it's also really nice if you want to wear on hot days because it's not going to melt.
I love that. I'm all about like easy concealer, mascara, and you're out the door. Talk to me a little bit more about the bronzer you have here, and you have the lip oil, which these are pretty unique products that are perfect for summer.
For me, for the summertime, this is a product by Physicians Formula. It's the Sculpting Bronzer. And the reason I love this one in particular is because the formula is so easy to blend. You can just swipe it on your face and you're gonna get that beautiful bronzy look. It's also gonna give you a dewy effect because it's a cream product. So I think in the summertime specifically, you want your skin to be nice and dewy and hydrated.
You don't want to have too much on.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I love this one.
Yeah. And what about this lip oil? I've heard of lip gloss, but tell me about this lip oil.
The lip oil, this is incredible. This is a new product from Sigma Beauty. It's the Renew Lip Oils.
Okay.
And I have all 4 different colors here, but this is basically a mix between a lip balm, super hydrating lip balm, and a lip gloss. You're gonna have beautiful, beautiful glossy and hydrated lips throughout the day. What I love about them the most is that they actually match with your own specific skin tone because of the way that they're formulated. So they're gonna look completely different on everybody, but again, super wearable and just absolutely gorgeous.
That's so unique. I also wanted to ask you, because you were talking about how like you love this mascara because you're a mom and you have like no time to get out the door. I'm a mom to be, so I'm looking for some beauty advice from you. What are some simple tricks for any busy woman who just wants to get ready for summer and get out the door?
I would honestly say really focus on your skincare because you're not going to have to worry too much about covering up way too many things with foundation and concealer. So if you really take care of your skin, you can literally just use a little bit of concealer and blend it out. Definitely add some mascara, a little bit of lip gloss, and you're out the door.
I love it. It's all about simplicity. Thank you so much, Dulce. It was so great chatting with you.
Hey,
thank you for
so
all your
much.
great tips.
Thank you. Have a beautiful day.
So you're covered on the makeup, but now we're featuring the trending tools to apply it and take it off, starting with this 14-piece brush set. So no makeup beauty routine is complete without the right tools. And this set right here is a Today.com reader favorite. You get 14 brushes for just $10. People love it. It is such an incredible value with brushes that you're actually gonna use. And you know what? This pack is so big, you can even break it up and give some to your friends. It has everything from a foundation brush to a bronzer brush. I mean, it even has a spoolie so you can fluff up your eyebrows in no time. We love this one. The next one we have is the Luxe Brush Cleaner and Spinner. It's gonna keep your makeup brushes super clean, and you need that to get a perfect application every time. So there's no excuse. All you have to do is use one of the collars that it comes with. You pop it on and you literally just push a button and it does all the work for you. So there's no effort required here. It's so easy to use. Not only does it wash them, it also dries them for you. So can't go wrong here. And lastly, when you're ready to take all your makeup off, skip the wasteful wipes and try this Today.com favorite. It is the original makeup eraser, and this little towel is gonna remove all your makeup with just water. And it's not gonna irritate your skin. It's gonna remove the most stubborn waterproof makeup, whether it's mascara or eyeliner. All you have to do is use the short side with all these short fibers to scrub off the makeup, and then you use the other side to wipe it off. It's so easy to use. We really love this tool. Let's run through all the products one more time. And if you saw anything here that you're interested in purchasing, simply text SHOP to the number below and shop all the products we shared on today's show. We have the Physicians Formula Organic Wear Sculpting Bronzer, the Sigma Beauty Renew Lip Oil, the CoverGirl Clean Fresh Concealer, Pixie Beauty Large Lash Mascara, the BS Small 14-piece brush set, the Luxe Makeup Brush Cleaner and Spinner, and the original makeup eraser. Up next, Chassis Post is featuring the latest beauty trends in Style Finder. Stay tuned.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Shop All Day. I'm lifestyle expert Jen Fallick, and I'm here to show you some useful products that will make your makeup routine so much easier, and solutions for your skin and hair after spending time in the sun. And see the QR code on the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. We've also created a text to shop feature. Simply text shop to the number below to shop all the products that we're sharing with you. So let's get to it. First, let's get everything organized, okay? I just use something like this to organize my makeup. It sits right on my counter and I love it. This is so much better than your basic organizer. This is a 360-degree rotating makeup organizer. And the best part, it's got all of these adjustable shelves, so you can really customize it to your needs. It can hold up to 30 makeup brushes, 20 skincare products, plus there's room for nail polishes, lip glosses, all the makeup essentials that you need. And so simple, all you do is give it a spin, and you can find whatever it is that you're looking for on any given morning. It speeds up your routine, it makes your countertop look neat, and I also love that this is super easy to clean. Since it's acrylic, just a simple wipe down, and it's fresh like it's just brand new. Okay, let's face it, guys, we're gonna sweat this summer. It's inevitable. So instead of your basic blotting papers, make sure that you've got this Better Basic on hand. This uses volcanic stone to soak up excess oil instantly. It's from Revlon, and it's a volcanic stone face roller. It works on all skin tones, and it's so simple to use. Basically, you just pop off the top. Anywhere that you see shine, I mean, I just used it earlier on my T-zone. It's gonna instantly magnetize away all the shine. The volcanic rock is what really makes this so special. It absorbs everything, and it blends seamlessly. So even if you have makeup on, you can still use this over makeup. Again, it's gonna instantly mattify any shine. And I also love that it's reusable. This is almost like a face roller with benefits. Speaking of products with many benefits, I am a huge, huge, huge fan of MD Solar Sciences. Their sunblocks, for me, have always been a favorite, especially lately, as you know, my skin changes a little bit. I love that this product is something that I can use, my kids can use. It's great for sensitive skin. It's the Tinted Mineral SPF 30. The tint actually works on all different skin tones. It blends right into your skin. The texture is really unlike any other sunscreen I've ever used. It's lightweight. It's almost like velvety. I am a huge fan, again, of the mattifying properties of it. The fact that the tint works on all skin tones. As I get a little color, as we get deeper into the summer, I can still use this every single day. It pretty much is like my morning essential, afternoon touch-up, and evening product all wrapped into one. Now on to something super cool and innovative. We all love that look of false lashes, but I gotta be honest, they are not easy to put on yourself. These are better than your basic false lashes. These are magnetic eyelashes. Now, it sounds crazy, a magnetic eyelash, false eyelashes that you can put on by yourself at home. Bear with me, I'm gonna give you the scoop. These things are great. Basically, they come with a magnetic liner. So the trick is in the liner. The liner magnetizes to the lashes. So you apply this just like you would an eyeliner. If you can apply eyeliner, you can apply these. You put this on your lash line, and then you've got all these different sets of lashes in here. They're reusable too, so you're getting 10 sets, but you can reuse them over and over again. You trim them to fit your eye. So it comes actually with a whole kit with these little scissors in there, so you can hold them up, just give them a quick snip on either side so that they fit your eye perfectly. Apply the liner, let it dry, put the lash right up to the liner, press it in, and it magnetically sticks together. They're reusable and pretty much as foolproof as false eyelashes can get. Now we are moving on to your hair. So summer can do major damage on hair. I know for me, between the sun, pool, ocean, everything that's going on when you're outside having fun in the sun this summer, your hair pays the price. People are absolutely obsessed with this product. Besides the fact that it's safe for use on color-treated hair, which I think is really important, especially in the summer. This protects your hair, so you're not gonna get as much hair breakage. Your hair shouldn't be falling out as much, while also deep cleaning your scalp. And so it's gonna hydrate your hair. It kind of covers all the bases. Like with anything, you wanna check with your dermatologist before trying a new shampoo. It's a good one to try. Hair also can get really, really tangled in the summer between the pool, the ocean. I've got to tell you, my 6-year-old daughter has the most tangled hair I've ever seen in my entire life. So we are really excited to test this out. This is the Felicia Leatherwood Detangling Hairbrush. What's unique about this brush, besides the fun colors, which just kind of make me happy, this brush is bonded on 3 sides instead of 4. So what that means is it can run through your hair without getting all twisted up. You get more flexibility with this, so if you've got a lot of tangles, this is gonna go through your hair much easier. I mean, my daughter has the most sensitive scalp. So whether you've got really kinky curly hair, even if you've got straight hair that tends to get knotted up every now and then, this is a great bet for getting those tangles out. Again, keeping your hair from getting extra damaged in a time of year when it tends to suffer the consequences of the season anyway. Huge trend that we're seeing right now in skincare overall is this idea of patches and overnight treatments. So this is the Mighty Patch. This is way, way better than your basic acne treatment, your basic gel, anything that you may use. Upgrade it with a patch. You can see here, they're just these teeny little patches that actually mattify on the skin. They stay on all night. It works over like 6 to 8 hours. The ingredients in there are gonna help to reduce the appearance of a blemish. And then in the morning, when you wake up, you simply peel it off. They adhere right onto your face. You don't feel like you have something on. You don't feel self-conscious about it. They're not bothering your skin while you're trying to sleep. Instead, they're really just delivering great ingredients directly to where you need them to be. 6 to 8 hours a night, you'll wake up in the morning and you will be one happy camper. And last but not least, as we are talking beauty sleep, this is the Bedshore Satin Pillowcase. So we all hear about the benefits of using silk and satin pillowcases for beauty sleep. It helps with hair, skin, all these different things. What I love about these is that satin is actually much more durable than silk. So this is gonna last you a long time. These are stain resistant, comes in all these really great colors. There definitely is something for everybody, no matter what your home decor looks like. And you can easily wash these at home. They're easy to clean, which with silk pillowcases isn't always the case. They're zipper free as well, so you don't have any zippers that are gonna snag on your skin, which again is huge if you're using a satin or silk pillowcase. You wanna make sure that you're getting all the benefits and your hair isn't getting tangled up in a zipper. The benefits of something like this are so expansive, from anti-frizz for your hair, keeping your hair from breaking, wrinkles on your skin. I'm a side sleeper, so I tend to kind of wake up in the morning, and if I'm not using a great pillowcase, my skin's all kind of wrinkled up. This is great for maintaining the integrity of your skin, and also it's not gonna wipe off any skincare products that you're using. But again, since it's stain resistant, you don't have to stress out if you put on your moisturizer and go right to bed, because it's really easy to clean these. Again, they're super durable. I love the pink. I put them on every pillow. I feel like when I have guests, they always appreciate it too. And when you wake up in the morning, your hair still looks as good as it hopefully did the night before. So let's go through these products one more time, and you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got 360-degree rotating makeup organizer, the Revlon oil absorbing volcanic face roller, MD Solar Sciences mineral tinted face cream SPF 30, the Ari Shine 3D 5D magnetic eyelashes with eyeliner kit, the anti-thinning shampoo, Felicia Leatherwood detangling hairbrush, Mighty Patch, and Bed Shore satin pillowcase. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases that are made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on all your better basics. And for our show, it's been so much fun showing you our favorites. And if you missed something you liked, don't worry. All you gotta do is text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products that we shared today. Tune in next Thursday for another episode of Shop All Day.
Mariana, thank you for doing this.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Thank you for having me.
It's so great to meet you, and also to be at the center of sort of This Is Your Life with Hamilton across the street and summer. What is it like to be back on this street where so many good things in your life have happened to get you to the place you are now?
It feels like coming home. You know, I'm very comfortable on 46th Street. And I love where we are. We're on 45, you know, it's, they treat me like family here. They always have, you know.
Settled up at that bar a couple times, maybe?
A couple. Maybe I was here nightly, but you know, but here's the real truth. When you do Broadway shows, the schedule is so odd. Like you exert so much energy at night.
Yeah.
So theater people become night owls. So you have to find a spot that you can actually wind down.
It is so exciting to be talking to you in this moment. I was just saying, to have you where so many good things are happening for you right now, from winning the Golden Globe to hosting SNL to now having an Oscar nomination.
Ooh.
What does it feel like to hear all those things read back to you? Yeah. Is that a good? Or?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's phenomenal. Like there actually aren't enough adjectives, to be frank. It's an ongoing feeling, you know. When I was a kid, I watched the Oscars, and I loved watching them, you know, make their acceptance speeches. And I was like, oh, everybody says, and I'd like to thank the Academy. And I kid you not, I would sit on the floor in my grandmother's living room and mouth the words I'd like to thank the Academy with them. I did. I really did.
Oh my gosh.
So to now be a nominee, it's wild, but I'm also like, it's something I threw energy at for such a long time.
We were joking a minute ago about the term overnight success.
Yeah, it's
because
hilarious.
Some people may have just discovered you, but you've been at this for a little bit. What were those early years here? We were trying to find your place in Broadway, find your people, find that community. What was it like?
Oh gosh, messy.
Yeah.
It was messy. But I mean messy in the way of like, I was just trying all the things. Like I'd take all the classes, I'd go to all the auditions, even the ones I was painfully wrong for. Some highly embarrassing moments. You know, I moved to the city when I was, 19 years old? You know, and I got my first job, first bigger job 3 months after I'd been here, like pounding the pavement. So, and when I say pounding the pavement, like I lived in Sunnyside, Queens on my friend's couch, and I'd get up at 5 a.m. and get myself ready and get myself to the non-equity lines and the equity lines, and I'd sign up for everything and just try to get seen, you know, and I could afford like 50-cent coffee and maybe a muffin. I really did it. I'm actually very proud of this. I've been in 6 Broadway shows in a very short amount of time, and I'm very aware that that's an anomaly in and of itself, because most people just want one, and some people just get one. And it's not that I have a carefully calculated career, but I believe in versatility. So once people do get to know my work, you will realize I don't do the same thing twice. Even if I'm doing musicals, none of them are the same. And now that I get to make on-screen work, I plan to keep that as a general rule. I don't want to do the same type of work because that means you're not growing and changing. And I thrive on challenge and growth and change. And I think it's a cool time for change right about now.
Yeah.
You know, the industry's changing, listening in a different way, and you know, people are talking about firsts right now. I'm sure we'll get to this in the conversation, but might as well just like throw it on the table. You know, I've been told I'm the first Afro-Latina, the first openly queer woman of color to be nominated for an Oscar. I was like, that's cool. It is cool if those are indeed correct titles. It's cool to be first because in my mind, that's indicative that there will be more. You know, and that's great change. It's a great mile marker for change, in my opinion.
We were joking about your long climb up, but I think your mom said you came out of the womb dancing. Like this was always, we were always going to end up here in one form or another, as
Probably.
with you as a performer of some kind.
Yeah.
And I love the story. I think you were in a chorus line in high school.
Yeah.
And you came here to see a chorus line, and you looked around and you said, "Oh, these are my people." Right? Like, this is where I need to be. Now I got to figure out how to get back here.
Yep.
What was it about being around Broadway? What was that experience like for you that said, okay, this is it?
When I came to see a chorus line, there was just an energy that I understood and that I felt like understood me. And also a chorus line, it's about dancers. It's about a dancer's life and trials, tribulations, success. I finally saw myself. And it wasn't about seeing necessarily skin color. It was just about seeing people who were doing the things I loved at the level that I believed I could do it at. But I knew I wanted to try to get there because I just needed to be with those people. And they are my people. They're still my people. Now I'm just trying to bring more of my people to the silver screen in a new way. That doesn't mean I'll always make musicals, but I do think that there's a lot of untapped talent in this community, particularly in the dance community. Dancers make great actors. Sometimes you just gotta give them the tools and an opportunity to see what happens.
Evidence sitting right here.
I really believe you can see into a person's soul if you just see how they move. You know, I can tell if somebody's shy or if somebody's outgoing or if somebody's, you know, not on the up and up just by how you move. Body language is so telling and dance is even more so.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Was the idea of taking on this beloved piece of art and song and dance and acting and West Side Story and everything that means to so many people, did that feel daunting, or were you just excited to get a new look at it and a modern take on it?
At the time, it didn't feel daunting. Don't get me wrong, I had my fair share of run-ins with big fans of the film who were like, cool, so don't bleep it up. And I was like, that's awesome. Thank you so much for your support. You take it in stride. you know, that's the thing when you're reimagining an iconic character. It's you have to acknowledge that there is an entire generation of people whom my predecessor, the great iconic Rita Moreno, will always be there, Anita. But that's the point of making this film in 2022, so that these characters can become beloved, so that the story can become beloved for an entirely new generation, many of whom had never heard of West Side Story, and quite frankly didn't know who Rita Moreno was, and that's what's sad, in my opinion, because she changed the landscape and she opened so many doors, not only for Latinas, but for women in this industry. And the fact that more people don't know who she is, or that because of our film, she's now becoming even more well-known, that's both challenging for me to hear and also really exciting, because they should know who she is.
Yeah.
And in the same breath, I also get to be an Anita for a new generation. And for many Afro-Latinas, they get to see themselves in this work. And that's why you reimagine things, because there's validity in every portrayal. There has to be. Otherwise, a text is not classic. If you cannot reinterpret it and infuse new energy into it and new meaning, it's not classic. It was a one-hit wonder. And I don't think that's West Side Story.
And I know you met with Rita. She sort of gave her blessing.
She did.
Have you been able to start a little friendship with her and hear about her experience in Hollywood and how things are different now, and how she hit that wall even after the success of West Side Story?
I'm kind of in awe of how open she is. If I had been through some of the things that she'd been through, I don't know that I'd be as open. I would be, what's the word, jaded. She's not. And I know I have benefited from time with her, you know. And I've said we didn't actually speak about the character often, but she did share stories about her personal experience and her lived experience as a Puerto Rican in the United States. And those were the stories that were actually most helpful to me when I was creating Anita.
That's fascinating.
Isn't it?
It wasn't about, here's how I deliver this line.
We're different than Anita's. There was never a world in which I was going to come in and duplicate what she had already done, because what was the point? It was great. It is iconic. She won an Oscar for it. We've already awarded that portrayal, so I don't need to go in and recreate it. It also became very personal for me because of how I grew up. My mother raised me as a single parent. You know, my father is Puerto Rican, so he wasn't really around. I didn't have direct access to my Hispanic heritage. So only in my adulthood have I been able to seek out community experiences in order to get to know this part of who I am. It was a very personal and kind of vulnerable experience for me to make this movie, but it's also one of the greatest experiences I've ever had, because it gave me access. It showed me how beautiful and wonderful and accepting this community can be.
Making a beloved musical or a movie into a movie can be treacherous.
Yes.
Some of them don't make that leap well.
Yes.
Was it gratifying to get the response that you all have received to this?
Answer to the question is absolutely. I'm an actor who also knows what it's like to be panned.
No.
I'm very aware of what it can be to make art that is not well received, and it can be debilitating, and it can really test your will, like not your love for the craft, but just like rejection's hard. Rejection on a massively public scale is even harder. But if we wield it well, it can become the thing that challenges us to be better. Also, art is subjective. You're not going to please everyone. Right. So with West Side Story, for me, seeing all of this positive reception just makes me want to go, it can be done. I really don't like it when people tell me something can't be done, because I don't believe that. There's a part of me, like 19-year-old Ariana's like, no, tell me no. Say it one more time, a little louder, in the back. Because it was my fire for such a long time. You know, starting out as a dancer, really learning to sing, because I have not always been a vocalist, and quite frankly, I wasn't always even a decent actress. The amount of work that goes into becoming, quote unquote, a triple threat, the amount of work it takes to conjure a performance like Anita, because it is so multifaceted, to recreate an iconic work like West Side Story, and then to have it received well, it's just, I kind of relish in it, I'm not gonna lie, because we've shown people it can be done, and it can be done well.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, it's interesting how you came to this extraordinary movie, because it sort of blends your life as a Broadway actor into movies, which is that you were in Summer.
Yeah.
And you get a phone call that a certain Steven Spielberg wants to see you. Like tomorrow, I think he wants to see you.
Well, and the weird thing was, I didn't even know he was going to be there. Like, Cindy Tolan, our incredible casting director, called and was like, just come in, just come in.
Did she tell you what it was for specifically?
I knew it was for West Side Story.
Right.
I knew I was going to be asked to sing and dance, and they wanted me to read the sides, and I was like, these are very long sides, so please no. I would be happy to come back if you like what I do, but I don't have the time. I gotta go home, eat a chicken breast, and go to sleep so that I can get up and, dance whatever I'm asked to dance and execute it well. She was like, don't worry about it, I got your back. And then I got there and discovered that Steven was actually on the premises and very much a part of the audition.
Ariana, I didn't know. She just came in. She was one of thousands of people that came in.
And I danced, and he enjoyed it, and he asked me to sing, and I sang, and they enjoyed that. And then, he asked me if I would read, and I just said, nope, no, sir. And he looked at me like I had 5 heads. And Cindy Tolan, our casting director, came in and was like, we spoke about Ariana. She's starring in a show. She just needs a little more time to be truly prepared. And he said, so you're not going to read? And I said, no, again. And he's like, but you will come back. And I said, I'd be honored.
But that took some courage.
I did it because I actually understood that as a woman of color, when you walk into a room like that, you better be prepared. And if you're not, that's a missed opportunity. It's a blown opportunity. And because we get so few opportunities, you can't afford to not present well or represent yourself well. It's just not something you can do. And I already felt like it was a long shot anyways, because when I walk in the room, people are like, she's African American, she's black. And I was like, I'm black. I'm also Afro-Latina. And it's been something that's been hard throughout my career because people don't seem to understand that you can be both. You know, having Hispanic heritage can mean a multitude of things. Yeah, all that to say I thought I was a long shot, and instead it ended up being a strength for me.
And they probably respected you because what you were saying in that moment is, this is so important to me, I want to get this right.
I want to get it right.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you get a phone call in a nail salon.
Yeah.
That changes your life.
Yes. So the lady behind the counter was very kind, and she like swiped for me and helped me pick it up. Hi, I have Steven Spielberg for you. He was like, well, I just sort of was wondering if you would be my Anita. He was very clear to let me know that not only was I his choice, but I was the studio's choice. And they were very eager to get behind me and make me feel supported, which they did and still do to this day.
And what did your mom say when she got that news? Given all you two of you have been through together and building your career and moving to dance and perform and all that.
Yeah.
What was that like for her?
What I recall was she was like, oh, Lord. Well, that's very big. My mother is not a stage mom. I wish I could tell you she was like the quintessential dance mom. She was just the antithesis of it. She said, here's your costumes, your makeup's in your bag, good luck. And then she would go and grade papers while I, became an independent young woman. It's the best thing she ever did for me, honestly.
I was going to say, that's probably why you ended up where you are.
Yeah.
And when she hears about things like an Oscar nomination or, Mom, I'm going to host SNL in a couple of weeks, does she take that in stride? Or?
You know what? When my Oscar nom came in, she called, and all I heard was, Aah! And she was in class. She was teaching. My mom's a public school teacher, and the kids in the back were all whooping and shouting and cheering. And so it was actually really cool. She was like, I can't believe it, you did it. And that's when I started getting a little misty-eyed, because I was like, that is really cool, I was like, I did do something. I did that. I earned that. It's lovely.
You mentioned growing up with your mom, single mother, in North Carolina.
Yeah.
What was that like as you showed talent at a pretty young age? What was your childhood like?
I'm very lucky. I had a childhood that was filled with angels that showed up to support me and my mom. And, being a first-time teacher in a small, rural North Carolina town, she didn't make a lot of money. So we figured out ways, that I could dance. The owner of my dance studio, Dory Light Venner, she scholarshiped me for part of it because she recognized my talent, realized how hard my mom was working, and helped me continue to study. I'm really lucky that those angels showed up for me, and that my mom's always been supportive. My entire family,
And isn't it at moments like this where you think about all those people? You're going to be at the Oscars on the red carpet. They're going to say your name. And the dance teacher who gave you a partial scholarship helped to get you there. Your mom, obviously, your like all those people nudged you to that place.
Well, and that's the thing. You think about like awards and whatnot, and I'm just so aware that I wouldn't have anything of what I have without those folks. And my community may not look like everyone else's, but it's mine, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of my experiences, proud of my background, and I am deeply proud of who I am.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Wait, is it still here? It's there! It's there! That's me!
That's
Isn't that
you!
weird?
Oh my
It's been there for
gosh.
forever. Isn't that cool?
That is so cool. I hope you have that poster up somewhere.
No, I actually don't have a copy of
We
that.
need to get you one of those.
Oh, maybe one day. You know, one of my favorite little details, and it means nothing? These lights. I've always loved them.
Oh,
They just feel very quintessentially like welcome to a theater.
Yes.
And then you also like, it's always about the Broadway lights, right? Whether
Right.
it's a footlight or a chandelier.
Right.
Or these little welcoming lights.
This is it.
I love them.
We are across the street from the Rogers Theater,
Yeah.
a little show called Hamilton. But your original cast,
I am.
did you know at the outset, back at the public, that you were onto something special before the rest of the world caught onto it?
I don't think there's a single person who was a part of that original company who didn't understand from even the reading or the workshop that this was special. It's impossible to calculate the full impact of this piece. You know, it really was like a hurricane, you know. Being in the ensemble, it gave me sort of a purview. I watched my friends and my colleagues become rock stars. I learned a lot from their experience. But with great joy and great success comes great challenge as well. So it's a balancing act. It was a balancing act for them. It also taught me that it is imperative that you know your worth and you do not accept discounts. And that's probably the greatest lesson I learned from my time in Hamilton.
Was that from watching what everyone was going through personally
Yeah,
in
and
that
what
time?
we collectively went through, you know, when you do have a group of creators that are truly firing on all cylinders, they're at the top of their game. The game actually becomes, how do we make it better? How do we continue to compete with ourselves so that we're upping the ante, serving the piece? We're not gratuitously telling this story. We are making a work of art. You know, it's challenging. It's hard. But I can tell you something else. From great discourse comes great art. And Hamilton is that.
What was it like in those days? On 46th Street, they had to shut down the street, and there were people waiting to see you guys come in and come out at the stage door. And that was
crazy.
Every single day. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger as it went. What was
Yeah.
that like as an actor to have that kind of fan base and that kind of response to it?
It was cool because it brought such pride and joy and validity to what we do. You know, Hamilton changed the game a bit because it reminded folks just how powerful theater is and how mainstream it can be. Commercial. The political implications for Hamilton were absolutely astounding. I've never seen so many public servants, politicians, some of whom I personally agreed with, and some of whom I didn't, showed up to our show. But they received its message. That's what's cool.
You've gone on to such great things, obviously, since Hamilton, including the prom. Was that a fun experience for you?
Oh, of course it was fun. It was terrifying in the best way. But it was also my first movie-making experience in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, playing scenes with Kerry Washington, who actually was very much the representation I had. First time I saw her in Save the Last Dance, beautiful black girl with a fro, I was like, that's me, you know?
Gotta be the way you talk about Kerry Washington, to think that you are that person.
Oh, God.
That you're that person for some young actor right now. Does that feel overwhelming? Great?
You know what I want to show people, young people especially? They have possibility and they can do anything. That's what I want to show them. You better work for it, because nobody owes you anything and they certainly not gonna hand you nothing. But if you work really hard and you challenge yourself and you're actually nice to people, what a novel idea! that you actually can achieve your dreams.
I know you've got a lot in the pipeline right now, but as you look out with this new platform that you've earned, what else is out there? What are you looking at?
It's a vast horizon. No.
It is, actually. There's a lot you could do.
I know, I said it jokingly, but I was like, no, it actually is a truth, and that's something I'm adjusting to, having choice. I am a triple threat. I'm good at doing things at the same time. I don't know, maybe I'll create something. How about that?
Okay.
And
very vague.
I don't like established structures, and I like building my own structure. So I'm interested in all things that allow me to build something for myself. And I'll tell you something right now, I'm not going to make any decisions right now because the moment I'm in is too wonderful to miss a moment of it. So I'm just gonna be present. But when I have something to share, I'll share it.
You have great perspective on all this.
Well, I think we can all agree that one of the greatest words I've ever used is no. And it continues to be a really great word. I think more people should use it.
Well, I hope you get the chance to say the words that you rehearsed on your grandmother's floor.
That's very scary. That's a very scary thought, Willie. Oh, no!
Putting it in the universe. Let's just get it out there. I said it, you didn't.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is great.
Well, a big hello and happy Thursday to you all. Coming up on Popstar Plus today, we're celebrating Broadway Week on today. It's been so much fun. We're shining a light this time on the musical Mrs. Doubtfire, which is incredible. That's coming up. Plus, Chris Pratt reveals what you can expect from the third and final installment of the Jurassic World franchise. And then later, a 90s throwback featuring the one and only George Clooney ahead of his birthday. But first, here are today's Popstar headlines. First up, Dolly Parton, the legendary musician, has been voted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We know this now, despite previously asking to respectfully bow out of the competition for the honor. NBC Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer, kind enough to join us today. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So Dolly is part of a really impressive Hall of Fame class here. It includes Pat Benatar, Duran Duran. I think we have a Duran Duran fan here. Yeah. Eminem, Lionel Richie, and Carly Simon. She told Billboard she didn't mean to cause trouble or stir up any controversy when she initially asked to bow out of consideration. Now she says, I guess I'm a rock star. Dolly Parton, the queen of country, will take her seat among rock royalty with her induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2022. Parton posted on social media, I am honored and humbled by the fact that I have been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Of course, I will accept it gracefully. It comes after a 2-month back and forth between the self-described backwoods Barbie and the organization. Parton, whose hits include Jolene, I Will Always Love You, and 9 to 5, originally said she would respectfully bow out of the process, adding that she felt she had not earned that right. But the Hall of Fame sent out its 1,200 ballots days before Dolly said she wanted to drop out. And last week, Parton changed her previous stance, telling NPR she would accept if chosen.
I will just say thanks, and I will accept it. But when I said that, it was always my belief that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was for the people in rock music. And I have found out lately that it's not necessarily that. She told Billboard Wednesday that when people have called her a rock star, I thought they just meant that I was cool. But now I'm going to have to take it literally. This is not the first time Parton has turned down a major honor. Parton revealed to Hoda and Jenna she declined the Presidential Medal of Freedom not once, but twice.
I don't work for those awards. It'd be nice, but I'm not sure that that I even deserve it.
Now the country music legend is punching her ticket to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, adding to a long list of achievements during her remarkable career. Dolly says she doesn't yet know if she's going to the induction ceremony, but obviously she's going to the induction ceremony. And if she does, she told Billboard she's going to sing the hardest rock and roll style song she can muster to prove she can do it. And yes, remember she talked about she wanted to produce a rock album.
Yeah.
She
Right.
says she still plans to do that.
Cool.
There's no stopping Dolly.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Joe, thanks for that. We appreciate it. Next up on Popstar Team USA on Wednesday, President Biden welcomed about 600 athletes to the White House who competed in both the 21 Summer Games and also the Winter Games. He praised their resilience, thanked them for helping to unite the nation. And you know who else recently chatted with some of our nation's greatest athletes? Our own Craig Melvin. This morning we've got another sneak peek at Inspiring America, the 2022 inspiration list, and you interviewed 3 Olympians who've overcome quite a bit.
Got to talk to Olympic gold medalists Aaron Jackson, Michaela Schifrin, Nathan Chen. We talked about what it takes to get back on your feet after facing crushing defeat. This is what Nathan told me about how he changed his mindset from those 2018 games for this year's games. Is it true that in 2018 you put a great deal of pressure on yourself and then 4 years later you decided, okay, maybe I can have fun here too? Is that what happened?
Definitely. I think when I finished 2018, all I remember were the tough times and how much pressure I felt. A dream come true to be able to compete at the Olympics and represent the U.S. at the Olympics. But I just felt that it was just so overwhelming and so challenging that I just wanted to go home.
Wow. You can see more of that interview with all 3 Olympians and hear more from also an incredible list of individuals on our primetime special. We're super proud of. It's called Inspiring America, the 2022 Inspiration List. That's going to air this Saturday on NBC, MSNBC, and CNBC. Of course, you'll catch it on Sunday on Telemundo, and it'll be streaming.
You cannot
It's everywhere.
That's
Looking
right.
forward to that.
Yeah.
All right, next up, I got a little news to announce. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
It was on last week. Me and my buddy Blake Shelton, believe it or not, have created, kinda. We're giving birth to a new show. We sold a show, a television show, believe it or not, to USA Network, and we shot it in Nashville. Blake owns this beautiful bar called Old Red on Broadway in Nashville. There's our crew there. We went down there, and we have the show. It's here's the pitch. It's called Barmageddon.
Barmageddon.
They say write what you know. Well, we produce what we know. We know bars and having fun. So we went down there to celebrity and a viral VIP, somebody made famous on the internet for a stupid reason, and they play 5 rounds of ridiculous bar games.
Oh my gosh.
Blake and his house band there's music. We have WWE Hall of Famer Nikki Bella as our host.
Wow, that's
and it's just the world is a complex place, and this show's the opposite of that. It's just down home fun.
Are they bar games like quarters or something?
Oh yeah, it's keg curling. We have drunken axe hole. We have
Drunken axe hole.
just stupid air cannon cornhole is a game that we play.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, so you go to today.com for more.
Sounds cool.
The Plus and Popstar Plus, a few extra headlines for you. We're going to start with Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm sure you celebrated Star Wars Day yesterday. May the 4th be with you. Wednesday, fans got to unwrap the gift of a new trailer that looks incredible for Ewan McGregor's upcoming spin-off. 6-part series going to pick up 10 years after The Revenge of the Sith. It follows Obi-Wan as he faces the consequences of losing Anakin Skywalker to the dark side. Now, the new trailer teasing a sneak peek at Hayden Christensen's long return to the series as Darth Vader.
When the time comes, he must be trained. Like you trained his father? You still want Kenobi. He's gone.
You can't escape him!
I'm already bummed that it's only 6 episodes. That looks ridiculously good. Limited series. Starts streaming May 25th, of course, on Disney+. Wow. All right, and finally, our buddy Willie Geist. You remember how Willie ran the New York City Marathon? He did it back in November. Well, he stopped by The Tonight Show, Jimmy Fallon, and revealed the surprising reason why he had to fake his photo line photos.
I'm sitting back in the tent after the race, and this guy comes up and he says, "Oh, Mr. Geist, I'm cramped up. I can't do anything.
Yeah.
Do you mind coming back out to the finish line?" I said, "I do, actually. I can't move." And he said, we need you to reenact the finish. And I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, I'm going to be real honest with you. Chelsea Clinton was crossing right about when you were. Former President Clinton, former Secretary of State Clinton were waiting at the finish line. All of our cameras were on that, and no one took your picture."
I meant photos at the finish line. Funny story there. By the way, for the record, Willie did run that marathon in under 4 hours. Very impressive. Very impressive. Good job, Willie. All right, and that is all we have for today. Coming up next,
Not for the show, but just for headlines. We got a lot more, including the cast of Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical. So good. That's coming up.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Mrs. Doubtfire is, of course, one of the most beloved films in the long career of the late, great Robin Williams. And nearly now 3 decades after it first delighted audiences, a new musical adaptation has made its way to Broadway. Lisa Jacob, who played Lydia in the movie, and Annalise Scarpacci, who plays Lydia now in the musical, spoke to us why the movie was so radical at the time.
Finding out that Mrs. Doubtfire was being made into a musical, I continue to be shocked at the fact that this story keeps resonating for people. And it's such an honor to know that these ideas about love is what makes a family, these still are continuing. And people that I know who are, my age, who watched this movie growing up, are now showing it to their kids.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Ah! It's just so wonderful to know that this is a story that continues to be important and meaningful for people.
Oh my gosh. I mean, my dad and I would watch this movie without fail. Anytime that it was on, and my dad was the first one to show me the movie. And when I knew that they were auditioning girls who were 18 and older to play Lydia, I was like, oh my gosh, this is my chance. I love this movie so much. I need to play this role. And I was fortunate enough to audition, and I got the role the next day. They called the next day and they offered me the role, and I was freaking out. And, this whole story revolves around the relationship between Lydia and her father. So to have that moment that my dad and I, it's like my dad and I's movie. So it meant a lot. It was absolutely incredible to be back in Mrs. Doubtfire after the hiatus. We've been working on this show. I was 19 when I was cast, and now I'm 22. We always say that when you're in a musical, that you become a family. But Mrs. Doubtfire is something that I've never experienced before, especially because we've gone through something unimaginable, which is the pandemic, plus multiple hiatuses. Last night was our 3rd opening night, and that's very rare. And I feel like 3rd time's a charm. It's really special, and I'm happy to be doing it with everyone in this family. We just clicked immediately.
Seeing Mrs. Doubtfire on Broadway coming to life. It was absolutely surreal. I have been wanting to see it for such a long time, and Annalise and I have become such good friends. We met on Instagram. I am a huge fan of her, and so to be able to finally get to see it, and it was just so much better than I ever could have imagined. So it was a truly beautiful evening.
Stepping into the role of Lydia is so amazing. It's a lot of pressure. This movie means a lot to a lot of people. What we really found was that they really, really loved it. And we had people coming up to us saying that they loved the movie and that they loved what it represented, especially for children of divorce. And we had a lot of adults who were children of divorce, and they would come see the show and they were just weeping and thanking us for telling the story. Because it's like Rob McClure says all the time, a lot of movies from that time, it was like The Parent Trap. The parents would get together in the end. This was the first movie of its time that the parents, it was like, it's okay. It's okay it's better for our family if they aren't together. And that's okay.
And that really was very radical for that time period.
Yeah, it was.
I think now have moved forward a little bit and understand this a little bit better, but it really was a very conscious decision that was a little bit contentious at times about possibly the parents getting back together at the end. That was something that, the producers had talked about. And it was so important to us to say, no, this is real life. It does not always have a happy ending. And what a great opportunity to talk about, even if life doesn't work out the way you expected, you can still be okay. I think it's just such a fantastic reimagining of the story. They have made it modern. They have gone in different directions than we did. And I think this idea of recreating family is something that we still need to hear. The idea that a family can be a single mom, a single dad, two dads, two moms, grandmas, aunts, people who aren't even related by blood, that we make family out of love. And I think that is just such an important concept that just needs to be reinforced over and over again. So this is where I just start crying, right? Robin was an incredibly kind, emotional, thoughtful, incredible person, and he wanted to bring joy to people's lives. So I think this would have meant a lot to him.
The Doubtfire musical crew had a great performance today. We were all floored by it. If you are visiting the New York area, I just recommend you go to the Stephen Sondheim Theater here and check out Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical. Coming up next, our buddy Chris Pratt's going to take us inside Jurassic World Dominion.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And we're back now with some dino sightings to share with you. Chris Pratt, of course, is Owen Grady in the latest and unfortunately final installment of the Jurassic Park franchise. Here's what it was like bringing that whole episode to life.
since dinosaurs were unleashed on the world in the last Jurassic World film.
Well, now in the latest and final installment, Jurassic World Dominion, humans are doing their best to coexist with those massive creatures.
That includes Chris Pratt's character Owen, who in one thrilling sequence finds himself hunted by some terrifying dinos. Take a look. Okay.
You were
Chris,
just saying that was one of your craziest action
baby.
scenes.
Tell
Yeah,
us.
absolutely one of the craziest action sequences I've ever been a part of or ever seen. You know, you go to like a fireworks display, like 4th of July, New Year's, there's always the finale.
Yeah.
You're like waiting for it, and then boom, you're like, oh, this is it. This is the finale.
Yeah.
I feel like the whole movie is that. It's like 30 years in the making, you know. This is the 6th Jurassic film, and it's the end of this franchise.
Is it really the end?
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
really do think it's the end.
Wow.
Yeah, you've got the legacy cast back: Sam Neill, Laura Dern, Jeff Goldblum, plus the cast of Jurassic World, all like converge. Our storylines converging in a way that is very much a finale.
What was it like having the old cast back?
It was insane. It was actually insane. Like, first time I saw Jurassic Park, I was 13.
Yeah.
I had no idea I was ever going to be an actor. Like, if you'd have told me that I would be like doing this, there's no way I would have believed it. And these folks were like cemented in my mind as icons. And so to be working with them, it's a dream come true.
When you say there's no way to believe it, I mean, you were actually living in a van, right?
Yeah.
You were kind of homeless, I guess.
The home was kind of my van, so
okay.
I did have a van.
It's a thing.
I mean, just to imagine going from that to this.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and it's been now 23 years, and looking back on it, it's kind of mind-blowing, and yeah.
How'd you get discovered? You were in Hawaii waiting tables, right?
I was in Hawaii waiting tables. I had done theater. I saw you had the cast of Mrs. Doubtfire on Broadway. It was like my dream to be on Broadway, to do theater. I did it as a kid growing up. I loved it. Always loved to be a performer, and it was never real to me. It was the way a kid would dream of being like, you know, an astronaut. Like, sure, someone gets to go to space, but it's probably not going to be me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just happened to wait on a director who gave me an opportunity and gave me an audition, and, you know, I got paid $700 and the door got opened a crack, and I was determined to barrel through it.
I feel like so much of your life is just snapping into place, not just the acting piece, but the family piece, the marriage piece. Last time, I think Maria Shriver was here, and she spilled the beans that
She blurted it out.
She blurted out that y'all are expecting another child.
Did she?
Yeah,
That's okay.
Your mother-in-law, so you can't say anything.
As long, I know that I can't get in trouble if she's the one who said it.
So how does it feel being a dad of now 2?
Yeah, it feels great. I have a 9-year-old son, and now I'm a girl dad. I've got a 20-month-old daughter and another one on the way this summer.
Another daughter?
Well, we don't know if it's a boy or girl, but we've got a new human on the way, and so I'm very excited. We're going to have a lot of diapers. I'm looking forward to that, and it's going to be a really fun summer.
Well, you also, going back to Jurassic World with the original legacy cast, I heard you guys were sort of in like a summer camp together because it was a COVID shoot, so you guys were all like bunking up in the same hotel?
Exactly, yeah. Everyone was bunked up in the same hotel. It was really kind of extraordinary. It reminded me of very early on in my career, you do these independent movies, like the movie that got me into Hollywood. I got paid $700. We all stayed in the same hotel room, you know, and there's this sort of like summer camp vibe. You build these relationships that you think are going to last forever, and it's like, it feels kind of amazing. And oftentimes in these bigger budget movies, you lose a little sense of that magic because everyone's got their own trailer and they're off doing their own thing. They fly in, you might not see them until they're standing on their mark, but it was not the case with this film. And that was one of the amazing silver linings through this process. Shooting in COVID with all of the protocols in place, we were actually able to hang out every single night, have every meal together.
That's a cool way to end it, to close the story.
Yeah, it was really kind of a blessing amongst sort of the difficulty that everyone faced over the past couple of years.
Well, Chris, we want to thank you for being here. We're so happy for all the success you're having in your life. Jurassic World Dominion from our parent company, NBC Universal. It's theaters on June the 10th.
June 10th.
Thanks to our buddy Chris for hanging out with us. Always good to see him. Coming up, George Clooney on the ER set in the 90s. What more do I need to say? Stay with us.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Who doesn't love to talk about George Clooney? Well, ahead of his 61st birthday, we thought it'd be fun to pull this 1994 ER set visit that we had with George during his days when he was playing Dr. Doug Ross.
We're back with George Clooney, who plays Dr. Doug Ross, the smooth operator here at ER, who can't stop hitting on Nurse Hathaway.
She won't leave me alone, really.
Yeah, that's the real problem. You're going to give me a quick tour of
Give you a quick tour? You want to?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
We'll start down the hallway over here. So we have, this is the main hallway. This is where all of the admittance and everything. Here, in fact, these are, stand under that. Here,
okay.
Stand right there. All right. You feel that? Good, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Now this is for.
What's that?
I don't know really. This is for soiled linen. We have all of these here. You know, this is infectious waste.
Yeah.
Styrofoam cups.
Yeah.
Everything that's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is the doctor's lounge.
Oh, now you spend a lot of time here just sort of letting off steam and relaxing
This is
between
where I
shifts.
come and I relax. And
Yeah.
We do a little. Well, here's a tanning thing.
Okay. No, what is that actually? Do you know?
We have no idea. There are things in here that I think they're from. The 1940s. Right?
Yeah, have you learned a lot about medicine just doing the show? I mean, you must have.
I think in fact, I noticed a lump here.
Oh, yeah, very funny. But you said, I read somewhere that you couldn't say aorta right, and you had to do
I can't say anything right.
You had to do a redub?
Yeah, these are neat.
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Katie,
hello?
Can you hear me?
Hi, George. How you doing? Nice to see you.
Great to talk to you.
Yeah, bye.
Great.
Yeah, ooh.
Oh. You feel okay now?
Yeah, I feel fine. Now, you actually use, I don't mean to be the disgusting anchor here, but you use pig hearts and animal intestines for the operation. Is that?
We have never done that ever.
That's not true?
There's some Prozac. We give a little party.
Thank you. I could use some.
Actually, we have, here we go. Let's go into this is one of the trauma rooms. This is where all the action takes place.
Yeah.
This is a light. Over there. Here we go. Look, Sherry left her transportation sitting around.
You guys are funny.
Here, in fact, stand behind this line here.
Okay.
You see this? Okay, and smile. And the DMV will send you your picture in 3 to 6 weeks. I think it'll be fine.
Very
we
funny.
Go in.
Where do you get all this equipment? Do you know, George?
They get it from failed hospitals.
Yeah.
Look out, we almost lost this.
Oh, gosh.
And this would be, Katie, quick check.
This is what room? This is the oxygen tank?
Very good.
I think I could be a doctor, don't you think?
This is carpet cleaner, actually, which I don't know why that's here.
Okay.
Let's wander out down the hallway.
Okay, George, you really know this equipment really well.
The green room.
Okay.
This is, we use this for colonics. I don't really want to get into that.
Are you amazed at how realistic it does look? And
it's great.
Does it help you get into character and all that stuff that actors talk about?
I don't really worry about getting into character.
Where are we, George?
Way,
okay.
We're gonna put you in a gown right now, Katie.
Oh, great.
Here, let me.
Did you see I performed an emergency appendectomy a little bit earlier?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I missed it, but I heard that there were people bleeding. Katie, come here.
Okay.
We don't want you doing any more surgery.
Okay. Do we have to go into the OR?
Prepared for that. We're not going into the OR, Katie. We're
Okay.
going into someplace much much more important.
We're gonna have to do it during the commercial because guess what? We're out of time,
We're out of
George. Can you
time?
believe it?
I feel sad.
Oh, is it really exciting? Can you take me there really quick.
Here
They
we
said
go,
really quickly.
Okay. The important part, you completely sterile? You feel clean?
Yeah, I feel great.
Okay, then let's go over here. You want the jelly, or do you want the cream filled?
Honey, these eggs are looking real hurting, George. Thank you. All right, listen. I think I need a little mouth-to-mouth, Dr. Ross.
We'll work on
Just
that.
kidding. My husband may be watching. Thank you very much, Dr. Ross, George Clooney, for the little tour.
You're very welcome.
And a happy early birthday to the one and only George Clooney. And there you have it, folks. Another Pop Star Plus. It's come and gone. But don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. Join us if you are so brave. Have a great day. Thanks for being here.
I like to be in America.
Rita absolutely paved the way for me and for every other Latina.
What I find so inspiring is your honesty. You say all the hard parts out loud.
But you know you have to. You have to be truthful.
What made me decide to become a climate scientist was my faith. A failure to act on climate change, it's a failure to love.
You're one of the most famous faces in the world. Could you ever have thought that this would ultimately become your real mission?
I was preparing for something more meaningful for a very long time.
I didn't imagine inspiring people on this scale.
Like whatever you want to accomplish, you have to put everything you possibly can into it.
Sometimes you just need to get back up.
We should put people on the surface of Mars within a decade. A lot of things seemed impossible before we started doing it.
Do you think that this outpouring toward the Ukrainian refugees is a template for a better us?
We've all banded together to say, let's help these people who are in need. That's such a powerful message for today.
Inspiring America. The 2022 Inspiration List. Here now are Savannah Guthrie, Lester Holt, and Hoda Kotb.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to what's become one of our favorite traditions each year, shining a light on some of the people who inspire us the most.
Everyone on our second annual Inspiration List is someone who's showing the way for all of us. It's a group of open hearts, remarkable minds, generous spirits.
First up, guys, the youngest 90-year-old you will ever meet. Rita Moreno. It's amazing to think of all she's accomplished, all she represents, and all she's overcome.
I like to be in America.
May I have the envelope, please? Rita Moreno and West Side Story.
It's one of the most famous moments in Oscars history. Rita Moreno's dramatic, ecstatic 1962 Academy Award for West Side Story. She was the first Latina actress to ever win one.
I can't believe it!
And you know what I loved about that moment? I mean, it was your moment, but it was not just your moment.
Oh, I love you for saying that.
It was not just your moment.
It was my people.
Oh my God, they cheered in Harlem.
People yelling out the windows, she did it, she did it. And you know, as a friend of mine said, what they were really saying was, we did it.
And you still don't know.
Rita won that Oscar for her performance as Anita in West Side Story. And if her career ended there, she would still be famous. But the 61 years that followed on Broadway, on TV, in Hollywood, and beyond have made her an icon, an enduring inspiration.
Rita absolutely paved the way for me and for every other Latina and Latino.
Gloria Estefan, herself a groundbreaking entertainment legend, says she often thought of Rita when she was trying to make it in the music industry as an outsider.
Rita was our example. She has inspired every generation, I think, from the moment she came on the scene, and every rung of the ladder as she climbed it, she pulled us all along with her.
But before all that, Rita was Rosa Dolores Alvario, a young, insecure girl who moved from Puerto Rico to New York in 1936 and was struggling to find her place.
Rosita Dolores Alvario was fearful, felt very unworthy, felt without value.
Did you like being Hispanic?
Once I came to America, I perceived that it was not a good thing to be Hispanic.
Did you try to hide it?
I tried very much to hide it. I tried to be very American.
Mm-hmm.
All I knew was, I want to be Elizabeth Taylor.
That's what you thought?
Yeah, we were the same age, more or less.
Yeah.
And she was beautiful beyond reason. And I thought it was entirely possible.
So she set off for Hollywood. But right away, her dream crashed against the harsh reality of a studio system that cast her mostly in stereotypical ethnic roles, like in the 1954 Western Garden of Evil.
I kept having to learn how to do accents, and the makeup got darker and darker and darker. And I began to see a pattern emerge, and it began to make me very sad.
Off-screen, she was embroiled in drama too, this one starring Marlon Brando.
Was he the love of your life?
Oh, he was the lust of my life. That part of it was exceptional.
But Brando was also her downfall. She says he lied, cheated, and emotionally abused her to the point that she finally found herself staring at a bottle of sleeping pills.
I thought, if you're going to do this, this is forever. And I was in tears. And I put, I think, about 10 pills in my hand and swallowed them. And I'm looking in the cabinet mirror all the time and saying, see, that wasn't so difficult.
Oh my God. That just took my breath away, Rita.
Yeah, it nearly took mine away as well, permanently.
The silver lining in this horrific experience, Rita says, was that her old insecure self was finally gone. And if she needed any other proof that she was finally ready to embrace her identity, she found it while auditioning for the film version of West Side Story.
I really felt it was my last chance to get something and do something that was meaningful. And I wanted that part so badly I could taste it. And I knew I could do it justice. I just knew, because I was Anita.
Rita Moreno.
She brought her self-confidence to Broadway, and in 1976, Puerto Ricans celebrated again when Rita became the first Latina to win a Tony for her portrayal of a flamboyant Hispanic diva.
When you gave your Tony acceptance speech, you acknowledged not just who you had become, but who you were. You acknowledged Rosita.
I mean, Rita Moreno is thrilled, but Rosa Dolores Alvario from Humacao, Puerto Rico is undone.
She's the one who still lives in me. I think I'm fragile in certain ways still.
You know what I'm struck by is your directness, your honesty. You say all the hard parts out loud.
But you know you have to.
Rita takes being a role model seriously. In the last decade, she found the courage to go public about her suicide attempt and tell people there is always hope. Once again, she learned her voice has power, especially when she was approached by a stranger who heard her on TV.
I was walking into the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria in New York, and I see somebody across the lobby, and they were in tears. It was a man. And he said, "Thank you." Oh, this is hard. He said, "Thank you. You saved my life."
Oh, jeez.
Now 90, she's inspiring all of us with her example of how to remain active and in the spotlight.
And you are in the middle of shooting a movie.
Yes.
With Jane Fonda.
Yes.
Lily Tomlin and Sally Field. And you.
Yeah.
Are you doing the coffee grinder?
Yes. I'm having the time of my life.
Coming up.
I can show you how climate change poses a threat or a challenge to your children, to your home, to your future, to your food.
I'm incredibly inspired by the way she can communicate and how we can all tackle it together.
Inspiring America is presented by Target, a proud supporter of NBC Universal's Seen in Color film series.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's really about love and faith. That's a pretty inspiring way to look at the fight against climate change. And it comes from a remarkable scientist who's showing the world what's possible when science and faith work together. Here's Jose Diaz-Balart of MSNBC and Telemundo.
I don't want to change the world. I want to inspire everyone to change the world.
Dr. Carlin Hbo is on a mission. She wants it known that climate change is affecting all of us, here and now, and it will take every one of us to combat it.
The only way a system has ever changed was when individual people who were not wealthy or rich or famous or powerful, but who had the courage of their convictions, decided the world could and it must change.
Carlin is a renowned climate scientist and professor at Texas Tech University who has authored some of the most significant climate studies of the last 2 decades. But what surprises many who meet her is that she's also an evangelical Christian.
What made me decide to become a climate scientist was my faith.
How is that intertwined?
A failure to act on climate change, it's a failure to love. And if we truly believe that we are to love our neighbor as ourselves, then we would be at the front of the line demanding climate action.
Through her books, speeches, and as a climate ambassador to the World Evangelical Alliance, Carlin has persuaded hundreds of thousands to become climate activists. What makes her so effective is her ability to bridge the gap between science and religion and show people how climate change is affecting every aspect of their lives.
Make a list of the top 10 things you care about, and at least 9 out of those 10, and usually 10 out of 10, I can show you how climate change poses a threat or a challenge to your children, to your home, to your future, to your food.
Carlin's activism has galvanized other climate scientists to speak out.
I'm incredibly inspired by the way she can communicate about how climate change is real and how we can all tackle it together.
Dr. Rosimar Rios Berrios works at the National Center for Atmospheric Science in Boulder, Colorado. She grew up in Puerto Rico and, like Carlin, is trying to engage people who share her own cultural heritage and experience.
I mean, there's not a place in our country where climate doesn't affect us, and there's not a place in our country where Latinos don't live and contribute to this country.
Exactly, because climate change is not a me problem, it's an us problem. Think about all the Hispanics that live in Miami, in South Florida, in Texas, all of those places prone to extreme weather.
Perhaps the most extreme weather event of 2021 occurred in Louisville, Colorado, just miles from Rosimar's home, when telltale signs of climate change, an unusually dry winter, the lack of snow, and ferocious winds combined to turn a wildfire into an inferno that consumed several neighborhoods.
It's hard to even process what your eyes are seeing. It looks like the aftermath of a nuclear war.
These are people's homes. This is their dreams. This is what they've worked for all their lives. Look at this, the white picket fence, the symbol of the American dream.
And look what's behind it.
Gone.
Nothing. It's an image of what we can expect to see as climate changes. And if we don't fix climate change, it will fix us.
Carlin came to Louisville with us to meet Dr. Rios Berrios and 2 other locals who have made climate action a priority in their lives. Dr. Walid Abdelati, the director of the Cooperative Institute for Research in Environmental Sciences at the University of Colorado, and Billy Masterson, a firefighter who found himself battling the fire in his own neighborhood.
This is an event for us, for me and my family, that hit us to the core, and this entire community.
It takes, unfortunately, an event like that to be a wake-up call for a lot of people who are disregarding this information or who don't have access to the information.
It's hard to talk about these issues because we get pushback, significant and deliberate pushback from people who want to delay climate action at any cost.
So how do you confront that reality?
If I cast somebody who feeds their family by working in a coal mine as the villain, I'm not doing a service to the cause. I think it's important to begin with, I value what you do. And when people sense that you're sensitive to their concerns, you have a far more productive conversation that can lead to solutions.
Something like climate change isn't a political issue. This is a human issue. I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a part of this community, I'm a firefighter. If there's things that we can do in our lives to fight these fires without fighting fires, I'm all for it.
When I hear stories of people who are making a difference, of individual people who are using their voices to change their city, their organization, their world, that's what inspires me.
The more we engage with others, says Catherine, the more our planet has a chance to get rising temperatures under control. It will require ingenuity, optimism, and being open-minded. But if we can't all work together, our children's future is in peril. And what greater reason is there to finally unite? Catherine, for one, has faith.
Are you hopeful?
I practice hope. And by that I mean that I go out and I look for it and I find it. And when I find it, I share it with people. In the Bible, it says suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance produces character, and character produces hope. And why will that hope not disappoint? Because it's ultimately based on love.
Coming up.
A lot of people have something difficult happen in their lives. You turn it into a mission.
The way that I've been able to work through that has been to just dive in. And I want it to be better for the next mom.
Inspiring America is sponsored by Wayfair. No place like it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What goes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What goes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And now the supermodel turned role model. Christy Turlington Burns had an aha moment that we could all learn from. She used a painful and difficult time in her life as inspiration for a meaningful new mission, helping mothers everywhere.
Inspiration is sort of like that turning a light on, you know? It's like sometimes you don't even know yourself what you're capable of until someone turns that light on for you.
For Christy Turlington Burns, that light came on when she suddenly found herself in a very dark moment. It came at the most unexpected time. She was on top of the world, a modeling superstar for more than a decade, and about to give birth to her first child, a daughter named Grace.
I was in labor for about 12 hours. It was intense, but you know, what I kind of imagined. And then she was born. You know, just the energy was really upbeat and wonderful.
But suddenly, the mood in the room changed. Christy wasn't delivering her placenta, and she started to hemorrhage, a potentially life-threatening complication that required urgent medical intervention.
You're in a birthing center, there's a midwife, a doula. When the OBGYN walks in, he's there for emergencies.
He's there for emergencies, and you know, it was unsettling, it was confusing, it was painful.
As she recovered, Christy realized how blessed she'd been. She had a great support system, including her loving husband, actor and director Ed Burns. But she wondered about women who didn't have as much.
You started to do your homework, you started researching maternal health, and what did you find?
I learned that around the world, hundreds of thousands of girls and women die every year from pregnancy and childbirth-related complications. And that shocked me. Like, that seems like something that happens in a different time.
It does. It feels like some old-fashioned Victorian book you might read.
Exactly.
Knowing that she could have been one of those women, Christy decided to travel the world and document how dangerous pregnancy and childbirth can be for women who don't have proper maternity care. She visited disadvantaged communities in places like Bangladesh and Guatemala, and featured those trips in a 2010 film called No Woman, No Cry. One woman in the film who left an indelible impression was Janet, who she met at a health dispensary in Tanzania.
She had walked nearly 5 miles to get to the dispensary, and then her pregnancy wasn't progressing, so the staff, which was very limited, they sent her home.
Christy's team stayed with Janet, who ended up needing emergency care. They drove her to the hospital, where she had a C-section.
If she hadn't had access to that C-section, her baby would have died, she would have died, and the family would have lost a mother.
It's stunning because it can be something as simple as a ride. The need can be that simple.
It really can.
Spurred on by the film, Christy started a nonprofit called Every Mother Counts, which gives money to community-based organizations helping mothers around the world and advocates for policy changes. Since 2010, her nonprofit has invested more than $24 million.
This is Joyce. She's a nurse at...
You have a presence internationally, but you also have a strong presence here in the U.S.
There's so much need in the United States. Not only are we one of only 2 industrialized countries with the rising maternal mortality rate, we have really seen the numbers escalating and really impacting women of color most significantly.
In 2020, African American women in the United States were about 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. In recent years, Christy says her nonprofit has doubled its investments in programs here at home.
These are organizations that are led by incredible women of color who are midwives, they're doulas, they're birth justice activists, they are powerhouses.
Another key to Christy's mission is raising awareness. She recently paired up with comedian Amy Schumer, who suffered debilitating nausea throughout her pregnancy, to release Arrival Stories, a collection of women's experiences on their journeys toward motherhood.
We want it to be better for the next mom, you know, our daughters, our sisters, our neighbors, everyone.
A lot of people have something difficult happen in their lives and they move on. You're different. You turned it into a mission.
I think for me, whenever I've had any kind of like serious challenge in my life or loss, the way that I've been able to work through that has been to just dive in. That's the way that I process.
Christy also raises awareness and money by doing something she loves, running.
You are an avid marathoner. I've even run with you. I love you, Christy, but this might be the end of the road for me.
I know you really have.
It's a few steps, not very far at all. But how does your running match up with your mission?
Yeah, distance is a big barrier for women to access care. And so the idea of running 26.2 miles was like, oh, this is a distance that a woman will have to walk or have to be transported. My mantra became every mile, every mother.
Last fall, Christy completed the New York City Marathon for the 3rd time. And running alongside her, that's someone who sparked her mission all those years ago. Her daughter, Grace, now 18 years old.
That's a full circle moment, too.
It really is. I will say her old mother is much faster. Yes. But she's so connected to the mission of this organization. She takes all credit for everything that we do.
Well, it did start with her.
I mean, 18 years, that's a life. To think of like carrying her as a tiny person and then to be basically the same size as her and side by side with her, woman to woman, it's really powerful.
But you're faster.
But I'm faster, and I always will be.
Coming up.
That disappointment was awful, but that's kind of the risk you take to achieve the great moments.
You have to put everything you possibly can into it.
I'm forever grateful. Just an amazing display of that real Olympic spirit.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You know, it's easy to find the inspiration in winning, but how about defeat with the whole world watching? Well, a terrific trio of Olympic athletes showed us all how that is done this year. They turned stumbles into lessons in lifting yourself up. Here's Craig Melvin.
Your success at the Games, it was an historic moment. First Black woman to ever win a medal in speed skating. I mean, has it settled in now?
Sometimes it's still hard to believe that it all actually happened, but yeah, it's been pretty wild.
It was wilder than most of us knew at the time. 29-year-old Erin Jackson's historic moment almost never happened because of a big slip while qualifying for the Beijing Games.
When I had that slip, then it's a lot of stress, you know, a lot of nerves, like a lot of uncertainty, wondering what's going to happen next.
Even though Erin was considered the best American in her event, that slip put her in third place and in danger of not making the team.
Am I going to get to go to the Olympics? Like, it would really suck to not go to the Olympics, you know?
Erin's time was not good enough, and she was off the Olympic team. But then, a lifeline from an old friend and teammate, Brittany Bowe.
Brittany came in and she was like, look, you can sleep easy tonight, knowing that if there's anything I can do, you're not staying home.
Brittany, already on the team at the 1,000-meter distance, sacrificed her 500-meter spot so Erin could have a shot at history. Why do you think that moment was so inspirational for so many strangers?
It was just an amazing display of selflessness and character and like that real, like the Olympic spirit.
And Erin's gold medal victory meant the two friends are now forever linked.
I'm forever grateful, and I feel like we share the gold medal for sure. It was really cool for people to see like what an amazing person Brittany is.
Erin Jackson wasn't the only Olympian inspired by failure to prove something on the ice in Beijing. Is it true that in 2018, you put a great deal of pressure on yourself, and then 4 years later, you decided, okay, maybe I can have fun here too? Is that what happened?
Definitely. I think when I finished 2018, all I remember were the tough times and how much pressure I felt. A dream come true to be able to compete at the Olympics and represent the U.S. at the Olympics. But I just felt that it was just so overwhelming and so challenging that I just wanted to go home.
That's a shocking admission from 22-year-old Nathan Chen. But how did the precocious skater known as the Quad King succeed and win gold 4 years after the fall? He resolved to use the experience as motivation. Did that come with age, or how were you able to take that pressure off yourself?
It was a mix of being able to have the experience of 2018 and being like, you know what, my thoughts will create my actions, essentially. And so, you know, constantly reminding myself, even though I would feel pressure, even though I would feel stressed, even though I felt, you know, it was challenging to sleep and I was overthinking things, putting that aside and really fighting those thoughts and fighting those worries with positivity, with thoughts of gratitude.
It also helps that Nathan Chen never forgets where he came from.
I think it's from coming from an immigrant family and having parents that were very work-oriented. Whatever it is that you want to accomplish, just you have to put everything you possibly can into it.
Good advice for another Olympian who, in losing it all, showed everyone it's not your worst day on a mountain that matters most, it's all the days after that. Michaela Schifrin expected to be standing on the medal podium several times in Beijing, but she went 0 for 6, and instead, she found herself off her skis on the side of the mountain multiple times.
I've had 3 Olympics now, and the first 2 have won medals, but this third one, not so much. But I'm sitting on the side of the hill and I would much prefer to just melt off the mountain.
It was a feeling both uncomfortable and unfamiliar.
You know, it's not something I've experienced a lot in my career, and it was kind of dumbfounding.
All those eyes on her and all those questions. But in defeat and disappointment, Michaela got up and wowed the world, not with a victory, but with her grace.
Going through that disappointment so publicly was awful, but that's kind of the risk you take in order to achieve the great moments.
It wasn't exactly the way she wanted to be inspiring, but for many, Michaela's pain was relatable and her response to it admirable.
You just get back up and put one foot in front of the other again, and no matter what the disappointments are that you face.
And that is precisely what Michaela did. One short week after her Olympic disappointments, she won the world championship.
Congratulations, you are officially the best skier in the world. How does that feel?
That's the dream, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess? What is this, you guess?
I know. I mean, I know it feels amazing because that is what I dreamed about since I was little, but somehow you feel the highs and the lows from the season.
And in the long run, those lows are what will inspire Michaela going forward.
I know how many people out there are probably feeling the same thing as I did or I am. Maybe not as publicly, but the feelings, that doesn't diminish how it feels in that moment. But connecting with other people who feel that, I mean, you realize that you're not alone and you were never alone.
And like Aaron, and like Nathan, Michaela inspired by showing that it's okay to fall, especially when you show the entire world how to get back up.
Coming up.
I think about going to the supermarket. You think about going to Mars. You think there'll come a time when we're all of that mindset?
Oh, absolutely. Life is far more exciting if you're out flying amongst the stars.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Colonies in space, routine trips to Mars. That kind of big thinking is out of this world inspiring. And it's Gwynne Shotwell's job to help make it happen. Tonight, in a rare interview, she and her team show us how they're reaching for the stars every day. Here's Shepard Smith of CNBC.
We are building rockets and spaceships here in Hawthorne, California.
Gwynne Shotwell, in one of her favorite places on Earth. It sounds to me like you know how to do everything in here.
No, I don't have the skills to make rockets, but I do know largely what goes on here.
She's the president and chief operating officer of SpaceX. She started out years ago as a mechanical engineer, her first love, and it shows. What's happening here?
We call this tank land. This is where we take flat sheets of metal, roll them, weld them together. That's a barrel. It's like sausage making. Move the tank, add another barrel, weld it, move the tank, add another barrel, and then you have a rocket.
Rockets are the stuff of big dreams here, and big dreams are Gwynne's daily bread. When do you think we're going to Mars?
We should put people on the surface of Mars within a decade. I think it would be in this decade. Yes. People on the moon sooner.
I mean, I think about going to the supermarket. You think about going to Mars. You think there'll come a time when we're all of that mindset?
Oh, absolutely. I think we need to get a large delivery to the surface of Mars, and then people will start thinking harder about it. And then I think within 5 or 6 years, people will see that that will be a real place to go.
2 decades ago, when Gwynne became employee number 11,
there's Gwynne at her cube.
SpaceX had skeptics galore. Elon Musk's startup lost rockets, almost went bankrupt, but stayed the course. 10 years ago, SpaceX delivered cargo to the International Space Station for the first time. 2 years ago, it delivered astronauts there. Along the way, it shook up the industry. What is the area in which this company has disrupted to the greatest degree?
Reusability is absolutely key. That is the most disruptive technology. We came in and built far more efficient rockets so that more customers can afford to fly their payloads to space. And that made part of the industry very mad at us.
And you like that?
I love that.
Gwynne works, of course, for the world's richest man and one of its most controversial. He's also demanding. It's up to Gwynne to make it all work. There's never a we can't do that.
Oh, no. I might think that, but you zip it when he says something that sounds too crazy because he's been right in the past. And so you just figure out how to go do it.
3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
Gwynne was in mission control, as she often is, when SpaceX launched Crew 4 late last month.
You know, the scariest days for me at SpaceX now are people fly days, when we fly crew. You've got souls sitting on the top of that rocket. It is hurtling through the atmosphere, getting to space, and their lives are in my hands, our hands as a company. And that's pretty terrifying.
But there's joy when it goes well. Today, Gwynne leads a company of more than 10,000 employees, worth more than $70 billion. She's a legend in the aerospace world. And even though she tries to deflect attention from herself,
the best part of my job is being able to work with these extraordinary people.
It's clear she's inspired a generation of women to reach for the stars too, like these 5. all leaders in their own right.
She's the coolest boss ever.
Yeah. She's one of the main reasons I came. It's like, nothing else, I get to work with Gwen. This is gonna be cool.
Senior space operations engineer Anna Menon is going to space herself later this year. Her husband, an astronaut too, will follow her.
When you beat your husband to space, how's that gonna go?
It's gonna be, honestly, I think actually the job of the parent that remains on Earth with the kids is actually the harder role. And I'm just really incredibly grateful for his support.
Crazy. I mean, you're both going to space. Whoa.
We also think that's crazy.
SpaceX is now testing this giant, the Starship, a spacecraft designed for interstellar travel. Shanna Diaz directs Starship engineering.
I can't believe I get to work on this every day. Like, this is so awesome. I can't get it done fast enough, basically.
Let's go to the moon.
Yeah, how do we get it done fast?
I want to go to the moon.
Jessica Jensen is the most senior mission manager at SpaceX. If you want to make the idea of colonies in space seem real, she says visit Starbase in South Texas.
Once you go to Starbase, you will believe in Moon and Mars bases.
Tell me why.
The scale of the ships, the scale of the booster, these are the spaceships that are going interplanetary. You have no doubt once you see them.
Gwen says interplanetary travel will be humanity's next great adventure. She seems born for it.
If you don't force yourself to do really hard things, then I think achieving them is kind of less. And I think it's critically important that we are exploring other planets. And I think life is far more exciting if you're out flying amongst the stars.
And one day, Gwen Shotwell says she's gonna get out there herself.
When Gwen Shotwell is on the moon, what will she do?
Look back at planet Earth, look up at the stars from a completely different way, jump around, have fun, do flips.
Want to stay for a while?
I would love to stay for a while.
Coming up.
Did you think for a moment this was going to be a crisis that would land in your neighborhood, essentially?
Not in a million years.
We see these stories of things going on in the world, but you never expect to really to be a part of helping it or changing it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The whole world has been inspired by the courage we're seeing in Ukraine. I was there this spring, and I'll never forget the stories of the families I met. Here at home, there are powerful stories too. People rising to be their best when a crisis is at its worst.
Mama.
In the chaos of the Lviv train station, I met so many moms and their children, overwhelmed and uncertain. Do you know where you will live?
No.
These were just some of the millions of Ukrainians who've been forced from their homes, refugees seeking safety anywhere they could find it.
Hey, Cover San Diego. I'm here. We got our 3 vans going.
San Diego area pastor Phil Metzger witnessed the heartbreak too. As soon as the war started, he and his family flew to Ukraine to assist the refugees.
And we wanted to help get them out of the country because for a lot of them, you know, they were trapped. And so we're trying to get them out as quick as we could.
But when Pastor Phil got home, he found out the crisis had come to his backyard. Did you think for a moment this was going to be a crisis that would land in your neighborhood, essentially?
Gosh, not in a million years. I had no clue that a pathway into the United States would be from the Mexican border in our hometown in Chula Vista.
Pastor Phil runs Calvary San Diego, a church and school just a few miles from the border. Mexico allowed Ukrainians to enter without a visa, so thousands went there, hoping to be granted permission to enter the U.S. temporarily on humanitarian grounds. Most say they want to return home as soon as they can.
So we zip down there. We meet a few Ukrainians that are coming across totally disoriented. And we said, hey, why don't you come over to our church? We bought 6 air mattresses and just thought, we'll help out a few people. Within like 12 hours, 100 people were at the church. And it just kept like spiraling more and more and more, hundreds every night.
So he mobilized his congregation. What inspired you to get the church involved in this?
Well, it takes a village. I mean, you just can't do this alone. And our church and our whole community rallied very fast.
Pastor Phil organized volunteers on both sides of the border. He helped establish shelters in Mexico.
We have about 600 people that'll sleep in here at any given moment of the day.
And welcome stations on the American side.
Over here at 907, there is...
Thanks in part to Phil and his congregation, a legion of other Southern Californians got involved. We met fast food workers who traveled to Mexico on their day off to bring supplies.
We want to support people in difficult times.
Volunteers who handed out food and water, and people like LA area resident Bert Shepley.
We now have a Ukrainian family that we followed from Kyiv all the way to Warsaw and over to LAX. They've been with us for a month.
Thousands of Californians embraced total strangers with open arms and open hearts.
Everybody just kind of jumped in and did what they could do.
Susan and Roy Seidel hosted several families, including this family of 4 who went through a grueling journey. They stayed a week, and the kids finally got to smile.
The kids are having a good time. We've been taking them out to the sunsets, taking them out for ice cream, introducing them to Slurpees.
Other San Diegans chipped in to buy them plane tickets, and they're now with relatives back east. Former NFL player Nick Roach and his wife Anna Marie felt like history paid a visit.
We watch the news and we see these stories of things going on in the world, but you never expect to really to be a part of helping it or changing it, and let alone especially having it literally show up on your doorstep.
They asked us to excuse the mess. They had 20 unexpected Ukrainian guests the night before. They have 6 kids of their own, yet still made room for more refugees.
I think it's just a part of being human. There's that innate desire to act like we're actually one species.
The plan is to go back, though, as soon as...
Pastor Phil hopes the kindness shown the Ukrainians inspires us to reach out to other refugees who haven't been treated as warmly.
I think the way that the world is responding to the Ukrainian crisis could be a great template for how we could respond to other people that are in crisis.
In recent days, things have eased up for the pastor. Ukrainians can now enter the U.S. directly from Europe. As we welcome them, we can see that the Ukrainians have also given us a thing or two, a chance to rekindle our national pride in being a safe haven for the persecuted, and a chance to unite in a common effort.
These are really divided times. Do you think that what we're seeing, this outpouring toward the Ukrainian refugees, is a template for a better us?
I hope so. I really do. I mean, we've all banded together to say, let's help these people who are in need. That's such a powerful message for today. I hope it inspires us all.
Beautiful words to end on, and we hope that some of the stories you heard tonight will stay with you.
And maybe inspire you to light the way for someone else.
We'll keep up the tradition next year, and we'll also keep telling inspiring America stories on NBC Nightly News. If you have someone you think we should know about, reach out to us at nbcnews.com/inspiringamerica. From all of us at NBC, MSNBC, CNBC, and Telemundo, good night.
If you ask most people, they'd say reaching the NFL would be a career pinnacle, the top of the mountain. But for my guest today, the NFL was just the beginning. As a linebacker who played on 3 pro teams, retiring in 2015, Emmanuel Acho was just getting started. Turns out Emmanuel's calling was off the field, in missionary work, and more recently, social justice. Just under 2 years ago, Emmanuel decided to create and host an online video series of conversations about racism called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. It's since been viewed more than 80 million times and went on to win an Emmy in 2021. And now Emmanuel is setting out to help others find meaning in their lives. Emmanuel, what a pleasure it is to have you on Making Space. I feel like you are our perfect guest because you are somebody who follows a part of you that isn't always your intellect. It isn't always your pro-con list. You go with something that is beyond that. Since you were a kid, let's go back. Since you were a kid and you were making decisions on where to go, what to do, what led you?
I've never been asked that question before. I am led by my convictions. And so when I say conviction, what do you mean? I'm led by some innate inner yearning to move, to act, to go. That's truly what led me. It's my convictions. And so if I ever feel convicted to move in a certain way, a certain direction, that is the manner in which I go. Sometimes it makes no practical sense at all. But I just feel like you have to move by convictions.
I mean, look, when you're a kid, you don't know what the risks are. There are no risks. You jump off the swing, you jump off, you'll realize later that hurt. But you're free because you don't know the risks. It's like someone who's never had their heart broken. They fall in love harder. How did you manage to keep that, even though you've been through disappointments, things that hadn't worked in your life?
What was it? Michael Jordan, who said, like, I missed so many thousands of shots. But nobody necessarily remembers the misses. It's Babe Ruth, who I believe said, your next strikeout only brings you closer to your next home run. I don't try to focus on my failures. The only true failure is in not getting up. The only true failure is in not trying. Hodo, I was thinking about it the other day after I failed at something recently, and I was like, I didn't fail, I fell. And as long as I get up, I win.
I love that. You're the child of immigrants. By the way, I have to let you know that when I was in third grade, I went to school in Ibadan, Nigeria for a year. My dad was a professor there. Yeah, we went to school. Yes, we have such fond memories. It was just a year as the child of immigrants. And I'm a child of immigrants too. I feel like there's something different that's in us. What did your parents give to you that led you to the man who you are today?
Well, when you travel the world and you see other parts of the world, your mind and the aperture of your understanding is just so opened. What did my parents give me? A certain resiliency. I just learned a different type of resilience. I learned a different type of understanding of how blessed we are in America. You don't really understand the American dream until you realize the nightmare somewhere else. And I've just lived other countries' nightmares. And so I understand a difference in a dream.
And you've lived the American dream too, boy. Did you feel like this feels like my mountaintop?
You know, I didn't. The NFL was truly amazing. It was amazing. But unless you are in the top 5 percentile, the NFL, it too is scary. The reason I didn't feel like it was my mountaintop, I knew the NFL was a means to an end. Hoda, I like answering questions in story form. I vividly remember fearing I was going to be released every day I was in the NFL. The NFL, you have 53 people on a roster. Essentially, you have 53 employees. I was probably the 47th to the 53rd person on the roster as far as importance. Every Tuesday of an NFL week is when you get paid. So if you are on the roster on Tuesday, you know you are going to receive a check that week. So that means by Monday night, you likely will be released if you are going to be released. I was cut in the NFL 5 times before the age of 25. Imagine being hired at a job out of college, then being transferred across the country from that job, then being fired by your employer who transferred you, and then being rehired and fired and rehired and fired and rehired and fired 5 times, all by the age of 25. So the NFL to me was so taxing. It was so anxiety heavy. The NFL was not a highlight of my life.
Oh, wow. Why did you stay in it as long as you did?
In the NFL, if you play for 4 years, you're vested pension and you have annuity. And so the NFL was practical. I was like, okay, play 4 years, you have all the benefits. As soon as I hit 4 years, I was like, it is time to get out of here.
So it was an easy decision. Simple.
Not at all. Not easy. Why? Because the NFL, it cripples every one of your abilities besides playing sports. That's what nobody tells you. Imagine you graduate with a degree, which, by the way, is already hard if you're trying to make it to the NFL because playing college sports is a full-time job. But imagine graduating with a degree, then whatever degree you graduate with, you have to put on ice for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 years. So all of that knowledge which you have acquired is now gone to waste because you have been sitting here trying to play in the NFL. So transitioning is near impossible because it's all you've ever known. Every August, think about this, for 20 consecutive years, really 17, from when I was 8 years old until I was 25 years old, every August I was wearing a football helmet. Then you wake up one August day and you're not putting a helmet on. It's depressing. It's saddening. You go into dark places.
You talked about how you stayed in the NFL for 4 years so you could get vested, you could get this. You, to me, if I'm listening to you and not knowing anything about you, seem like a very logical guy. I love that your book is called Illogical because it really, there is something beyond a pro-con list in life. What kept you kind of jumping in the deep end, even if you knew the odds were against you?
Our greatest accomplishments in life come on the other side of our logic. So what is keeping me from my destiny? And that's really the way in which I operate. The scariest phrase that can ever be uttered is that's the way we've always done things, or that's the way I've always done things. And I just understand that our greatest accomplishments, my greatest accomplishment, your greatest accomplishment, I guarantee it'll come on the other side of my logic. So how can I be more illogical?
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans.
Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, I love that which you just dovetailed nicely into your uncomfortable conversations with a black man. I mean, this is something that you felt a burning desire to do. People told you it was not a good idea. They said no.
People close to
yes,
me. But this is yes. Imagine you are an athlete and you ask your coach what you should do, and your coach says don't do something. Imagine you are a child and you ask your parent what you should do, and your parent says don't do something. But I had a calling, and what I realized, Hoda, is my calling wasn't a conference call. My calling was my calling, and only I got that calling. Nobody else heard what I heard, and it wasn't audible. It was within my own soul, my own spirit, if you will.
How did you know that this was not something to ignore?
I knew it was not something to ignore because I didn't have the luxury of ignoring it. What lives were going to be lost because of my lack of speech? And I think we all eventually have to ask ourselves that question. And it might not be a literal loss of life like a death, but what dream won't be fulfilled because I'm too afraid to act, because I'm so bound by logic? It might be my own dream. It might be a community that I might change. It might be a family that I might impact. It might be a neighborhood. It might be a city. It might be a religious gathering. But like, who am I costing because of my lack of courage? So many people ask me, Hoda, Emmanuel, how do you find your calling? And after pausing and thinking, I said, your calling will call you. Just pick up. So many people are searching left and right. I don't know what my calling is in life. I don't know what my purpose is in life. I don't know what I'm meant to do. Yo, your calling will call you, and it probably already has. You're just not picking up. My calling literally called me. Matthew McConaughey, he called me from a no-caller ID number after my first episode of Uncomfortable Conversations got 25 million views. I picked up. Acho, McConaughey speaking. I want to have a conversation. I was like, what? Matthew McConaughey? He's like, yeah, I want to have a conversation. I was like, okay, well, we'll record episode 2 in 4 days. True story. I did not want to do another episode of Uncomfortable Conversations because of how big the first one was. McConaughey says, let's record it tomorrow. After McConaughey calls me, I get another call from a no caller ID number. Hi, Emmanuel. Oprah Winfrey speaking. Oprah? Like Oprah? Emmanuel, what is your intention? She asked me.
What'd you say? That's good.
I said, Oprah, my intention is to change the world, and I truly believe I can. All of that to say to those listening, your calling will call you. You just have to make that a logical decision to pick up. My calling was a literal no caller ID calls, but other people's calling will just be that internal yearning and that internal desire to do something that just seems a little crazy.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Pecan. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You know, they say that when you find your calling, it's like you're riding a wave. Your whole life you swim upstream, and all of a sudden you find the thing that you're supposed to be doing, and suddenly you feel like all of the forces of the universe are taking you in the way you're supposed to be going. You're on this ride. Do you feel like that's what's happening, or are you swimming up?
Man, what's interesting, when you say riding a wave, I think there's an inherent sense of ease that seems like it comes with that. I do believe your calling is what you're made for and your career is what you're paid for. Uncomfortable conversations is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. So I can't say that I'm riding a wave because it's just so incredibly difficult. But your calling is just what you're made to do. But sometimes it is a detour. And Uncomfortable Conversations was a detour. It was not my destination. Illogical was my destination. Living a life and encouraging people to live their best life, that was my destination. I got my master's degree in sports psychology. So talking about, hey, let's all achieve the dreams we so desperately desire, that was my destination. Hoda, I just had to take a quick detour for the betterment of those around me.
I was reading a book, and they were talking about how that in this big field there was one wildflower growing, and that everything on God's earth knows exactly what it is supposed to do without being told or thought out. That wildflower wasn't meant to be famous or popular or make lots of money. That wildflower was meant to bloom in the middle of that field, face the sun, and make us all feel good. That was its purpose. And they said how people were the only thing in God's earth who don't really or have to sort of figure it out or spend our lives trying to be more like this one. I'm going to be like Oprah. I want to be like Denzel. I want to take a page from that. How is it that you were able to find, because it sounds like you have your voice, how did you find it, and how do you think people can find it? Because everyone wants to look like that one, dress like that one, be like that one.
It's in realizing that you have to be yourself because everybody else is already taken. And what I've realized is just I have to be the best version of me. And what you said is so wonderful about the wildflower. I think the problem we all collectively have as humans is we all have this innate desire to want to be like somebody else instead of simply being the best version of ourselves. And that is when I talk about, like, it's just conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom says we should all do X, we should all do Y, we should all do Z. We should all go to high school, then we should all go to college, then we should all get a job, then we should all get married, then we should all have kids, and we should all live in a house behind a white picket fence. And the problem is conventional wisdom is limiting all of us, in my greatest opinion. Conventional wisdom is limiting us from the life that we all deserve to be living. And I just finally said, wait a second. Why am I going to live inside of someone else's box? Why am I going to let insignificant people have such significance in my life.
Clearly, faith is front and center with you. It comes out in almost every single answer that you are giving me. Sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it's subtle, but it's always there. How has your faith played in this journey of yours?
My faith has driven me in this journey, and what I believe is we all have faith. The question is, when you sit down in a chair, you have faith that that chair is going to hold you up. So we are all, to some degree, people of faith. My faith drives me because, one, I understand what I've put on this earth to do, and it's just to touch lives. It's to share the good news. It's to talk about Jesus when I can. But more than that, or not more than that, but in alongside with that, faith can be illogical. Like that's what people don't understand. Like, whether it is, think about this for a second. Noah was commissioned by God to build a boat and put every animal on it because there was going to be a flood. Hoda, can you imagine how many people saw Noah building every day saying, bro, what the heck are you doing?
Right,
like, you are a fool. Until he looks out of the window and he puts his head up into the sky, and then he feels it between his brows, smack dab. It's the first drop of rain. And the first drop of rain tells him that the flood is coming. And I have a chapter actually titled The First Drop of Rain, because when you've been illogical, when I've been illogical, that first drop of rain is going to hit. And when that first drop of rain hits you, that is when you know the flood is coming. So what was my first drop of rain? That call from Matthew McConaughey. The call from Matthew McConaughey, I hadn't yet written a book. I hadn't yet heard from Oprah. I hadn't yet been a bestseller. I hadn't yet won an Emmy. I hadn't yet done anything besides a video. But when McConaughey called, that was my first drop of rain, and that was the signal that the flood is coming. So when you make that illogical decision, whether it's building a boat, whether it's sitting in front of a camera, whether it's starting a business, as soon as you get that first drop of rain, you know the flood is coming. And my faith literally moves me in life because it is testaments like that.
Wow, that is absolutely beautiful. And I know your book, Illogical, you say that's your calling. Like, that's what you're meant to do. You're meant to help. You're meant to heal. You're meant to encourage and cheerlead. I mean, that's so in your DNA. But there are a bunch of people, many people, and we've all been there ourselves too, if we're not there right now, you're lost. Like, things aren't working for me, you know, and they're trying to figure out how to get up, how to pull up. I know you've got your faith, and you've also got your sports psychology degree. You've got a lot going for you. But how do you speak to someone like that?
Well, the first thing I would do is just encourage them that it's okay to not be okay. Like, it's okay to be down for a little bit. The reason a mountain has peaks is because it has valleys. If there were no valleys, then everything would just seem like flat and level ground. So the valley is actually what dictates the peak. I would also say that your time is coming, but you too have to make your time come. They say luck is when preparation meets opportunity. You can't win the lotto unless you buy a ticket. So you can sit there and hope and pray all you want to win the lotto, but you can't win the lottery unless you buy a ticket. So are you buying tickets? I could hope and pray all I want and wish to change the world, but it was sitting down in front of the camera that led to uncomfortable conversations. It took action.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Now, everyone who I've ever interviewed loves the high moments in life, but that's not obviously where they learn anything. They learn things on their deepest valleys. What was your deepest valley?
My deepest valley. Oh, gosh. Okay. Remember, I was in Philadelphia. I was drafted to the Cleveland Browns in 2012. In 2013, the Philadelphia Eagles, they traded for me. I was now in Philadelphia, but remember I told y'all I was cut 5 times by that organization. One of the final times I got cut, and what people don't realize about the National Football League, when you get cut, they instantly remove your access from the building. You can no longer go into the building for anything, from a Gatorade shake to a workout to anything. I lived in Philadelphia. I lived very close to the Rocky Steps, but I still wanted to continue playing. So true story.